Alright, so last time, we opened with Ash on the frontier for the first time in a long time, at Kaz's bar. He had come to see if he could recruit Kaz. He would originally say no, but after a little bit of angling and rationalizing, Ash was able to convince him. Back at Clive's, we saw him editing and printing pictures of what he claimed to be the unit. He bragged about them to everyone who was there, from the Stooges to Hunk and Davine. The exploits of the unit were apparently legendary, and he was set to preach them to everyone. Meanwhile, the kids were at Soul and Colts having a very nice morning together. They were discussing some of the recent claims about the unit made from a certain household. Eventually, Clive and Scar entered and began regaling them with tales of their bravery and their totally earned and not at all stolen valor. Sam eventually put an end to that in her own way. At JSOC, the Rainfall adults were having a good morning doing their work for the day. They watched a video of Clive proudly holding up a game that he had edited with his face on the cover, claiming it was him. They then got to reports that Strat was sighted taking over an oil rig. The oil rig where the Star Child prototype was almost certainly hidden. The kids were briefed on this, and after a ship ride, they were briefed even more on the plan by Sergeant Satterley. The kids were split into two teams to rescue hostages and then attempt to secure the prototype. One was headed by Carter and Memrianne, and the other headed by Elizabeth. Both teams proceeded through the building without too much trouble, although Elizabeth engaged Ripa only for him to escape again. Unbeknownst to the rest of the kids, Soul had tagged along while invisible and was following a Delta member that seemed suspicious. As she followed, it was revealed to her that it was her father and her father Towns in disguise. And it turned out that the prototype was there and already active. The three teams met up on a main platform when the prototype erupted from the water, and the kids were caught engaging that and two members of Dead Cell. They were trapped in a losing battle against them, with Okeer taking heavy fire trying to keep the kids safe. In their darkest hour, with all the desperation in the world setting in, Carter proved himself worthy and summoned the dragon with his sword and demolished the prototype. As the dust settled, the kids gathered around Okeer, who had been grievously wounded to the point of being unsavable. They held his hands and did the best to make him comfortable, and he passed while letting them know he would be drinking cold ones with Bash very shortly. And I believe that was everything.
Yep, flash forward a year ahead. The Memrianniversary is the day of days today. But we open with Ash flying out to the frontier, doing a grid search of many planets, accompanied by his beautiful wife, and Kralin. Kralin and Kaz getting along very well, having discussion right behind Ash, sitting in their little seats together. Best friends, as Saris looks over her shoulder in shock. Wow, so this butterball? He shifts closer to Krellin to look over at his wrist computer. Uyghur wrote him, was Nicole failing on resurrection? Oh wow. Looking at the picture.
Looks at Saris. At least they're getting along.
A little too well. Clears her throat. Kaz and Krellin not hearing anything Ash and Saris are saying. So me hey dear, cause go up to deer, pet it, and get these things. What they called Ash? Looking at Ash.
Ticks, was it, you said?
Get them all over me hand. Oh, really? Looking at it, Saris just turns her head and looks out the window, eyes still wide.
Look on the bright side, darling. You're not the one who has to desperately try to explain to a constable or governor or mayor or whatever they call them why they seemingly just saw a demon pop the head of a forest creature.
She turns back and looks at Ash. But Ash, today's the Memrianniversary. I understand. Sasha even said we didn't have to come out. Why are you making us come out?
I think we can get through one quick planet, maybe two, very rapidly, and then we can get back. We have plenty of time, and this is very important.
I know, but we've known them since they were kids. I don't want to miss a second of the wedding.
I promise you we will make it back in time, even if I have to drag the two of them to the ship.
Picture of a raccoon popping up behind Ash's head. So I hate raccoon. Wow, look at it, so evil. Staring at it. Sarah's head turns back to look at the pictures. I've only actually been to Earth twice. Believe it or not. I went once to help kill this Mortimer guy, which I don't think I was even It wasn't even necessary for me to be there. Yes, Clive and the power of pathological lying. Huh? He looks confused.
A different story with a lot of facets to it.
The unit. Right, he looks at Saris, nods his head, then looks back at Krell. But I went to Earth to help kill Mortimer, and the other time I'd been to Earth was Ranger selection training and then graduation ceremony. During selection, I got scratched by one of these things. Tapping his mouth with his finger, big claw, I should say. And about 7 weeks into the selection process, I started feeling like lethargic, sick, and I was eating all the time. This thing gave me a tapeworm. Ooh, what tapeworm, Ash? Looking at that!
An intestinal parasite. It steals nutrients from you by living in your gut.
Right, nodding his head. And mine, he puts his hands out when they pulled it out of me, was huge. They had one of the clerics come down from Gateway and cast a spell to, I guess, exorcise it out of my body. Saris, oh god, bad memories. Shaking your head.
Yeah, if you're on the frontier long enough, you get your fair share of things like that.
I'm thinking about the fucking xenomorph I had inside of me, thank you. Nodding her head, looking at Cat. Oh, right, yeah.
That is, yeah, I think you have all of us beat when it comes to parasites, dear.
Well, anyway, I hate raccoons, Saris. Yeah, okay. Turns away from it. Me hate them too, putting his arm around Cat.
Well, we can all hate them together. We just are going to do a couple quick sweeps, and then we'll be back home in time for all the festivities. Alright, boys?
No rush, nodding his head at Ash. Saris, yes rush, Krellin. Looking back at him. No rush.
I'm sorry, Krellin, but if she says rush, then there's rush. She outranks you.
Memrianniversary, stupid. Yeah, I kinda agree.
I would personally disagree with that. I've known those kids ever since they were babies. I mean, we were there the day they were born. There's no way we can miss their wedding.
Yes way. Me don't really want to go. There's... Weddings are fun, Krellin. Come on. Looking at...
Fun, free food, and Frederick and Samuel are there.
Why not give big wedding to JJ or Laz? Carter Fishbullhead slaps his hands at Ash.
Ash blinks a couple times. Yes, he is.
JJ, greatest child of Rainfalls. Laz, greatest child of Julie. I agree, yeah. Nodding his head. He doesn't even know them.
Actually, I'd probably agree there, but be that as it may...
Carter's stupid.
He was stupid. He's not stupid anymore.
All young men tend to be stupid, Krell. But Carter, the highest echelons of stupidity, outlaw country. Oh, ooh. Whew. I'm glad I wasn't around for, like, any of that. And, you know, I have the ultimate excuse. Pequod will call me and be like, do you want to come over for dinner tonight? And if I know drama's going on, I say no. Because I have a business to run. I can't. I'm very sorry. She laughed.
Luckily, I always have the excuse of being on the frontier.
Yeah, you have the excuse of, no, Sasha told me I have to do something. I can't, sorry. Wish me have that excuse.
Can't you just stay in your house?
Very annoying in-house sometimes. Clive and the unit.
That is true. Ricky's...
What the hell is that all about? Pointing over at Ashley. This Clive guy, every time I've met him, he seems like super nice and down to earth, and if Suletta accepted him as her partner, that's unit?
From what I've gathered from talking with Ricky and hearing the others talk about it, I believe it is Clive's ego's attempt at compensating because he feels emasculated.
By who?
The Rainfall men, for one, but apparently Sergeant Satterley, I think it was, emasculated him by... The kids tricked him into some kill house exercise with them, and Satterley had to remind him to take off the safety on his rifle.
The guy might have been a halfling, but that guy doesn't need to feel emasculated. He brutalized that halfling. If that was a normal-sized man, he would have brutalized him.
Oh, I agree, but, well, it's hard not to feel a little bit like that when you're... Think about the men that live in that family.
Universal saviors and, yeah, military, yeah.
So I think it is his... something to do with his psyche desperately trying to compensate. Not too dissimilar from me being too much of an honorable goody two-shoes to try and compensate when I was younger.
Methinks Scar have big role to play, Echo Chamber.
Yes, I don't know what that's about, but Ricky just said that Mr. Scar had gone crazy.
Well, in-house, everybody get along very good, but Scar good friends with Clive, always supporting him in stupid things he said.
Ah, so friends to the end, ride or die.
Puts her hand over her mouth, starts snickering. Bros before hoes.
Exactly. Hopefully it's just a short phase. I don't see it going on too long on the lane. From what I understand, Samantha is not allowing it to go on too much.
Friends before hoes? Yes. Nodding his head.
No, that is fair.
Sam bark at them, run away, Ash.
Box at them.
Mm-hmm. Nodding his head ever since JJ back and she normal again.
I am... Looks over at Ceres. I'm going to have to tell her how proud of her I am if she's gotten them that under control.
Oh yeah. He cuts Ceres off. What happened to JJ? Why is he colloquially back? Well, long story.
Without getting too much into familial drama, the Primarch said he had to go to basic to continue being on the squad with the other children to try and make a point. Could you say that one more time? You roboted pretty hard. One more time, I'm sorry.
So keep it cool.
Holy shit, I think Discord's taking a dump.
Yeah, no, my Discord just completely fell out.
You okay, Nick?
Yeah, mine's good now.
Alright, Kaz said, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, just, familial drama combined with trying to make a point, and just... It's good for him. Going through basic helps a man become a better man, and if you're already talented, it turns you from a good fighter into a great one.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
The two of them were, well, they're married, but she is incredibly attached to him, even above what a lot of women already are, so it was not fun for her.
Very clingy, very needy, wanting attention. Oh, right.
Ceres puts it a lot more succinctly than I did. Yes, it wasn't a fun time for her or people around her.
But JJ pale in comparison to Thomas. Who? Looking confused.
The youngest of the children of Julius.
The greatest child to ever be born in history. Pulling up a picture of it. Oh, wow. He's a cute kid, I guess.
Very adorable. He looks quite a hell of a lot like his father already.
Yes, he does. Eyes sparkling looking at the picture.
He... very young already, but Krellin here says he can peer slightly into the future and says he will be a very, very successful young man eventually.
I'm going to right the wrongs of all galleons. Looking over at Ash.
Well, I should hope he's able to right any wrongs I and Ricky and I did, dear.
He will. She believes in Krellin.
just, Krellin has talked a lot about him. Apparently he's going to be one of the best of the Rainfall family, if not the best.
Oh, rainfall genetics very good, but when mixed with a Novian, going to be the greatest child ever born and greatest man ever live. Will bring universal peace. Whoa. Head going backward? That's a tall order, considering the fact most of the known universe is unknown, right? Get it? Thomas will do so.
Well, I suppose they are going to live forever, so...
Do it all before the age of 25. Her eyes sparkling, clapping. Julius done right? Yes, nodding his head.
Well, I should certainly hope so. At the very least, it should be very hard for him to be anywhere near the biggest mess up in that family.
It's like, reminds me of the north, south, east, west religion thing with the hand, the Catholic religion. That cast. Yeah, that, pointing at Sarah.
Right.
Like the second coming of Jesus or something. Yes, Messiah, child. Putting away picture.
Well, if nothing else, Thomas already has quite large shoes to fill. He'll be at the Memrianniversary tonight, so it'll be nice to see him again.
What if he doesn't fill them, though? Then me probably be in trouble. Looking at Cat.
Well, you said you saw the future, right, Krellin? So how...
Oh, yes, for sure.
He stops talking, looks back at him. Krellin, did you see the future, or a possible future, or was it made up?
Saw every future. Just call me Miss Cleo, Ash.
What? Either way, okay. Well, then you should have nothing to worry about then, Krellin, if you've seen every future and know how he'll turn out.
Claps slightly to himself as Ceres, we're in orbit, take us down. I want to get home.
Alright, remember boys, in and out as quick as we can. We need plenty of time to get ready.
Take you time, Kaz, patting him on the helmet. Is flashing to New York, the island of Manhattan. Coming up the subway set of stairs is Ricky and Sylar. Sylar accompanying this grouping of children before the Memrianniversary, taking Elizabeth, Memrian, and Laz to get their nails done and getting some food in their stomach before the ceremony.
Well, children, I believe this is most of your first times. Yes, this is Times Square.
Oh, I'm so excited to be here, Carter.
I am too, and can I just say, honey, your nails and hair just look very nice.
EarthGov Blue, winking at Carter.
He smiles, winks back at her, and gives her a kiss on the cheek.
Yeah, put your arm around her tight. It's not the first time I've been here, Carter. Streets are gonna be packed.
Carter nods towards him. Yes, sir, thank you for the advice, as he'll put his arm around her waist and hold her tight.
Benny carrying Elizabeth, Oz doing the same to Laz, Ricky and company coming up the stairs, and then Ricky sees every single billboard with Carter and Memrian's face on it and a countdown clock. Counting down.
Holy shit.
Elizabeth looks at Ricky. What's wrong?
You okay?
I don't know how to... Here, he'll step to the side.
Sylar seeing it.
Oh my, that is quite something, even for Times Square. You should come up, children.
Oh, fuck's sake. Looking around, rubbing the back of his neck.
Laz's eyes widen, looking around. Oh my god, that's every single billboard, Oz!
Memrian starts clapping loudly. Oz, yeah, every single billboard, and the fuckwads are standing right behind us in a packed city.
Carter starts looking around. If Oz looks at him, he sees Carter's jaw set tightly as he starts also looking around at the crowd and everything to see if anyone's looking at them.
Coming up on this billboard here, and I like to imagine every single billboard, is Tommy's face. The camera pulls out, he's got a guitar. The Memrianniversary! Twilight on Fox! Carter.
Lass and Elizabeth both cover their mouths to start laughing as Carter looks up at the billboard. Did he know we would be here?
Yes, I think so. I wouldn't put it past him. Good God.
I wouldn't put it past him to end every commercial with that, just in the hopes you see it.
He said, or I'm sorry, Uncle Clive said he would teach Elizabeth a thing or two about singing. I think Tommy could. That was actually kind of good. Looking up at the bill.
Elizabeth uncovering her mouth and wiping a tear away from her eye. It had a certain style to it, I think is a good way to put it.
Put my fucking coat over your head, Carter. Handing him his coat and then taking Laz back in his arm.
Carter takes the coat, looks at Memrian. Shit, you just got your hair done.
You're not putting that on my head, Carter. Deal with it.
Okay, understood. As he'll put a coat over, Oz's coat over his head.
If either of you would like a disguise, I could happily oblige that.
How about a polymorph for her, maybe, into a attractive woman who does not look like that girl on the billboard?
Done, and you see a little spectral spellbook come out from behind him. He'll look at it and just snap his fingers, and she'll turn into an attractive woman of her choosing.
Nice. That's pretty neat. Looking at Sylar.
Elizabeth looks at her spellbook, at Sylar's spellbook, and points to it. I don't see a lot of casters use spellbooks anymore. Well, she looks at Benny. I haven't seen any use them, in fact.
Mm-mm.
Nah, I never seen one. Well, I would assume you wouldn't. Most use wrist computers to write their spells in now, and most use their wrist computer as a focus as well to not have to worry about components. I choose to use mine because this is a specific school of magic. It allows some very powerful abilities as well as some nice utility. It's old magic, and sometimes the old ways work quite well.
She'll send the address to Arlington Cemetery to Sylar. We need to go there before we get to Buckingham Palace. You think you could get us there?
He looks at it. That's Arlington. What?
Yes, nodding her head.
I can for sure get you there in time, that's no issue, but if you don't mind my asking, and please tell me if I'm overstepping, but why would you need to go there on your wedding day?
Visit a few friends?
Carter nods. We have a few people that we would like to talk to.
You can see his look went from a bit concerned to it softens immediately. I can...
Oz will shrug at Sylar and shake his head.
I understand you need to inform some people of what's going on today.
Yes, we do, Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods. She takes a very deep breath and looks at him. You're not gonna set me down unless I ask you to the entire time?
Nope.
Okay. She hugs around his neck very tightly. I could do it if you're holding me.
We'll give you the story on the way. Scratching the back of his head.
Yeah, it's not a fun one, but we should go.
You know, you've met Colt Sylar. He's paralyzed now. Yeah, one of those. Yeah.
One of that kind of friend.
Yep.
Yes. Is the poor boy doing all right? I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, you'll see him today. He's gonna crutch his way up to Carter's side to help be his best man, but yeah, he's doing as good as you can be.
It must have been quite an injury if he's still injured after your auntie healed him.
There's no healing him. It was Star Child tech. He's got over 7,000 fragments of Star Child tech in his back. Can't be healed.
And the kind of surgery required to even attempt to remove that would be riskier than is worth.
There's I think, 90% possibility he'd become more paralyzed. So, yeah.
Les nods. It's the kind of thing where it just... nothing can solve it, so we're just sort of dealing with the consequences, if you will.
Stuck in a holding pattern till we find a way.
Yeah, we're up a creek without a paddle searching for one. Yes, I quite understand that. It appears sometimes we must remember that even magic can't solve every problem.
No, unfortunately, it can't, because they had to have Star Child Peck.
It is a rather harsh lesson. Luckily for everyone involved, he survived learning it.
Yes, there is that. Alright, let's get out of here. Come on.
Yes, after all, we do need to go. Apologies. If you follow me this way, I should be able to get you to the a ferry, for lack of a better word, there very quickly.
Perfect. Memrianne, some, just generic blonde woman, I imagine. That's flashing to the night. JJ returned home from basic training. Sam's waiting here, impatiently tapping her foot. Hunk holding Thomas, Davine holding Hale, Blaze looking at his wrist computer. He should be home any minute, madam, sire.
No, Davine nods, looks at Hunk, and sort of goes back and forth on her heels and the balls of her feet. Why am I a little bit nervous about this, darling? It's a happy kind of nervous. You know that feeling?
Because you're gonna see her bright and vibrant again, and all the stress we've been undergoing the past 6 months is ending, and you're just anticipating that, maybe he's late. I don't know. I'm nervous too.
She takes in a deep breath, will hold Hale in one of her arms and hold Hunk's hand and smile.
I feel like I'm forgetting something, don't you?
She tilts her head. Oh god, I feel like I'm forgetting something as well. She bites her bottom lip. Well, it can't... If we forgot about it, it can't be that important, right?
No, I don't think so. Probably just something we had to do at the academy today. As Pequod was listening, comes in here. What's Icy and Julius doing?
I like to imagine Icy fell asleep first, so Julius put his coat over her, and Julius sat down in the chair next to her and has also fallen asleep.
Oh, look at them. She comes back out. Alright, where's Nicole and Julius? They're asleep. Nodding her head. Oh, it is late.
Yes, and they do have to get up early in the morning. She looks at her wrist computer to check the time.
Coming through the front door, bald-headed JJ.
JJ, bag over his shoulder, walks in, quiet, but once he sees the lights on and shadows moving around and people talking, he just starts to walk in.
Ah! She screams at the top of her lungs. Icy, Jesus Christ! Falls into Julius.
Julius, because she fell into him, Julius falls into the pool, and while he's falling, shit! He grabs Icy's arm and pulls her in with him.
She gets pulled in on top of Julius. Motherfucker!
Why the fuck you do that?
Dork! Coming up
Idiot.
surface. Call me an idiot.
You're the idiot. You're the one who... Someone scream. Did Sam scream?
I think... Oh, shit. Dumbass's hair. They shaved his head.
Oh, no. That's not good.
Pequod pointing, laughing. Hung, oh, God.
Oh, no. That's what we forgot about. That's what we forgot about, darling.
Sam continues to scream at the top of her lungs as Hunk, get in here, Julius! Get Nicole in here now!
Julius will grab Icy around the waist and fly her into the house, still sopping wet.
Sam punches JJ in the same shoulder, the one she weakly punched the day he left, and Icy will, I'm so sorry, I'm wet, heals JJ's hair, and she stops screaming.
I could see that. That one wasn't as soft as last time, as he rubs his shoulder.
Sam flails her arms and grabs JJ and gives him a kiss.
He kisses her back, and, I like to think that while she's hugging him, she really realizes just how much more muscular he really got over those 6 months in basic.
More lean, more trimmed, more bulk. As she feels him up, flashing to the present day, she does kind of the same thing. Punches him right in the shoulder and pushes him against the wall.
Well, hello, Miss Rainfall.
She continues to feel up his new assets on his arms, his bicep.
Well, you get to do that one if I get to do the same, as he'll start feeling up and down her body as well.
She punches him in the same spot in the shoulder.
Oh, okay then, my love. Okay, he will just grab her face and start making out with her.
She'll slam his body into the wall, which rattles the wall, and here Blaze, annoyed, looks over his shoulder, hands Soul a glass of water. What a racket out there.
Sol nods and smiles at Blaze. Over the year, Soul has, I don't want to say like degraded, but like she definitely looks more tired. Her hair is more frizzy and grown out, and she's like more slouched. She's been dedicating herself heavily to her studies and very, very heavily trying to find a cure for Colt.
Colt's in good spirits. He strokes her head, smiles, kisses her on the forehead.
She smiles at him and gives him a kiss as well. And is it okay if I lay my head on your chest?
Anytime, anywhere.
She smiles at him and will gently lay her head on his chest.
Feels good to be in a suit, even if Blaze had to help dress me.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. I can't wait to get up there. Up on the altar with Carter. This shit's been a long time coming.
I mean, yeah, like 22 years coming, his entire life.
And we got that little beautiful thing over there. Hunk holding Rebecca, rubbing her head with his thumb.
Yeah, that's our daughter right there. She is so beautiful. Look at it. Big old eyes.
Granddaddy's girl.
Granddaddy's girl. As Hunk is rubbing the top of her head, she grabs it, looks at the hand, puts it on her cheek, and starts to hug it.
Oh, little sweetheart. Kissing her on the nose.
Oh my god, isn't she just so cute, darling?
Rouse genes, genetics. Julius genetics make beautiful children.
Davy nods. Honestly, it seems that anyone in our, I suppose you can call it a friend group, who would have children together would produce the most just beautiful babies.
Yeah, I heard Patricia wants to get Sasha to move to the lane. I'm staying out of that one.
Oh, I don't think that'll happen. She grimaces a bit and shakes her head, and Soul over here lets out a bit of a chuckle. I don't think even me and Laz could convince her to do that.
You always get a lot of no's. Help me with my makeup, Mom.
Davine turns around. I like to imagine she pulls out a specialized makeup kit with the words Istrom's makeup. She opens it up. Okay, let me help you, my love. As she'll pull it out and start applying blush on her, let's say.
Thank you. You always get a lot of no's from Sasha before you ever get a yes. So, makes sense.
Yes, you do. It's one of
There ain't no way she's gonna move down to the lane with the goddamn unit stuff going on, okay?
Soul lets out another slight chuckle.
And a unit.
She starts to laugh even harder when Colt says that. She'd probably sooner kill Clive and Scar and all of them before moving down to the lane because of the unit shit.
My mom's not gonna put up with that. If he wasn't married to Suletta, I would not put up with it. But we gotta find a compromise here in the coming months, because I can't really deal with it anymore. It's reaching a fever pitch.
Yes, it is. She shakes her head as she finishes applying the blush.
You call this reaching a fever pitch? Pulls up this picture and blows it all the way up. Colt laughing loudly.
Davine just gestures wildly to the picture. It's so obviously edited. Is he with North Korean soldiers?
Is that a fever pitch, Mom, or is that just complete fucking utter delusion?
She looks at Icy. Can't it be a bit of both?
I guess so. He's gone mentally berserk. His ego.
Oh god, She looks back at the two kids here. I truly wish you kids never brought him on that kill house mission.
It was Memrianni's call.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, trust me, we thought it would be funny, it wasn't our call, it was our It was our leaders, Carter and Memrianne, thank you.
All Sergeant Satterley did was ask him to remove the safety. He was claiming he knew how to use guns to an expert degree. It is Clive's fault. Look at him. Look at how blurry his face is. See, I know. Look at it. His chin is just gone.
Just look at the crystal clear resolution of the man in the forefront, and then look at his goddamn face. His chin isn't where it's supposed to be, and his ear is far too large to be covered up like that.
Black bag shit, Mom. You wouldn't understand. Giving her an Eskimo kiss.
She returns the Eskimo kiss and rolls her eyes slightly. You know, I was never in the military, civilian contractor and all that, but I still did my fair share of fighting, and I still feel quite valid being so offended about the stolen valor and everything like that.
I never went to basic, and it offends the fuck out of me. Looking at the picture, it really upsets me. Yeah, me too.
Davine just...
Wow, look at that, Rebecca! Finish Davine 1 second though. Wow, look at that, Rebecca. Uncle Clive was in the war. Go back to Davine.
Davine gestures back to Hung, and he has the most right to be frustrated about Clive and the stolen valor.
My entire life was a black bag operation. Even in Alpha 9, we were a black bag unit. Oh, laughing loudly.
Soul starts to laugh. Rebecca looks at the picture, and since she's not technically talking, I won't play her with the stutter just yet. She points to it. Oh my god, yeah! I love seeing Uncle Clive in his military unit garb and stuff.
What war do you think that's from, Thomas?
He looks up at the ceiling as he grabs one of these, tater tots?
Cheese puff.
Cheese puffs, as he grabs one of these cheese puffs and puts it up to her mouth. Yeah, no, I think that's Archfiend incursion.
Archfiend, wow. Uncle Clive's old as piss.
He is really old. I mean, he talks about how he knew General Lorelei, and from how these guys talk about her, Grandma and Grandpa talk about her, she was like their leader back in the day, so he has to be like really old, doesn't he?
He looks really old. He's missing all his teeth in those pictures.
Yeah, no. I wonder how he got those back.
Maybe he was born with no teeth, and as he aged, he got the teeth, putting a cheese puff to Thomas's mouth.
Thomas will take the cheese puff as Rebecca tilts her head. Isn't that how it normally works, though?
As she says that, Uncle will set her back into her hover chair as Icy pulls up this picture. I mean, look at that one. That one, it looks like he kind of dedicated time.
Oh, yes, no, like, the angle on that
You know
one.
why, Mom? Because he had fucking Samuel do that one.
Oh my god.
Oh god, oh god, he's dragged them into it.
And let me guess, Samuel didn't use Photoshop 2002 to do that one.
He just used his wrist computer.
Soul starts to laugh even harder. She starts to wipe tears away from her eyes.
Yeah, back in Iraq, me and the unit, we were done routing out the Taliban, trying to steal goose, chicken, poultry legs.
She looks at a cult.
And it's always fucking dairy. Always dairy or some type of farm animal. Never did I ever go on a mission where we were saving dairy animals or anything to do with lactose goods.
Soul looks down at her lap, shakes her head, then looks at Hunk. But you don't understand, Hunk. We had to stop Castro from stealing the charcuterie board. Don't you understand?
Blaze chuckles. Hunk, yeah, now I understand, yeah. I remember when Kim Jong-un was trying to amass all the white macadamia nut cookies in North Korea. The unit had to put a stop to it.
Davy.
He actually said that, mind you. I see laughing.
Davy nods. Yes, no, he said that because I had picked us white macadamia nut cookies.
Which are some of my favorite.
And I...
Now they are not! Sorry, dude.
Oh, no, you're okay. I had brung them to dinner at Clive and Soletta's house back when we still went over there for dinner, and I gave him one, and he regaled us with that spectacular tale.
Wait a minute, when you still went out, you guys don't go over anymore?
Davine shakes her head. He seems to be at a very high magnitude of the unit talk when he's in his own house and everything like that, so it annoys us so much that we don't necessarily go over there anymore. Oh my god.
Oh, good God. Good Lord. Tell me Samuel did that one, Nicole. Yeah. Nodding her head. Samuel did that one. It looks kind of convincing. If it looks kind of convincing, Samuel did it. If it looks terrible, like, I'll find another example scrolling through a RISC computer. Clive did it on Photoshop.exe 2002.
Soul points towards Clive's face. You see, this photo has the exact opposite problem of the first photo you showed. His face is too high res for the photo.
Oh God, I cannot take the unit. I hate the fucking as more slamming against the wall. He looks over his shoulder size. I hate the unit. I absolutely fucking hate.
Trust me, darling, as do I. And she finishes putting some mascara onto Icy and will lean in and give her an Eskimo kiss.
Icy giving one back. I think we all hate the unit, Dad.
Soul nods. Yeah, no. I mean, you can ask any member of B Squad too. They absolutely despise the unit. Sam and JJ included.
I mean, Carter summoned the goddamn dragon, saved our lives. And do you know what Clive said to him the week after, Granddad? Don't tell me he said he... Don't even tell me he stole Carter's valor. Blaze, he did. Nodding his head, I was there. Carter kept himself well composed, I must say.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, he definitely did.
You only summoned the dragon because I taught you how to do it.
Yep, that is... Soul's eyes flash silver for a split second, then she closes it and shakes her head. That's what he said.
That dragon was waiting to see you, Moxie.
Davine's shaking her head. The dragon was waiting to see his Moxie.
Hell, come on, Rebecca, come over here and have some cheese puff.
Sure, as she'll make the hover chair go over towards the other kids.
Just go right there. Hale will levitate some into her hover chair. Oh, look at those three nerds. Looking at the kids.
Soul looks at the three of them. I think they're getting along quite well.
Hunk walking over to Davine. Sit.
Davine will sit onto Hunk's lap.
See, it's nice to see Hale not making out with Pequod's stomach.
Oh yes, no, it is quite nice. I just wonder how long it'll take for those two to start making out.
Yeah, 11, 12-year-olds. Yep.
Davine starts to chuckle and nods. Right when puberty hits, that's when we're going to need to keep an eye out for them. Probably even before that, honestly.
Putting his finger up. Whenever they start, we should support them as the wall. Sam out here really pushes JJ into the wall, starts punching that shoulder, kissing him, passionately slamming her face into his.
JJ is returning it full force.
Knock it off!
JJ pulls back from the kiss and looks back at the wall. I was gone for 6 months. Come on now.
Son, knock it off! She'll stop immediately, wipes saliva off her mouth.
He wipes some saliva off his mouth. Yes, sir.
Fixes her dress. She's got a nice, just plain black dress, spaghetti strap. Shows off a lot, the legs, everything.
He does a slight whistle at her. You look very nice now. He pops his collar. Could you help me put on my tie, please? I believe that's what we came out here for.
Yeah, inside. Your dad yelled.
Yes, of course. He'll pick her up and will bring her inside.
She'll get out of his arms and start putting his tie on. Hunk, go easy on the walls, huh? You got your own house you can destroy, JJ. You realize that, right?
JJ looks over to Hunk and nods. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We'll focus on destroying our own walls. As he looks back at Sam and gives her a wink with the eye that's facing away from Hunk so he can't see it.
She winks back, fixing his tie, kissing him on the chin, then nibbling as Hunkin, what's with all the shoulder punching? I just want to remind him of the day he left me, so he never does it again.
Which I will never do. How could I ever leave someone as beautiful like you ever again? As he'll take a seat right here, point to his lap. Sit!
She said,
Davian's eyebrows go up, leans towards Hunk. That's exactly what you do.
yeah, she sat down pretty quick too. Good response time.
Very good response time.
Had a bad bitch, Thomas, pointing at Samantha.
I mean, yeah, no, she's pretty cool. She's definitely cool. As he nods, he takes a couple of cheese puffs, puts one in his mouth, and hands one over to Hale. I can definitely see why Jace is infatuated with her.
Oh yeah, you haven't seen Jace do the hand thing yet, have you?
He just squints at Hale as he looks at her. What hand thing?
Hopefully you see it today. She's in a dress, so I doubt Jace can help himself eating the cheese puff from Thomas. Then licking Thomas's finger. Sucking on it.
All the adults, when Hale does that, sees Thomas's little elf ears pop up, like pop straight up as that happens, and he looks up at her. You know, I wouldn't mind if you continue to do that, beautiful.
Give me your other finger. You got cheese dust all over you. As hunger.
Oh my god.
Yeah, Hale. Okay, calm down now. She'll go to stop Hale. Then actually, never mind. Why am I stopping it? Sits back down. No, let him go. Sam, eyes wide, watching them.
JJ looking at the two of them. You know, it took the rest of the rainfalls, like, how long to realize that we liked getting our fingers sucked on?
20 years?
Yeah, like 20 years. They figured it out in under a year.
Their bond is like cataclysmically strong, General Lorelei says. She shrugged.
Soul just whistles slightly, shaking her head, looking at the two of them.
Stronger than Carter and Memrianne. Exponentially stronger.
She looks at Colt and then back at Icy. So that means even more like I don't know, I just sort of call it mana sickness nowadays, more mana sickness and everything like that.
If they get separated.
She looks at Icy, right? Like, Carter will just get, you know, I hate to minimize it, but like a stomach ache and that kind of thing. Those two will not get something as mild as that, I'm guessing.
I think way worse, yeah. But they should never be separated, so.
Yeah, no, and even if we do want to separate them, I think, for whatever reason, I think we'll have a hard time doing so.
You have a harder time getting them. You know what I mean? Like, getting the two of them. You have a harder time just getting access to them. Sam laughing loudly when he says that. Patricia kind of runs the... yeah.
Davian shakes her head. Which, you know, is... It is perfectly understandable why she wants to be with these two kids so much. I would like to, you know, spend time with my grandchildren and take care of them and everything like that.
Yeah, we always wanted a chance to raise Nicole and Julius when they were children. We didn't get that chance. We have a chance now, so we value the time we get with them.
Very much so. I do always enjoy watching the two of them. She looks at all of them. Have you guys ever noticed when he just takes her on little walks around the yard in the backyard?
Yeah, and he's what, like 6 months old? And he can walk? Icy. Strong magic!
Soul nods. Very strong magic. Not only walk, but lead around Hale and, you know, be aware of his surroundings and everything like that. So, very strong magic.
The way he looks at her reminds me of the way Colt would look at the Raggedy Ann doll, not Nora or Jasper, when he was having tea, air quote, with Soul. Oh, shit.
Soul will look up at Colt with stars in her eyes, and he could just. I like to imagine he could almost see like a crescent moon form in one of her pupils as she like goes up and gives him a kiss.
Ooh, he'll kiss her back. As Sam, that's what it truly reminds me of. I actually loved Raggedy Ann dolls. I adored them until Nora and Jasper. I see. Yeah, I always thought they were kind of cool.
I mean, I can definitely see how girls would enjoy them. Why did they make a male version? I wonder. And Davine shakes her head. Oh, for all we know, Krellin put the idea in the manufacturer's heads all those years ago to make a male version because he somehow knew Jasper was going to be a member of their family back in the day.
To torment my wife, kissing her on the cheek.
Davine nods and will return the kiss on his cheek as well.
Pulling away from the kiss with Soul and then planting a quick little peck of a kiss on her lips. Yeah, but Krellin didn't create the ultimate torment of the unit. No, he didn't, Cole.
Soul starts to laugh. Nope, that came from the mind of Clive. You know, I can't help but to imagine what was going through Laz's head when she was first like hearing about the unit and everything like that. She was probably thinking something like oh man, what? Oh man, why? I didn't think this would happen. Why does this have to happen with the one I brought home? Or something like that.
Apparently now he claims he was waiting for her to show up and he feigned surprise, JJ.
JJ looks at Sam.
You remember the faint surprise look on his face when she showed up? We were there.
Yes, of course I do. And like we could barely understand him and everything. No, I don't think it was a faint surprise look. I think he looked like he was about to faint.
All members of the unit will get scoffs eventually. I knew she'd show up. I see. Stop, Gold, please.
I feigned surprise, thank you. Soul, mimicking Clive.
God. Feigned surprise. I see. Feigned Photoshop skills. Colt, why is everybody's faces blurred but his? He unblurred it to show you his time in the Ukraine-Russia war.
I would love to see him try to attempt to unblur an actual photo. The head doesn't even fucking fit. Like, what the fuck is that?
Pulling Thomas into her hover crib with kinesis, lifting him and setting him down. Look, Thomas, looking up at Clive.
Thomas will hug around her waist and rest his head on her shoulder as he starts to laugh as well. And with his shadow, he's not able to create shadow clones just yet, but with his shadow, his hand starts to pet the top of Hale's head.
Like my cat ears.
He looks up at them and then at her. Beautiful, I love them. They suit you just right.
She will give him a peck of a kiss on the cheek. It's called, oh my god. Mr. Snuffles gesturing with both paws, which catches everybody's in the room attention. In JJ's head, he understands. All the kids do as well. But he said Thomas is truly going to be the greatest offspring of any rainfall ever.
JJ looks at Mr. Snuffles, looks at Sam. Holy shit, that was high praise.
What did he say? Looking at JJ.
Thomas is truly going to be the greatest child of any of the rainfall couples.
Well, he's already taking good care of his girls, so shrug it.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, I can't fault the logic. I mean, the evidence is right here.
They're already kissing.
Soul nods. She tilts her head. I didn't even know kids that age knew what, like, kissing was.
You know, these three right here, pointing to Rebecca, Hale, and Thomas. Gonna be trouble, I think. In a good way, of course, but yeah.
Oh, well, let's be honest here, darling. Aren't all rainfall kids trouble in some way or the other?
Three little redheads, gonna be like streaks of red bolting around the lane. Oh god.
Davine starts to laugh as Rebecca here is going to look back at Icy, smile, wave, and hold up one of her cheese puffs for her to take.
Oh, Icy will open her mouth and point to it.
She will try her best for, like a baby and toss it into her mouth, which she somehow does perfectly.
Doesn't even have to move to adjust her head. Colt, she's got an arm. Icy, yes, she does.
So nods, yeah, no, that... She looks at Colt. Maybe if the Rainfall's ever playing baseball in the future, she could be the pitcher.
Yeah, I don't think so. No sports. I can't go to any of them, Soul. I'm banned from every sporting league and every stadium. No. I would want to see her compete. So no.
Soul's eyes are wide.
They still got me banned, JJ. Sam. Laughing, playing with JJ's tie.
Hunk can see JJ's lips roll together, and he nods.
I've asked that cocksucking son of my... I'm sorry, looking at the children. I've asked Julius many times to lift the ban, and he just says, no, Dad, we don't trust Mom. Sam laughing louder.
Davine sighs. JJ just sort of shrugs. Well, Dad, I think all she needs to do is gain their trust back, and trust is a hard thing to gain back. It might take some time, It's only been a year since that happened.
Yeah, but can't she do something about it? I see. No. I vote that we unban, but my vote only counts as one, time deity or not. Oh, god damn it. She usually sides with me, but Pequod and Julius vote no, and so yeah.
Soul nods. And, correct me if I'm wrong, Auntie, but doesn't my mom's vote count for 5?
Yeah. Yes, it counts for 5. Towns usually votes for you too, Dad. But, yeah.
Davine smiles at Icy, holds her hand, and gives it a kiss. Thank you, darling, for voting in our favor. Thank you.
I mean, one day the ban will be lifted, I hope. Smiling at Hunk and Davine. I would like to be able to go to a sporting event.
As would I, maybe like a football, hockey, one of those sporting events, as she smiles at Hunk.
What about baseball?
She...
I like baseball.
Her smile gets just the tiniest bit more tense as she looks over at Sam. I would most definitely go to baseball if that's what the family wants to do.
I could do without going to a baseball game. Blaze, as can I. Looking at the ceiling.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, I'm good on the baseball, thank you.
I'll go if Mom goes, but yeah. Hunk, what's wrong with baseball? It's a slow sport, I get it, but, it's still exciting.
Davine looks at Icy and then at Hunk. I think we all have bad memories of baseball, darling. Given the Yankees debacle in which I caused.
Turning the TV on and seeing you on the mound and Julius getting super angry and Pequod getting mega angry. I think that's also the day Julius Pequod threw a glass at Julius's head and he didn't flinch. Sam, ooh, yeah.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, he was screwed. He knew he was screwed from that point on, I think.
He didn't flinch at all? Nah.
Davine shakes her head. No, he didn't. He was sat up on the counter, listening to Pequod yell and everything like that, and then she threw the glass. It was about 2 inches away from his face, and he stayed still like a statue.
He had accepted his fate?
I believe so, yes, darling. I believe he knew that, let's just say his end of the drama was only going to end one way and one way only.
A good beating it was.
A very good beating. A very good beat. Honestly, I am quite proud of Pequod for how well she put the beat down on him.
I hated Izzy so much, rubbing his hands together. Sam, shrugging. I hate her too, I guess. I don't even know her, but I hate her.
JJ nods. Oh, I despise Izzy. Absolutely despise her. Soul nods as well. Yeah, no, I think it's a thing with all rainfalls nowadays. We hate both the name Izzy and the person Izzy, even though none of us knew her.
Fuck her.
Davy nods. Yes, no, I'm not the biggest fan of Izzy as well.
Don't worry, I'll deal with this Izzy shit. The unit's on it. Black bag operation.
What are the odds that Pequod would have just killed him right then and there?
Very high, given her disposition when Thomas and Hale aren't around her.
Oh, yes. She looks at the two of them. I like to imagine Thomas has stolen some of the cheese puffs and is putting them into Hale's mouth.
Hale will take off her cat ears and put them on Thomas's head. Cold Jesus Christ, we're gonna have our hands full.
I like to imagine Thomas's eyes start to sparkle that gray color of his eyes as he leans in and gives her a kiss on the nose.
Oh my god, we are gonna have our hands full. They might kill us.
Oh my god, oh my
Bah,
god.
bah, 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 hitting Soul with his paw, putting his other paw out to Thomas. Have you ever seen a greater child than Thomas?
She looks over to JJ and he... Have you ever seen a child greater than Thomas? Oh, she looks at Mr. Snuffles. No, I haven't, Mr. Snuffles, I haven't.
That cat really likes Thomas. Drinking the Krellin Kool-Aid.
Davy nods. Oh, I think he's drunken the Kool-Aid by the gallon, darling.
Well, I'm in agreement. Fixing the cat ears on his head. And he also doesn't do the ridiculous hand thing, so he's got a one-up over Jace for sure.
JJ starts to laugh. Davy shakes her head. Oh God.
You know we were right about that, Mom, right? Looking over at Davy.
She tilts her head. Thinks for a second.
Jace's hand, he dropped on his head. Yeah, Tommy showed Carter and them, and then Tommy showed us, too.
Oh my god! She covers her mouth and starts to laugh and then stops herself. I shouldn't be laughing. My apologies.
She was too busy trying to make sure her collar of her tracksuit looked good and dropped it.
Soul starts to nod. And the change was like almost immediate. It was like she dropped him, picked him up, asked him a question, and he did almost exactly this. And she impersonates Jace, just like holding her head with like a pained expression, then looking over at Davine and giving her 2 thumbs up.
Oh, I hate that hand thing myself. Sam, it is so stupid. If he grows up to think that is cool, he's gonna be a virgin.
Oh, I really hope that doesn't happen to him.
I want to talk to Laz about it, like tell her maybe you should have a portion of your education system that goes over hand gesh, but anytime you bring it up, she starts to cry, so, no.
Oh, is it really that hard for her to see and everything like that?
She immediately gets choked up, then Oz starts making threats about cracking Jace in the head with something, and Jace is only like 4, 5, something like that,
So yeah, no, we don't really bring it up anymore, and if we do bring it up, we drop it around the point she starts to tear up.
He'd better not make his mother cry. Oz has got a mean streak.
He does. Oh, he puts his hands up. Trust me, Oz is like my best friend. If anyone knows he has a mean streak, it's me. And if he makes his mother cry, oh, God help that boy's soul.
Sam puts her hand in front of her face. He does it to me and Mom all the time. It's so dumb.
Tom is momentarily distracted because Sam put her hand up in front of her face. He points at her. Is that what he does?
Yes, right, Rebecca? Rebecca's seen it, pointing at Rebecca.
Rebecca nods. Yeah, no, that's exactly what he does. He always says it's like really cool and stuff, and then when she, gives him like a kiss on the nose or the cheek or something, he'll always do like this, I am good, baby, type thing, and it's honestly sort of weird, I gotta be honest.
He only does it when he has like a gift to give Sam or Sasha.
Oh my god. He looks at Hale. I'm gonna make fun of him mercilessly for that, right?
I think we all should. Handing Tom his cheese puff.
He'll take the cheese puffs. Rebecca nods. Oh, yeah, no, I'll have no issue doing that. She looks at the two of them. I think you two should do a bit more than me, honestly, since you're better at that sort of thing, I guess. But she nods. I'll definitely help out if I can.
You'll be fine at it. Making fun of people's easy.
She tilts her head. Really? Is it that easy for you two to make fun of people?
Yeah, when you look at pictures of Uncle Clive, what's the first thing that comes to your mind?
She looks down at her hands. He looks stupid because he has no teeth?
And that's exactly what you say to him.
Wow. She blinks a couple times and nods. I didn't realize it was that easy. Thank you, Hale.
Say this, putting up her finger back in the unit.
Back in the unit.
Hale starts clapping loudly.
Thomas also starts clapping as he nods and with that same shit-eating grin on his token.
Watching them very closely. Yeah, look at them. Look at them. Oh boy, we're in trouble.
She points to the three of them. I think they're already teaching her stuff that we don't want her to know.
Well, they're probably, as long as they grow up to be good friends, I don't care.
Yeah, no, neither do I. Whew. She shakes her head.
I'll be chasing them around in my fucking wheelchair. Icy doesn't laugh at that one.
So, Soul was actually looking pretty energetic for like a couple of minutes there, and then her eyes they looked to get way more tired, and she nods. Hopefully not, honey. Hopefully not.
You won't be chasing them around in a wheelchair. You'll be chasing them with your legs. I see. Yes, you will.
Davy nods and smiles. The most important thing to have when it comes to this sort of situation, Colt, is optimism, and I'm very optimistic that we will find a way. Don't you worry one bit, darling.
I can't heal it, but that doesn't mean she can't find a way. Pointing at Soul.
Soul looks at him and smiles. I'll find a way, my love.
And, as he puts his hand on her cheek, Icy, and if she can't find a way, Ash is looking. It's Starchild tech. Ash is looking for Starchild bunkers. There's nobody better in the universe to find the answers. Colt, I have faith. I just thought it was funny. And well, it wasn't funny at all. Glaring at him.
JJ clicks his tongue and shrugs.
Tell him, JJ.
It wasn't funny, mate. He looks at him. I would laugh at those kind of jokes, please.
Please. Staring down at him. Oh, yep, sorry. Playing with Soul's hair.
Soul smiles sadly up at him and gives him another kiss. I'll find a way.
I have faith. Kissing her back lightly across the lips. Say it again. Say black bag shit.
Ooh, she leans back a bit. I don't think I'm supposed to say that word, though.
It's okay to curse.
Yeah, it's fine. Me and Hale do it all the time. Like, watch this. He looks right at Hale. Shit, girl, you look good.
Oh, do I now? Looking at it.
Hell yeah! Rebecca blinking a bit. Okay, a real black bag of shit.
Clapping loudly, reaching out for her hand.
She will put her hand out and give Hale a high five.
As they high five, flashing up to Gateway Pequods, just running her fingers across the table. Like that.
Julius will look at her, put a hand on her shoulder. Doing okay, love?
I don't understand, Julius. Setting a pen down. I don't understand how we have unlimited money, we have a time deity, and we can't fix Colt. Starts eating a bagel. Tommy, I try everything. A lot of my motivation in life to have much money is to solve any problem thrown at me or the people I care about. I try everything. The best doctors, they all tell me we're just going to paralyze him more. I don't know what to do. Sasha just runs her hand down her face.
Julius sighs heavily and he shakes his head. Looks at Tommy. Thank you, Tommy, for putting as much money as you have into this. Thank you.
It's truly up to Ash, in my humble opinion. He find the technology to heal him. That is to say, if those freaks that you're fighting don't already have it. Sasha, they probably do. Rolling her eyes. They have something that they jab into their neck, and it heals them basically as if nothing ever happened. So, yeah, they probably do. Pequod, well then maybe Carter can put his big boy pants on, and when they go to do that, next time they run into them, if there's a next time, he can grab one of those syringes. Instead of being a bitch. And it's fucking bad!
Julius looks at Pequod and nods. I'm sure he'll do just that, my love. He'll do it, and we will, he looks at Sasha, we will order him to do so. Yes, Sasha?
Sure, that's not my concern right now, as harsh as that sounds, but yeah.
Right. He nods and looks at everyone. Ash will find a way. When has Ash not come through for us?
Ash is with Krellin. What could go wrong? She slams her coffee cup on the table. Wow, maybe quite a few things, but you know.
It'll be fine. Julius will gently hold Pequod's hand.
She looks like a hag, so looks like a fucking hag.
I know. She does, and she's trying to find a way to fix it, and he sighs. I have faith in Ash that he'll be able to find a way to fix it for her. And as weird as it sounds, I have faith in our daughter. That she'll at least do her best to fix it as well.
I just prefer to see them happy and healthy.
I know. And he puts a hand on his chest. Trust me, I do too. I would prefer my daughter not to... He closes his eyes and shakes his head. Look like she hasn't slept in...
7 months? Speaking of...
7 months, thank you. Yeah. I would much prefer that not happen, but... He looks at her. I would do the same if what happened to you, my love.
That's what That's why I over-prepared, but it ended up not mattering how much money I have.
He holds her hand just a bit tighter. It's gonna be okay. And you know what? When Colt does get fixed, and yes, I did say when, we're gonna get him the best present ever. Just to make him feel all the more better when he does get fixed with all that money that you so graciously, and might I say so beautifully, prepared for, my love. Okay?
Where is Carter, Julius? Do you know? Where are that grouping of B Squad?
And Julius looks up. I believe they were going to Times Square to get stuff done for the wedding, some of the girls' hair and nails and everything like that. And then they told me they were going to go visit Arlington.
Yeah. Twice a month they go. B-Quad size.
Julius bites his bottom lip and nods. Carter Memrian said something about wanting to just keep Okira and Bash up to date about this sort of thing.
Tapping her pen on the table. Pequod sighs again.
But, whatever helps them, you know? He looks at Pequod. They finally managed to convince Elizabeth to go.
Oh, poor girl.
It's... He just looks down at the table and shakes his head. It's been hard for her, definitely, but I'm happy she's taken this step to actually go see their graves. It's an important thing to get a finality.
I am sure Carter's PTSD went, up a notch or two. Seeing somebody like that die in front of you is not easy. All of them, probably. Colt, everything about it. Black Day! I literally almost punched Soul.
Julius bites his bottom lip again, sits back in a chair, and looks at Sasha. Should I tell them what Memrianne and Carter told me?
Sure.
He nods, looks at Towns. Apparently, for a few weeks afterwards, Memrianne would wake up and see Carter sitting on the edge of their bed, bouncing his knee, just staring at the door. Just in case something would happen, is what he said. And if he wasn't doing that, he would stare into the mirror. So, yeah, some stuff was definitely going on. He shakes his head, pinches the bridge of his nose, and looks back at Towns. He's doing better now. We had him go get some help and everything like that, but, yeah, no, he's doing better now, at least.
Post-traumatic stress is like preaching to the choir here in this room and abroad among the family. We all have it.
Julius chuckles and nods. I mean, he looks at Pequod. You've seen me quite a few times do pretty much the same exact thing, sitting on the edge of the bed.
It comes at the cost of saving the universe. Sipping her coffee, shaking her head.
Sadly, it does.
And with his stress that bad, he should not be concerned about taking Thomas and Hale. Eating her bagel.
Julius...
What does Thomas Hale have to do with this?
They like to take Thomas and Hale over the weekends, just to,
Well, so what? You have 3 fucking kids and you have PTSD. What's the problem? She just keeps eating her bagel.
Julius looks at Pequod.
Then you have Integra. What are you talking about? You have PTSD to this day. You'll fuck our brains out to have Thomas. The greatest child ever.
He looks at Pequod. I think it helps them, honey. Like, you have to admit it always helped to hold little baby Laz or Carter or Sol when we got back from a truly grueling mission. It always helped, right? I think that's what it's doing for Carter and Memrianne. Past just wanting to get practice and wanting to, help out with the family. And they just like taking care of them, honey.
Well, they're going on their honeymoon. They don't need any babies. We've already agreed they're not taking Thomas and Hale on the honeymoon, so we'll have them all next week.
Julius nods. I agree with that. They should just have their honeymoon for themselves. That I completely agree with, and we are more than willing to take care of the kids.
You ever see Davine and Hunk the way they look at them? It's a good feeling seeing them look at them.
I mean, Dad told me about it. It's what they always wished for, a chance to raise me and Nicole if we were, puts his hand out, little kids. So, he nods, that's why they look at them like that.
Well, maybe if they had more time with them.
Julius nods. Maybe if they had more time with that, honey. What do you think about that?
No.
He thins his lips and looks at Towns and shakes his head. Mouths to him. It's been like that since Thomas was born. And even before that.
I have noticed this, they're very touchy-feeling for little infants. It's quite interesting, live a long time. Everybody's surprised by Carter and Memrianne bond. I was even somewhat surprised by it. Never seen anything like this before, though.
Yeah, no, their bond must be insanely strong, because all that Memrianne and Carter used to do was, like, he would sit on her lap and she would occasionally kiss the top of his head and
give him manicures.
Yeah, even that stuff was, like, understandable, because she was, like, 6 when he was born, so she would know more about that kind of thing. Hale's, like, 2, and Thomas is barely a year old, so...
He doesn't function like a 1-year-old. He walks on 2 legs, he gestures, he emotes. It's cute, actually. So does she, but she didn't really start doing it until he came out.
Julius lets out a bit of a chuckle.
You talk about PTSD. Sometimes looking at them gives me flashbacks. In a good way, though.
He looks at her. To back when me and Nicole would, like, really get under each other's skin and shit.
To the first time we ever all went out to eat on Gateway. Yeah, way back in the day. Like, young Ash, if you can call him young Ash.
Julius starts to laugh. Yeah, no, that's still when Nicole would, like... She always used to do it. She would, like, sit on my shoulders for whatever reason, and I would have to, like, hand everything up, and we would argue while she was sitting on my shoulders. It was... He nods. Yeah, no, I remember that time.
It was cute.
It was pretty damn cute.
The universe gave you the sister you needed.
It gave me... He looks at Pequod and smiles and kisses her hand. More than everything that I needed.
And it gave us Thomas and Hale, which we need. Now.
I don't think we can get them, honey. I mean, he looks at Sasha like we have stuff to do, right?
Your mom and dad already laid claim to them. Towns went down, asked for them, they said no. Nicole was there, so... Towns, yeah, I don't say no to the time, dude.
And he points at Towns. Very, very smart to do that. He looks at Pequod and shrugs. Well, see them at the wedding, honey, when, and then we'll be able to take them and hold them. It's just a couple more hours, don't worry.
Just a couple more fucking hours. The other night, Carter it was a few nights ago, Carter said, hey, why don't you come down to the lane to have some dinner? I said, yeah, sure, Carter, that's fine, I come down. I said, I'll meet you at your house. He said, no, meet me at Clive's house. I said, oh, okay, I'll go there. What the fuck has happened to Clive? What did you do to him, Julia? Such a laugh.
Julius leans back. I didn't. Okay. I did sort of do something to him, but I didn't mean to do anything to him. He's emasculated by...
Julius had nothing to do with this. Kissing his head. He was fucked up in the head before Julius threw him on his ass.
Julius starts to laugh. It's our running theory that he's, like, emasculated by us, Tom.
How you emasculated when Sulella, your wife?
That's a damn good question, Tommy.
Ricky say he just gone mad with power of delusions and pathological lying. Townsend, he's not wrong.
He isn't.
Ash's kid is sharper than he looks.
Julius starts to laugh even harder. Ricky isn't wrong. He isn't wrong at all.
They tell me Ricky's their friend. They invite Ricky down to dinner too. He looked miserable the whole time. I think they just do it so he has to share in their misery. Such a laugh.
I don't doubt that for a second.
Ricky clean his plate, say, okay, I have to go home to see Ellie. Goodbye. He eat in 5 minutes.
Julius starts to nod. Smart boy. Damn smart boy.
Sasha, and what's this? He made a new video. Not that I watch them, believe me, but you have Elizabeth making games for him? Why are you feeding this delusion? I didn't ask them to make a game for him. Sasha, watch this. Pulls up part 1 of the video.
It opens on this exact frame.
Oh my god, look at his face on that fucking box, Julius.
Oh god.
What does that say? Oni Musha?
Yeah, no. Oni Musha. I wonder what that means.
Play the video, Sasha.
Sasha hits play, holding up the game. Oni Musha. You know what that means, folks. He sets it down, off to the side, looks the camera straight in the lens and leans forward a bit. It means the unit. Yeah, yes sir.
It does not! Shaking her.
It means the unit. Now you might be wondering, whoa, is the unit a video game? I know. It's real, it really is. It's actually the 4th one. It's called Onimusha, Dawn of the Unit.
Pause the goddamn video. Hitting her hand on the table, Sasha pauses it. Why would they be feeding his fucking delusion? I know why. Well, a couple months ago, before the birth of the beautiful Rebecca, Clive decided he wants himself a video game. Look into my eye, Julius.
Oh, God. As the Clive will walk in.
Sam and JJ, supposed to be babysitting, but she just pushes JJ, swings him around, punches him in that same shoulder, and through the door they go, taking off her top.
That is just, that's good to see. As he'll knock on the door.
Come in!
He'll walk in. Hi, kiddos. How are you guys doing today?
What up, home dog? Setting down his controller.
Oh, what's up, big man? What's up? As he'll put his hand out for a high five.
Benny high fives.
Hi,
You come to play some game?
Oh, no, actually. I did come to see you guys concerning a game, but, not to play any. As she'll set down her controller and lean forward. Yeah, what's up, Uncle Clive? Well, it's quite simple, actually. He'll sit down on the little couch they have in here. How good are you two at making video games?
Oh, well, like basic 3D games, we're pretty decent at, actually. Pequod offered this one here, kissing her on the head, CEO of Snarf Workshop, after we're out of the military and we have to stick around with Carter's band for a couple years, but so we've been studying and doing paperwork for Tommy on the side.
Oh, that's just spectacular, and, making games and everything like that. He puts his hands together. I was wondering if you two would make a game for me.
Looks at Elizabeth. As the future CEO, I leave all decisions up to her.
She tilts her head. Well, I would need to know what the subject matter would be for the game, of course. And he nods. Of course. Imagine this. He'll actually pull out the Onimusha case. Onimusha, which means the unit in Japanese, believe it or not. For Dawn of the Unit.
4?
You want us to make... Okay, dropping the unit thing for right now. You want us to make full video games? And Clive shakes his head. No. I want people to believe there are full video games. And, I have the only copy of them because I was the leader of the unit. You know what I mean?
Benny's eyes go wide, staring into Clive as flashing back. Tommy, that is why. Nodding his head, Pequod. Okay, just play the video.
This video game tells the tale of the main hero, Clive the Beastmaster Angel, as he becomes the leader of the unit. It's a real hero's journey type thing, the start of the journey, it looks like he's thinking for a second. The middle of the journey and then the end of the journey. We all know what the hero's journey is, please. But, no. He nods. It's a very good game, and I'll tell you this much. It's so rare that I have the only 4 copies of the video games out there. The first one is just called Onimusha. And they made a sequel, Onimusha 2. The Unit's Destiny.
The Unit's fucking Destiny! Slamming her coffee mug onto the table.
And then Onimusha 3, The Unit's Siege. And then 4, which is the first video game in which I appear in. And the last they made, actually.
Sasha pauses the video as this guard walks in. General Lorelai's on her way down. She just landed on ring 8, ma'am. Thank you, Trooper. He walks back out. I am not explaining the unit to the former Ranger General. Sasha, I'm not either. Tommy, don't look at me.
Julius sniffles through his nose, looks at Towns. I'll do it.
Yeah, thank you. Clearing his throat, nodding his head. Oh my god, we have to explain to that woman Clive and his stolen valor. They're gonna see each other today, Julie!
Not only
And he claims that she was his command. Oh my.
yeah, exactly.
Carter's wedding's gonna be ruined.
Oh god, well, it's been a while since I've seen Nicole unmake someone. It's always good to see that sort of thing once in a while. Get you used to it.
But then it'll depress Aunt Suletta. Oh, this is a no-win situation.
If it comes down to it, Julius sighs heavily. I hate how this sounds, but we erase the memory of Clive from Suletta's head. She'll be too depressed knowing that he died.
Yeah. Or we just erase the unit from Clive's head?
We could do that,
Nicole said it would take some serious work. She'd have to sit Clive down for at least a day. Apparently his ego's that big.
Oh god, and I don't think Nicole can handle sitting down for a whole day of a day unit with him.
Coming into the room as Julius says the unit, or the unit, sitting down next to Tom.
Julius looks down at the table and nods. Yes, ma'am, the unit. He stands up and salutes her and then puts the salute down. It's nice to see you, Lorelei.
Always nice to see you. No Nicole today. Where is she? Pequod with Mommy and Dad.
Yeah, no, she's down at the house with Mom and Dad, spending time with them. I believe Mom is helping her do her makeup.
And that is exactly, pointing at Julius, where she belongs.
I happen to agree, ma'am. I really do happen to agree.
There was a time I thought Julius was the favorite of Davian. What a moron I was.
Julius blinks at Tommy a couple times. Wait, you actually believe that?
Yeah, we all kind of thought it, because she birthed you and all this type of stuff.
Julius looks at Sasha. Did you believe that too?
I actually thought nobody was her favorite. And then when she started coming out of her shell, I thought Nicole was her favorite personally.
Right. Fair enough. He nods a couple times.
So, what's all this about the unit you're talking about? What unit? What soft unit? Delta? Seals? Which unit? Pequod, I got you this bagel and I ate it.
Julius clicks his tongue as he'll, still standing up, walk behind Pequod, put a hand on her shoulder and squeeze it. Whisper down to her, wish me luck.
Good luck. Patting his hand.
He walks up to Lorelei and leans against the wall next to her. The unit, yeah, no, are you aware of, Clive Rainfall, ma'am?
Of course, the ambassador. A good choice, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, no, I agree. Very good choice. Very, personable man.
And he makes Suletta quite happy.
Extremely happy. Julius just shakes his head and pulls up a picture.
General Lorelei blinks twice at it as she... that is about as poorly photoshopped as some of that Malcolm man's paraphernalia he used to spread.
Yes, it is, ma'am. Yes, it is. So...
Did you have Ash do that one? Because that looks like about... Ash was the one making the controllers for Malcolm's and Malco. That looks like about Ash's effort and knowledge of Photoshop.
Julius points to the picture. No, the man himself made this one, ma'am.
Her head tilts. Clive.
Yes, Clive did. He'll put down the picture. The unit itself started, well, he's always had a bit of an ego. He's always said, things like, I could show Julius a thing or two about martial arts. He has wasted movement.
He laughs.
And that sort of thing. I even think he looks over at Sasha. Oh shit, you don't know about this one. I actually think he said about Sasha, I think I could show the Ranger General a thing or two about sniping.
What? She looks over at Julius.
Julius smiles wide at her. Yeah, no, I wasn't supposed to say that one.
He says it about everybody. He claimed he could show Nicole a thing or two about Nevermore, okay? Lorelei, excuse me?
Yeah, and then apparently he lit his shoulders on fire
Yes. Yeah, here. Davine and Hunt gave me the footage from their house security cameras. He'll start playing it. What the fuck, Tommy? Watching it?
No. So that's been going on for quite a while. And then one day, the kids got an idea, just to, pull a bit of a prank. Which, we understand, we used to do that kind of thing all the time. They decided to bring Clive onto a mission at the kill house, with Delta supervising it, of course, so Sergeant Satterley and them were there. And while there, Sergeant Satterley decided to ask Clive to turn off the safety of a Car 15. And apparently that emasculated Clive so much that he started to come up with the stories of the unit. So apparently, ma'am, he was called Clive the Beastmaster Rainfall, even though he wasn't a Rainfall at the time.
Beastmaster?
Apparently he was very good at taming cows and goats and other
So,
dairy
like your
animals.
Aunt Suletta.
Exactly. Yeah, no, exactly. Just like my Aunt Suletta and Memrianne as of late.
Right.
So he claims all these stories nowadays of like how the unit would go on to missions to stop the smuggling of milk across the border of Iraq.
Iraq.
Apparently he was in Desert Storm, ma'am. It always weirdly has to do with dairy. Apparently he said one about having to stop Castro from stealing the charcuterie board of you, General Lorelei.
My charcuterie board. Fidel Castro.
Yes, Fidel Castro, ma'am.
So is it called the Cuban charcuterie board crisis?
He rolls his lips together. Either you read my mind or you are very intelligent, ma'am.
Both.
Both. He nods towards her. He also claims that you were the only one who knew about the unit.
I didn't become a general till like 200 years after the Calamity incident. I might have been in charge of the Rangers, but it was Captain Lorelei. Then the Rangers would grow to Major Lorelei. Then the Rangers would grow to... Did he never read a textbook? A history book?
Julius, pursing his lips, shakes his head. I don't think he did, ma'am. He said General Lorelei was in charge of all black bag operations due with the unit, and apparently his rank while in the military was 4-star commander of the unit, ma'am.
Prior to that, Krellin was in charge of the unit. But Krellin hasn't been around for more than 25 years. Lorelei looks confused around the room. We know. We remember getting him. We know.
As has Samuel, and as has Flitwick.
Has anybody tried explaining this? She'll cross her legs, lock her hands together to Clive.
Multiple times. I believe Aunt Suletta herself has told him about like stealing valor and everything like that, and has begged him to stop, but it just... He points to his head. I just don't think it clicks for him, ma'am. I really don't think it clicks for him.
So he truly believes these delusions, or he just enjoys lying?
Julius looks up at the ceiling, looks at her. I think he really believes them, honestly, ma'am.
Pequod Icy says he believes them. When she reads his mind, all she sees is a giant Pikachu with Clive's face on. Lorelei, Pikachu.
Pikachu, the Pokemon from that old Game Boy game back in the day, ma'am.
Oh, right, okay, and, well, there was no unit, I assure you, looking at Julian!
Trust me, ma'am, we know, especially since Scar was also apparently his right-hand man.
The man with brain damage who survived alongside a teleprompter.
Yes, ma'am, the man with brain damage who was apparently trying to assassinate Malcolm on board the Majestic, but kept on failing because me and Ash kept on getting in his way, ma'am.
Uncle Scar was a plant on the Majestic, apparently, ma'am. She looks confused.
Yeah, after the unit, you sent him to Sword Base to act like a dock worker there, to eventually have to assassinate Malcolm when he showed his dastardly ways.
But isn't Clive a recent addition to your family, as in the last year and a half?
Yeah, so apparently, all members of the unit were destined to get a scarf around their neck, and he was just waiting until my daughter, Laz, came down to give him one, and apparently he feigned surprise when he saw her at the door and she told him who she was.
I see. I see why you've called me up here then today. To make sure I don't splatter his brains across your son and daughter-in-law's beautiful wedding day.
We would appreciate it, ma'am. Not just for the wedding day, which, of course, big reason why we're telling you all this, but also because it would greatly depress Aunt Suletta, and we don't necessarily want to do business with her memories and change them at all, so we would appreciate it if you didn't splatter him, ma'am.
Fine. She'll shrug. I'll focus on your little one, Thomas, and Hale, Nicole's little one. They're quite cute together.
Yes, they are. You should see them. He starts to chuckle. They're always next to each other. Sometimes she telekinesis grabs him and puts him in her crib, and then they basically spoon together and cuddle together and stuff. It's quite cute, actually.
It's really sweet, yeah. Lorelei smiling. Well, I'll keep an eye on them today.
Yes, please. And if Clive...
I'll placate him if he approaches me. But it's just going to send his ego higher and higher.
Julius sticks his tongue in the side of his cheek, looks at Pequod.
Pequod, Nicole says he needs multiple significant hits to his ego, and it should break his psyche. In a good way. Hopefully those hits happen in the next 20 years.
Hopefully. He looks at Lorelei. But that's a risk we're gonna have to take.
We're working on contingency plans at the lane. We're gonna try to make a rule where he can only talk about the unit in his home and all this type of stuff. This is basically how far the delusion has gotten. Play the rest of the video, Sasha. And she does.
Them's were the good old days. You know, me and the unit, we actually did mocap for this game. Yeah, no, that's me right there, storming, climbing, or the Beastmaster, what have you.
The Beastmaster.
I don't actually have any of my animals around me, but that came later in the mission this time around. I had to tame a cow on the spot just to make it not attack me, and
cows are domesticated.
It was a good mission, that one. We actually killed Osama bin Laden there.
Osama bin Laden?
Julius nodding to himself. It's gotten very bad, ma'am, and I don't think he had a very high grade in history class.
The Taliban was stealing all dairy produce from the United States, ma'am. Lorelei shakes her head and laughs.
Milk, cheese, they even had a mission for ice cream in the Middle East, ma'am. It was apparently very hard on the U.S. losing all that dairy.
I brought the smiles back to the kids' faces when they could go to Dairy Queen and Baskin Robbins again.
Oh, so popular in the Middle East.
Where ice cream would melt almost instantaneously, but yes, okay.
Exactly. And Clive... Lorelei actually sees Clive start to tear up, and down this cheek a tear falls, and he wipes his eye. Sorry. You know, PTSD is a hard thing
Oh my god!
to go through, and when you see videos like these, you're just reminded of all the people you've lost, and it's a hard thing to go through.
That's the other reason we didn't flat out just kill him. Even if he wasn't with Aunt Suletta, we wouldn't hurt him. One, because he's a valued member of the family, and two, he does actually have bad PTSD. Nicole doesn't like to admit it. If she's admitting it, you know it's true. Because of Mom, basically. Dad almost dying in front of him that day, and all the drama that was swirling around the family. Carter, Soul, fucked Clive up. Such a laugh.
Julius,
Mostly Dad literally having a heart attack and Clive having to save his life.
Julius nods, gaining fanatical strength and lifting that bar off his body and everything. Like, did not do Clive any favors. Yeah.
Nicole thinks that the ego and the PTSD go hand in hand, and we caused the PTSD, namely Mom, but we as a family, so it's our fault at the end of the day.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's our fault and our bed to lay in, ma'am.
Well, I hope you deliver significant hits to his ego soon.
As do I. I don't... Claps his hands together. I don't know how much more of this my dad can take, ma'am.
When JJ... Here, Towns, play the thing JJ showed us from the security cameras that Samantha downloaded. Towns will play it. Apparently this was JJ's first week back at the lane, walking down the street with Sam, her arms wrapped around his waist, walking. JJ sees Clive happily saluting the flag as Scar raises it. And Father Goodscar is standing in a salute position as well, out of his wheelchair.
Clive is saluting the flag, doing bam 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 bam. Trying to do an a cappella version of that song as JJ starts to squint his eyes more and more and more. Looks at Sam. What the fuck is this?
She'll look up at JJ and flutter her eyes. Nothing.
He tilts his head and blinks a couple times at her. Okay, it's not. I assume it's just something they're doing for Father Goodscar then.
No, it's the unit.
The unit?
The unit. He believes he was in a military unit.
She sees JJ swallow hard.
He's stealing your valor, and mine. And everybody else here on the lane, since over 90% of people here were actually in the military.
He blinks a couple more times. Do you want me to go lead him up for you?
Scar clearing his throat, saluting the flag. No, watch this.
Oh shit! Oh shit! He gets down, crouches down, and will run over, grab Scar by the arm. We got a bucket, man! Sam!
Into the house! Into the house! Slamming the door, disappearing.
Wait, shit, Father! No, Father!
He's gone! Forget it!
JJ.
I said nothing.
JJ looks at that happening, looks at Sam, grabs her by the waist. That was insanely attractive.
I beat both of them up like, I think 16 times while you were gone. She'll, with her foot, reach out and push Father Goodscar over face first.
JJ starts to laugh. 16, my love.
Your dad let me do it. Get out my frustrations.
You know what? I am glad you got your frustrations out then, darling.
She kisses JJ on the cheek as Towns closes the video. Yeah. Yeah.
Julius nods. So, it's been very interesting around the lane. Every so often you'll hear Samantha bark, and then Clive, Scar, and whoever else is with them that was supposedly in the unit start to run away.
Well, Samantha was raised and taught well. Sasha nods her head. Yes, she was.
Very well, I have to say. He looks at Sasha and nods. I'm glad you do that. Especially since that's the best way for Aunt Suletta to get sleep during the early morning hours.
They do it every other day, the flag mast thing, apparently. Be quiet. Yes, they do.
Julius just
That's
sighed.
an American flag, not even an EarthGov flag. We know. Sit down, Julius. Come on.
Julius will sit back down next to her and nods. Yeah, no, we know. Apparently, since they fought in Desert Storm, and he looks down at the table, Space Vietnam, that's like the country they served during that time, so that's who they salute. You know what I mean, ma'am?
My goodness, he is getting emotional. Look at the way he looks at the screen. Tommy very longingly as Thomas looks to Hal, or Hank to Devin, or Devin to Hank.
Yeah, now, as Clive in the video has to put his knuckle in his mouth to stifle his sobs while staring at the screen, and he shakes his head. It's such a beautiful sight to see all the boys back together. Oh, the mission is dangerous, isn't it? God damn, look how young the Skylander looked back then.
Skylander? That's Krellin. God, we have no idea what that even means. It's some concoction Clive made up.
A concoction, or he looks at Pico and, didn't we believe it was a how the Air Force has a Sky Marshal, that was like a Star Child thing?
It could be that too, yeah. Krellin calls himself the Skylander. We don't know if Clive put that in his head or not, but if it's true, it's either some type of high-ranking Star Child rank that Krellin thinks he should be, or something Clive concocted and put in his very, what's the word? Malleable head? Influenceable? I can't think right now.
Influenceable, yeah.
Well, please turn it off, Sasha. You will. You have my word, I will placate him.
Thank you, ma'am. I was actually, forgive me, but I was actually quite worried about that.
I'll placate him. You're only digging your hole deeper.
Yes, we are, ma'am, but he makes Sansuletta happy, and to see her happy is a great gift within itself, so we can't kill him.
And playing with her coffee cup, and when he's normal, he's actually amazing to be around. It's just, as of late, there's like flashes of normality, and then I think he's been on edge the past 2 weeks as the Memrianniversary has drawn closer because of Carter, and Memrianne is now his daughter, and he was there at ground zero for Carter basically turning her into a skeleton that only ate maybe half a corn dog a week and blasted outlaw country all the time. Thank you, Carter.
Julius just sighs heavily and shakes his head. So, completely rightfully so, I think he's worried that that's going to happen again, and tension's been rising between him and Carter these past 2 weeks, ma'am.
He snarls at Carter.
He snarls at Carter. I've seen him do this. He sticks his fist out and starts to shake it slightly while saying my son's name. The tensions have been not just rising, skyrocketing, ma'am.
Well, if he has something to say to him, he should get it off his chest.
Julius nods. I believe he's going to say something to him tonight, ma'am. I mean, he puts a hand on his chest. That's when I would do it if someone hurt my daughter and I wanted to have a talk with them.
Let me tell you something, Carter. You ever do that again, I'm gonna stick my Godesian GA so far up your ass that dragon won't be able to hear you crying for help.
Julius covers his mouth and starts to chuckle. Looks at Lorelei. The Godesian GAL, by the way, is the gun used by the unit. They didn't use Car-15s. Didn't like the look of them. Didn't like the feel of them, apparently.
Rhodesian FAL. Yeah. Oh, God. She rolls her eye. Well, it's a good thing your little one is there and Nicole's little one is there. They're quite cute. I'll keep my attention drawn to them.
And you know what? I am sure it's a thing with spellcasters, right? Where they, especially when they're little and young, they feel drawn and connected to powerful spellcasters like yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, no, so I'm sure they'll enjoy your company very much, ma'am.
I don't like to disturb them too much. From what little I've seen of them together, it's adorable. Putting the little cat ears on him.
And Julius smiles. Honestly, you should see the way they look at each other sometimes. It looks like they're having a little conversation between the two of them, and then she'll like grab his face and give him a kiss on the cheek or something like that.
It makes me feel about 25 years younger seeing them.
Julius smiles and nods. It, honestly, same. It makes me feel quite young as well, especially since they look so much like me and Nicole. It's a bit weird to admit, but that's how I think me and Nicole would have always acted if we were like young babies, not like intimately like they do, but always
Well-
wanting to be near each other and messing with each other and stuff.
We'll have our hands full with them for sure, but I'm happy to.
Oh, most definitely. I am perfectly happy to raise my son and help out with my Hale as
You will,
best
you
as
will,
possible.
you will treat this daughter-in-law better than the one that's being wed today, right? That's not too hard for you. Looking at Julius, Sasha laughs.
Julia
I mean, I know it's asking a lot, but
Julia sighs. I will treat her very well, ma'am. Don't worry, please don't worry. I was foolish back then, and I see the error of my ways now. I will treat her like the little princess that she should be treated as.
she's not allowed to join the military, so that should solve all those problems. She'll never end up under Julius's command to be put in that type of awkward situation.
Not even allowed to shoot a gun.
Says who? Lorelai says.
Hunk, my dad.
Oh!
Julius nods. He does not want her to learn how to even shoot a gun.
What about some target practice with a poodle shooter? 22. Something small and light, just shooting weapons can be fun. His face goes red, literally smoke comes out of his ears, and then Mom death glares us because we're making him so angry. So no.
Julius clicks his tongue and nods. It is most definitely a no-go on teaching Hale on how to shoot.
Nicole's the one that mandated the no military, which I actually agree with. She shouldn't have to go through anything her mother did. Otherwise, it kind of invalidates all the work of everybody at the lane, and, but the gun thing is kind of strange, I think.
Julius shrugs. Honestly, I sort of get the gun thing. He looks at Sasha. Guns at their core, yes, they can be fun to shoot, but they're made to take life, He doesn't want her to have the feeling, even if she's not shooting someone, of what it's like to take a life. At least that's just my theory.
Nods her head. Makes sense. Pequod, he had to teach Nicole how to shoot, and he didn't like having to do that to a young girl, so... It actually gives Mom the balls to death glare me when I suggested it, so off the table, not saying it ever again.
Julius nods. Yeah, no. It's actually pretty worrying when Mom has the cojones to death glare you, honey, so I'm never saying it again.
Well then, Nicole was always bright in her youth. I don't think she capitalized on her intelligence. I don't think she wanted to. That's fine. She didn't need to, given her natural spellcasting abilities. Maybe education is the path Hale should go. There's quite a few highly intelligent rainfalls on that lane, Siletta. Your daughter. There you go.
Julius nods. Yeah, maybe she can become a scholar and go to college like Lass did, and
Or just be Thomas's piece of ass. Think what that would be fine.
Julius sort of laughs and
They'll live with us forever and ever and ever, grabbing Julius's arm. Oh, so I have to go,
Julius stops laughing when Pequod says that, and he looks over at her. What?
Well, just, till we build him a house.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Until we build them a house, they can stay with us. What kind of parents would we be if we didn't let them stay with us until they had their own residence?
Is Benjamin and Elizabeth still living with Hunk and Davy?
Yes, they are, ma'am.
Well, that is Elizabeth's hill to tackle, so.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, it is. I just, was he always this hard-headed back in the orphanage where he was raised, ma'am?
No, I think having a very sleek, attractive, sexy girlfriend gave him an ego. A lot of that going around the lane, it would seem.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, there is a lot of that going around. He nods. But yes, no, they have not moved out, and I don't think Elizabeth is just there yet to really trying to convince him to move out.
And she's ready. When she's ready, she'll put her foot down, as her father does.
Yeah, of course, she'll put her foot down. Julius looks over at Pequod. Her dad will put his foot down first.
I mean, Dad's the one that got Nicole kicked out, taking Julius's hand and kissing it, so I think Dad will.
Most definitely, and he's gonna have Mom to really back him up this time. She doesn't have the kind of connection that she does with Icy.
Yeah, there's no favoring of Benny, I think.
No, she loves him to death, obviously, just she does not favor him at it. You don't see Benny getting Eskimo kisses.
No, I think he gets a pat on the head here or there.
A pat on the head, a hug, of course, maybe like a playful like punch to the arm or something like that. Just no Eskimo kisses.
Pequod shrugging. Well, I mean, if Thomas and Hale want to stay with us till they're 40, that's fine. We'll deal with it.
Julius blinks a couple times. I don't know if they will, honey. They might want to move out like as soon as possible. If this connection of theirs is so strong, they might want their privacy to, grow as a couple on their own,
Let's not count our eggs before they've hatched, Julius. Patting his shoulder.
All of them can see Julius start to get like a really worried look on his face as he blinks a couple times and looks at Sasha and Towns.
Sasha, she has to move her head around to stare at Pequod. Lorelai's got an eyebrow raised at her. Tommy cleaning his glasses. Towns just staring straight at Pequod as, speaking of the ego, down here at the lane, prepping for the wedding. Clive is feeling it, man. It's the wedding day. He wants to intimidate the fuck out of Carter. And he's got that desert BDU.
Clive cracks his neck and rolls his shoulders as Integra sits on his knee as he nods. Yeah. Scott, what we're gonna do? I'm gonna have a bit of a conversation with Carter tonight, you know what I mean? And I think I know just what to do to intimidate him.
What you gonna do, brother?
I'm gonna wear my desert BDU, show him the real strength and the...
Oh, no, you are not. No. There is no desert BDU. You're going to wear what you're wearing right now, what I picked out for you. You look excellent.
But he looks at Soletta. But honey, this, it does look excellent. You have wonderful taste as always, my love. It's not as intimidating,
Yeah, Clive. Fine, Clive. Fine. Part of being a strong spellcaster is learning to adapt and overcome. Push a button on her collar.
Fledwick, who has been worriedly pacing in the background, looks at Soletta and starts to clap.
Samuel clapping alongside Frederick. Fatsuit online. Samuel Prime. I'm never gonna get used to that, gesturing to Samuel, not the fat suit.
He like his hand like shakily moves up to point at her.
Suppose I can wear this for the next week.
I'd rather you didn't, honey, please.
Well, then you will not be getting in your desert camo BDU for my daughter and your daughter's wedding, though I do want you to talk to Carter. He hurt her. He needs to be put in his place.
I will talk to...
Galleons are the worst spouses, period.
Frederick tilts his head and nods. They do not have a good track record.
They do not have a good track record, and yes, they try to... If you compare them to a non-galleon, you might have some fights, some ruffling of the feathers here or there, but normal spouses will not permanently scar the other, like galleons do.
Yeah, no, of course, honey. I'm gonna have a conversation with him about whether that's BDUs.
Good. She comes out of the fat suit. I thought you'd see things my way, Clive, coming out of the fat suit.
Yes, of course, honey. He puts a hand onto his chest and nods. Of course, thank you for taking the fat suit off. Thank you.
I mean, the unit's deeds are legendary at this point. You don't need the camis to send it home. Right, Frederick?
Oh, he just looks around. Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, the units. We were the best. We were the best of the best.
Are you okay, Frederick? Reaching back, holding his hand.
He holds her hand. I'm worried about Quowen.
Samuel nodding his head. Out on the frontier.
We don't know what is going on, you know, and he shakes his head. What if he's hurt or something, so what?
He's in very capable hands. Sharion and and myself, oh my goodness, and Saris. So, and that bounty hunter man. The one who helped Clive deal with Mortimer.
Cash is his name.
Kaz, yes.
Okay.
And honestly, if anything should go wrong, I would actually be logical, Frederick. I would expect Krellin protect them, not the other way around.
Well, he puts his free hand on his chest. Trust me, Sueda, I know. And of anyone here, I know how capable my man is. It's normal to worry about this sort of thing, you know?
Oh no, I would be quite worried if the unit had gone on a mission, called back to active duty.
Honey, he puts a hand on her thigh. You needn't worry about us. Trust me, honey, we're the best of the best. We'd be locked in 110% of the way.
Yeah, I mean, there was a time where we were actually thinking about getting Ash into the unit, but we didn't take galleons. We wouldn't take them. We could smell the drama 1,000 yards away, you know what I mean? Oh, yes, I know.
Yeah. He gestures over to Scarhound. The only reasons we took the Nepo babies in galleons was because they were, well, Nepo babies.
We didn't have a choice.
Exactly, Samuel. He gently hits Samuel's chest and wags his hand in the air like it really hurt him. Exactly. God damn it, you're just so wise now that I put that translator on you, mate.
Yeah, he is. It's just hard to get used to, but I like it.
I do too. I definitely do too. As he looks at Samuel, nodding to himself.
And honestly, I do believe the galleon gene is somewhat contagious. If you're exposed to it enough, you will adopt their strange and stupid tendencies.
It is quite possible, actually. He looks off into the distance. It is quite possible, especially if they're exposed to it at a younger age, you think?
Yes, I do, nodding her head. I truly do. The curse of Gallia oft brings with it strange tendencies, Clive. Not for the best.
No, not for the best.
I would argue JJ, he's a Rainfall, of course, but he has no Gallian blood in him, yet he passed up on Samantha, lest we forget.
A strange occurrence.
And who raised him?
Davine.
Got that fucking right. Bouncing Nora on his thigh.
Yeah, he just rubs his mouth and nods.
But
You
the
know,
same can't be said about Elizabeth, though. Think about that. What do you think, Clive? I mean, she's disappeared, but in terms of her and Benny, it was fucking cakewalks. There is that, yeah.
well, I mean, 1 in 99, you're 98 out of 99 times, there's still a chance to hit that 99. You know what I'm saying, Scar?
Yeah. And Elizabeth seems to be that 99th.
Yeah, so he nods. She has done great, don't get me wrong. The two of them, they're like this. He wraps one of his fingers around the other, crosses his fingers.
Onimusha 4, Dawn of the Unit.
Oh, don't get me started, mate. They did such a good job on that game.
It brings me to tears just thinking about that game. Siletta rolls her eyes.
They truly cared quite a bit to put that much love and care into that game, mate.
I love the main menu picture they have of us there back in Desert Storm. Samuel, why don't you go put it on? Samuel will take the game, put it in the PlayStation as they're waiting for the game to boot. Siletta, my favorite game.
Oh, is it, honey?
Yes, I just adore it.
Little Jace on her lap can completely tell it's sarcasm as he raises an eyebrow and tilts his head and shakes his head.
Watch this, Clive, as Samuel's putting the game in, getting ready to boot it up. Jace, look here.
He looks at her.
Samantha's going to be wearing a beautiful black dress today. How does that make you feel?
She sees him swallow hard.
Spaghetti straps, Jace.
His hand shoots up to cover his mouth and he nods like, tell me more, please.
Her legs will be on full display for you.
He leans back and Integra has to put out a hand to stop him from leaning back all the way, so he falls and she pushes him back up with his own help.
Now, one of my most prized possessions, Jace, is an aerial figure that Clive bought for me. This is the exact one, a copy of it, if you will. Give it to Samantha. She'll hand him the figure.
He takes the figure, nods, and he's a year older now. He can say like basic sentences. He nods and says, "Thank you."
Now, that gift will have no significance to her for the most part, other than the gesture of giving it to her. That being said, if you want to impress a girl, you give her gifts that are significant to her.
He nods. And it looks like he is intaking all this information. He nods and then looks her in the eye and gives her a thumbs up.
So if we were going to give Aunt Nicole a gift, it would be maybe a locket with a picture of her mother in it. If we were going to give Pequod a gift, it would be a picture of her and Julius together. If we were going to give Samantha a gift, it would be a picture of her and JJ together in a locket or some type of keepsake significance.
He nods, listening to her, starts to stroke his chin, and gives her a smile, and then hugs her around her neck.
She hugs him back. Onimusha 4 online. Sitting down. There it is.
Clive immediately sits back in his chair, and he starts to tear up, looking at the title screen.
One hell of a game, brother man. One hell of a game.
God damn it, it's so... excuse me.
They got a bright future, Clive. You know that, right? And we in turn do as well, because they're going to be running the workshop.
Yeah, no, we do. Do you know how many stories we could tell them that they can make games about?
We'll be on Onimusha 16 by the time the series ends.
Hell yeah, we will. Hell yeah, a reboot to the series now that Snot's Workshop has gotten the rights to it.
Are you excited to see General Lorelei today?
He claps his hands together. Oh my god, it's been a dog's age since I've seen General Lorelei. I can't wait to see her and catch up a little. We were pretty good friends back in the unit.
Putting his arm around Clive's shoulder. Do you think she'll be happy to see you?
I mean, like I just said, mate, we were good friends, and you know, those good friends, we don't. That kind of connection doesn't just disappear because of time, mate. You know what I mean?
Are you going to talk to her about the unit?
Of course I will. I mean, what else would I talk to her about?
I'll be sure to stand very far away from you.
That's okay, mate. He pats his shoulder. I always knew you and Laura didn't get along the best.
Suletta slaps a hand on her head and runs it down her face, hearing Samuel say, I'll be sure to stand far away from you.
Integra actually does the same exact thing.
Watch this, Clive.
Yeah, sure. What's up, honey?
She looks at Integra. Look at me. Points to Integra.
She looks at her and tilts her head.
Davine Rainfall neglecting your Aunt Nicole made her cry.
Immediate angry Pequod face.
Holy Toledo! Covers Nora's eyes.
Oh my god, that was so quick. It looks just like a young Pequod.
She actually would cry in the barracks, the armory folks' bedrooms they had, because she was living down there.
Integra starts to grit what few teeth she has as she, starts to punch into an open palm and acts like she cracks her neck, but she's not able to just yet.
Suletta, Galleon jeans. So we're not, even though you may have them coursing through your veins, we're not going to even acknowledge their existence in that little body of yours, are we?
She puts one finger up to Suletta and starts to wag it.
Suletta smiling big at Integra. Pequod 2 online. We could use another one.
Integra looks at Samuel when he says that, and she starts to giggle.
As scary as her fucking mother.
She is really scary, just like Mom, as he starts to shake his head. He looks down at Suletta. Don't get on her bad side when she's older, I'll tell you that much.
No, I never planned to.
Yeah. He puts his hands in his pockets, looks at the screen and nods. Leans down towards Suletta. So the fat suit worked pretty well.
It was a marvelous idea, Frederick, patting his hand.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was. Now, if only you could wear the fat suit to stop him from playing that stupid game.
If only the fat suit could do away with the unit.
That would be a pretty fat suit that we would have to make.
What about Thomas, though? I mean, you see Thomas and Hale? My fucking god. When she gave birth to that kid and we're all in the fucking waiting lobby up on Gateway, and then you just see that little hover chair with Hale in it zooming in after the screaming of the pain of birth being given stopped. Good lord, dude.
Clive, as Scar was talking, he starts to slowly turn his head and start to look out the window. Thomas.
Galleon jeans. Looks a lot like his father, doesn't he?
Yeah.
I am greatly concerned.
Yeah, Clive actually cracks his knuckles. He has a hair on her body. I'm gonna kill that kid.
I would implore you to, actually. I really would. I truly would, because I am greatly concerned. He looks just like I imagined an infant version of his father, and if he follows in his father's footsteps, he will permanently scar Hale, as his father scarred Patricia.
Suletta saying that makes it look like Clive is getting more and more angry. God damn it, Thomas.
You see? Taking Clive's hand, kissing it, Galleon jeans, Frederick. They are terrible.
Yeah, no, they are. As he'll walk over and pat Clive's shoulder and sigh, somewhat sadly, actually. Oh, God. Quellen would know just what to say in this situation.
Well, let's give Thomas a chance before we, go berserk on him. Julius was raised in non-ideal circumstances, number one, like Davine. Number two, Julius had a horrible childhood. And then number three, not knocking the guy, Gallia wasn't that great of a place, but Ash even told me, in Gallia, if you left Gallia with zero social skills, that would be the norm. Ash was the abnorm. You know what I'm saying? He had the social skills. Julius didn't. A lot of people didn't there. Let's give him a chance.
I'll give him a chance, alright.
No chance, Thomas. That's what you got.
Clive looks at Samuel. Oh, God damn it, Samuel. You sure you're not a telepath? I was thinking of that same thing while I was gonna say to Scar.
High Five Protocol online. Puts his hand up.
Online as he high fives Samuel's hand.
Yes, Sharion had the social abilities. Julius didn't. It doesn't matter. If you are given your significant other and you love them, you shouldn't be a retard.
Frederick nods. A very good point Suedo makes. He looks at Zaletta. Just, make sure to put that in the classes you and Waz are going to be teaching.
But that's true too. They didn't have a course set up for them in Gallia. Julius didn't have that. I mean, neither did Davine. Thomas will, so give him a chance. I do agree though, sometimes the way he looks at me, just that grin he gives me, I like, and then you see him grinning back over at Hale, it's like, oh, that's he's a kid, number one, so he shouldn't know priorities or anything like that, but I hope he has his priorities straight going into young adulthood. He will.
Oh, for his sake, I sure hope he does. 'Cause you know what? If he doesn't, I'm gonna pull out some of that unit training on him, that's for sure.
Hale is, fixing her collar, quite precious to those of us at the lane, given Nicole's journey and struggle she had to endure, and the fact Hale looks basically like I'd imagine a miniature Nicole looked, so, he better pay attention in class.
I so hope he does. As he almost tightens his grip around Clive's shoulder and starts to pat it. I will be sure hope he does. He looks at Zaletta and mouths to her, Clive will go crazy if he doesn't.
Suletta looking at Fred. I implore him to in that case. I hate Gallian jeans.
Frederick nods. I think we all do, ma'am. As Clive shakes his head and puts his hands together. That's your right, yeah. I'll give him a chance. One chance is all he gets now. Puts up one finger. That's it. Looks at Integra. One chance, you understand? And she puts up one finger as well and nods. Exactly. One chance is all he gets, and if he fucks it up, then honestly, it's gonna be on site. Me and him on site, always in Ferrasca.
Neck break protocols online.
I might just take you up on that, depending on how bad he messes up. I might kill him no matter what, but if he doesn't mess up too bad, give him a quick death, I think.
I just hope he doesn't put a fucking firearm in Hale's hands. Because then we're the least he's got to worry about.
Oh yeah, no, Dad? Oh God, he'll straight up fuck Thomas up if he puts a gun into Hale's hands.
Well, Nicole never wanted to be in the military. She was forced. Never wanted to learn how to shoot. She was his daughter, and he had to teach her, and teaching a 14-year-old how to kill left a bad impression on Hong Kong.
I think as it would anyone, so I think it's completely understandable that he doesn't want to teach Hale or anyone to teach Hale how to shoot.
Well, what about, it's like, okay, fine. Get Ash to teach her. if he's like concerned about nobody, no guns, nothing. Learning how to shoot is, I think, personally, Clive, I think it's a skill you should probably have, being in a military family, and just self-defense, right? It's like hand-to-hand combat. All of Julius's children are mildly decent at it, especially the girls, so they can defend themselves. But if she's anywhere near her mother's power scale, she shouldn't need guns, she shouldn't need hand-to-hand, she should just do as her mother does. No guns. No guns.
I mean, yeah, basically a flick of a wrist. If she's anywhere near Icy's power, she'll just be able to wash someone away and just pure magic. So, I really don't think she needs to learn how to shoot guns.
Yeah, I mean, all I'm gonna say though is when you're around a military family and you have all these people with firearm collections and they still wear their firearms like Hunk and that pistol of his, kids are gonna be curious and want to learn. Well, then she'll get a no.
I mean, yeah, the temptation's gonna be there for her, no doubt, but no matter what she says, no matter how much she begs, or just like puppy dog eyes or anything like that, right?
He shakes his head.
The answer's always gonna be no, I think.
Imagine, Clive, if you walked out into the tree line there behind our house and you saw Thomas encouraging her to shoot a gun. Just imagine it. What would you do? Samuel takes the lamp next to him and snaps it in his hand.
Clive will pick Integra up, put Integra on Suletta's other leg, stand up. He's gonna go over to his cigar box, pick it up, slam it down onto the floor, and stomp on it, completely destroying it.
Thomas!
Suletta claps loudly. That is what we need more of in the family. Males that are just willing to lay down the law and make it, add a little finality to things. You do this, you screw up this badly, you're done. If somebody had just pulled Julius aside and said, hurt your wife, I'm going to kill you, let Izzy go, you dumbass, I think we would have avoided a lot of drama.
Oh, I 100% agree, and I know it ain't my fault.
As he walks back, he struts back over even and sits down next to Suletta.
I know it's not my fault that I was around, but if I was there, I would have told him that, honey.
Well, Suletta actually likes hearing that, so the strut makes her blush and she puts her arm around Clive.
He will put his arm around her back and give her a kiss on the lips.
If we had more people like that around the lane, I think Carter's issues could have been avoided too. I was waiting for Julius to light a fire under that little fucking brat's ass and just call Memrianne, you little fucking bitch, but never happened.
Yeah, I know. He looks down at Clive. If we had someone like you, I think a lot of the issues would have been avoided, honestly.
I mean, that's what the unit does, Fred. We solve issues, brother. Head sink.
Yes, so we solve issues because we're the unit. As he walks back over and will hold Suletta's hand because he's just looking for some comfort right now.
Suletta will take Frederick's hand, hold it in her free hand. As, flashing to Arlington, they've arrived. Sylar was asked to stop somewhere they could buy flowers right quick, and now they're here. Sylar's following the risk computer location.
Okay, so the grave you're looking for should be coming up quite soon, yes?
We know it all too well. The group coming in here, Sylar up here.
Then it should be, and he will move up to it right about here.
Unfortunately, Memrianne coming up.
Carter's jaw locks as he reads Bash and Okir's names on the gravestones, and he nods. Yeah, these are them.
Sylar never met either of them, right?
No, Sylar doesn't even know how they died.
I'm sad to say I never met them. They must have been good men if you decided to come here today.
They were.
Ricky will put his down as well. Yeah, they were some of the best.
Elizabeth nods. She's holding her bouquet of flowers quite tightly and nods.
Benny will walk her up to the graves.
He can see she's immediately starting to tear up. They both died saving us. So, I think they are very good men. Can you sit me down for just 1 second?
He will.
She'll get down onto her knees and put the bouquet of flowers onto the two of their graves.
Oh, my darling. He's going to reach in and pull out a small little cloth and hand it over to Benny to hand to her.
Thank you. He'll take it and hand it to Elizabeth. Down to Elizabeth.
She takes it as the finality of the situation is truly hitting her, looking at the graves, and she just starts to cry while she starts futilely patting the tears away from her eyes. She quickly stands back up and puts her arms out for Benny.
Benny will pick her up. It's good to cry. That's why people come to places like this. Let it out.
She will nod and put her face right into his chest and start to cry even more.
So Oswald and I knew Bash for a long time, actually, Sylar. I was at the Headhunters for quite a long time with Oswald before Carter and company even came along. And we knew O'Keir that long, too.
So they were on the Headhunters with you, then?
Bash was the captain of the unit, and O'Keir was his sergeant, yes. And O'Keir would train your melee fighters in physical condition, and Bash was the officer in charge, under Carter's father.
Yeah, over the past... Up until he passed, the entire time I knew him, I spent more time with him than I did with my own family.
If it's okay to talk about, I don't particularly care for classified information. The Ranger General says keeping secrets from your subordinates is a bad thing. Though you may not be a subordinate in the military, Sylar. If you wish to know, we can tell you about them.
Honestly, I see no issue with it. If your parents are upset, then I shall take the blame.
Bash met... we went on a mission where everything went to hell, basically. An alien running around... 2 aliens running around a garbage disposal facility. Killing everybody there. Almost killed me. And Bash and O'Keir saved us from said alien. Like an actual fucking alien. Not like Krellin. A fucking alien. Looking at Sylar. Most serious look Oz has ever given anybody. And then a group of men, who are apparently trying to play with these things, showed up and they gunned Bash down right in front of all of us. Except me, I was unconscious.
Right after they killed him, and he'll point over to Crag's grave. He was a, former EarthGov soldier too, and he saved my life. I would have been dead by that same monster. I'm so sorry. These men must have been real villains, and an alien, you said?
Some type of extraterrestrial biological creature, yes. Did you hear about that oil rig incident? About 9 months back.
Had he heard about it?
Oh yeah, it was on the news, but covered up, yeah.
Yes, I'm well aware of it. The one on the outer colony.
They said UIR, members of the UIR under some Autist Zane's command took everybody hostage at the oil rig. That's what they said on the news, right?
Yes, and I believe they said they set off multiple depth charges, was it?
That's what they said. That's what they claimed. The truth, looking at Carter to continue, is far stranger than the lie.
Carter nods. He looks at Sylar. The truth is that these men that killed Bash, they were trying to take over this oil rig. They got the hostages, everything like that. Strat is what they're called. He looks at Okir's grave as he continues. They were trying to take a prototype unit, a Starchild tech. Last one in existence to our knowledge, at least EarthGov's knowledge. And they were trying to take it to have a real huge trump card on us. So we were sent in to assist Delta in hostage rescue and to save an SIS member named Emma. His jaw locks as he shakes his head. We managed to save the hostages. Delta got them out. We had Emma, but then a member of Dead Cell, this group that helps out Strat, they work for them. He managed to kill Emma, and he's the one that paralyzed Colt. And then the prototype unit burst out of the water. It had been activated, and
We were all basically dead, or at least I thought we were.
yeah. He nods towards Okir. He had distracted it, and it just let out a torrent of weaponry on him, and let's say he didn't survive his wounds, and luckily I had managed to summon the dragon with my sword, the Sword of Men. I managed to summon the dragon, and that dragon decimated that fucking prototype unit.
There was no time to celebrate. Colt was paralyzed, almost drowned, and then Okir drowned in his own blood in front of us, looking down at his grave.
At this point, there's tears slightly going down Ricky's face. Yeah, the big lug went out and hit it with his hammer, because he thought that might distract it a little longer. God damn it. Siler's gonna get down on one knee so he's closer to eye with Carter, and put his hand on his shoulder. I'm sorry to each of you that had to happen. Looks at Carter and Memrian. You two are in charge of the squad, yes?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I cannot say that I know exactly what it feels like, for I've never been in actual combat like that, at least not to that extent. But I've seen enough commanding officers who have lost people, and I'm going to tell you it's not going to get much easier. But you two need to remember it's not your fault, given what you were fighting.
Carter nods, looking at Siler. Thank you. Thank you for saying that, sir.
If these men are as dangerous as you say, then it comes, sadly, as part of the job, and as careful as you are, you may lose more.
God, I hope not. I already feel like a failure. It's been almost a calendar year, and we've had no sightings of them. Nothing. And we know they're still alive. We killed a doppelganger. Their doppelganger died in that incident. Sol, who was pregnant, was there.
She was pregnant and there.
She stowed away.
Not by our choice. She stowed away on the fucking ship, invisible, and decided to follow Towns around as he went about his mission to locate the prototype.
A slight smile on his face. Yes, believe that the mistress would say Galilean blood at play?
Carter and Laz start to laugh. Benny,
I don't know. I don't know though. I mean, I think that's her mother in her personally.
I think it's a bit too much of both.
Yeah, probably.
Laz nods. My mom did some pretty stupid things. While she was, pregnant with us and everything, and not staying on the ship and everything. I don't think she would have been that stupid, though.
That I am well aware of. I do believe, do you know that I heard the good mistress very upset about your mother on more than one occasion?
Apparently she was pretty uptight back in the day, huh?
Oh my goodness, you have no idea. If she were in charge and heard of something like, well, him passing the way he passed, oh, she would have been livid.
Apparently back in the day all they needed was basically like a spray bottle with Dad sweating it and you just spray it at her type of thing. Benny chuckles and rubs Elizabeth's head.
My boy, I have been around a long time, and I have seen women attracted to many a man. I have never seen a woman so red in the face and so fixated on something as when I first saw her looking at that calendar she was gifted.
You know she kissed him, right?
Did he know that?
No.
He blinks twice. I did not. No, I did not.
After Tewaz was defeated, she came up apparently and laid the biggest kiss on him, proclaiming she always gets what she wants. Aunt Nicole told us. Because Aunt Nicole was there, but she told us we're never allowed to tell. Be quiet.
That one gets an actual belly laugh out of him. Oh, that does sound like the mistress. I've never heard her to give up on anything, so I assumed she'd get her pound of flesh someday.
She got what she wanted, some Julius spit.
That makes Elizabeth start to chuckle as she wipes some more tears away. Oh, that's for damn sure. Probably stuck her tongue right down his throat to the point where she was hitting his tonsils.
I don't think we're failures. I hate when Memrianne says that, but it does feel like, I don't know. It's been basically a year since Okia died, and now Carter can summon a dragon. That's great. It doesn't do us any good if we never see the cocksuckers again.
He's gonna look at Memrianne, look at Oz. Do you know how many officers that the mistress lost under her command over the years?
I'd imagine a lot, given she was in charge for a long time.
And more than you can count. Do you know she never once proclaimed herself a failure? It's not easy, but you need to remember that as harsh as it is, there are times where you can't bring everyone home. And I am not saying to be risky or to be unfair with their lives or not to care, but, well, you need to understand that it does come with the territory, and sometimes the fates decide otherwise. As the legends go, they're the only ones who have control of the strings.
Aunt Nicole says similar things. She also tells me revenge will leave you feeling hollow, so don't put too much stock in it, which may be true, but I'd still like another crack at these people. At least the Strat guys.
Carter nods. We're gonna get him. No matter what, no matter where, the second that old fucking smoky, old black-lunged son of a bitch shows that fucking cigarette, he pokes that cigarette above the trench. Pop. We're gonna get him. He looks at all of them. And we're not gonna give up the chance.
No.
We're gonna fucking win. He looks at Oz. trust me on that, Oz.
I look forward to it. I'd like another shot.
Yeah.
Laz nods, as would I.
Preferably the next shot we have, they don't have a giant piece of alien technology on this side. We almost got shot down in that silo, actually. We almost died too. We were in our gunship.
If it was half of what you're saying it is, I would imagine. Was he ever... No, he wouldn't be aware of anything like that. I'm sorry you had to fight something like that.
Probably the darkest day in the squad's history, I'd say. Second only to the garbage disposal facility.
Yeah.
Laz's eyebrows raise and she nods as she holds Oz's hands tighter and rests her head on his shoulder. And it's pretty surprising that day got topped somehow. Well, luckily, we're not gonna have another day like that.
I should think you aren't. If it may be a very small consolation, but there is an old saying. And it goes, once you've hit rock bottom, there is nowhere to go but up. And if that was your darkest day, then it will continue to get better. You just have to work towards it, and when you do see them next, show no mercy, give them no quarter, and fight as if you are leading the gods themselves into battle.
It only takes the biggest wedding in the history of ever to finally give us a somewhat not overcast day, with Colt being paralyzed. As mentioned earlier, we're stuck in a holding pattern of doing nothing, training, and trying to put our heads together and find ways to heal him for Soul's and his sake. He was paralyzed when his daughter was born, for God's sake.
Carter inhales and exhales. He shakes his head. We gotta. I have faith in my sister. She'll find a way. And he nods towards Ricky. And your father. I'm sure he'll find something to help Colt out. Most definitely.
They won't even let us go help with that. Ash works with I can't remember what Mom Pequod said, but Ash works with Krellin, Saris, and Kaz. You train.
Yeah, if anyone can do it, it's Mom and Dad. And fuck, your Uncle Krellin. He's lucky he'll stumble upon something if nothing else. Well, I'm sure they will. I've heard nothing but good about the Major Ranger's capabilities. There's never anything easy about that either. Modern technology can't help him, and magic can't either. But never give up hope, especially with the people that you are around. I'm certain that given some time, he will walk again. And even if you don't believe that, try to. It may seem like an old platitude, but keeping hope and a positive outlook really does save your soul.
I hope so, because I'd hate to see Rebecca growing up with her father having to tend to her in a wheelchair. She's so cute. Wait till you see her today, Silent.
She is quite cute. He blinks a couple times and stares right at Okir's grave. Optimism is a difficult emotion, maybe not to feel in the very beginning, but to keep feeling. He looks at everyone. Remember that one time Benny crotch chopped the Big Six and we had to go fight Epsilon?
Shit, I was just laying down the law, dude. You know, holding it down. Oh, it's Jesus Christ.
Silo looks down at him. I'm sorry, crotch chopped?
Holding it down, bro. Looking up at Siler. Good.
Elizabeth shaking her head while Benny says that. Carter looks down at Okir's grave. All throughout that time, during that fight, I knew it wasn't a fight we could win. But he kept our heads above water. My head above water, at least. We got this, Carter. We can do this, Carter. Don't lose hope, Carter. I honestly think for a while there he was the only one who really believed in me.
Samantha sure didn't. Fixing Carter's collar.
No, she
Carter starts to laugh. No, she did not.
No.
But Kier sure as hell did. And all throughout that winless fight, he kept my head above water. He was optimistic. He felt that we could win. Maybe he didn't actually feel it, but he sure as hell said it. So why don't we honor his memory and be optimistic about some things? Colt. And finding those Strat sons of bitches and tearing their heads off.
Yeah.
I would like that very much.
Yeah, well, he'd do it. We'll do it like he said. Just say it with your chest like he would. You know, he could say something that wasn't possible and you'd just believe him because he said it with that much confidence.
Whoa!
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh. God damn it, Benny, you can't do that. We're at a graveyard, man.
Hey, that was funny.
Elizabeth nods. That was pretty damn funny, honestly.
Oz looks at his wrist computer, shows it to Laz. It's a text from Pequod asking how are Thomas and Hale. We don't have Thomas and Hale. Why does she think we do?
Laz squints at the text.
You would think they would tell. I'm sure somebody up on Gateway told her, like, hey, you know, they're with Grandma and Grandpa. Do you think she doesn't believe them?
Maybe she thinks that we're with JJ and Sam and they're at the lean and they're with Grandpa and Grandma.
She knows you're with us, and we are the competitors.
Oh.
She looks at the two of them and nods.
Okay, I understand. Well, just text her back. We don't have them right now. I believe Grandma and Grandpa have them.
Got it. He'll start typing the text out. Yeah, so Thomas and Hale looking at Sylar. Pequod's really, possessive of Thomas and Hale? Can I say that word? Memrian? Yes, you can.
You should.
Elizabeth nods.
Yeah, no, that's a good way to describe them.
She likes to maximize time with them. In Aunt Nicole's own words, she has more time with my daughter than I do, and I birthed her. Benny chuckled.
Yeah. There's been a couple times she's called us at the apartment asking where they were, even though we're on duty.
Yes. Carter and I like to take Thomas and Hale on the weekends. We enjoy having them around. They're very cute. Benny, yes, they are. Looking at Sylar, they do weird shit like kiss and stuff already. Oz, quite adorable, actually.
Well, given the bond they already seem to share, I think it makes sense that they're already doing that. That's wonderful, though. And, I mean, she is Thomas's mother. It's fair to be very protective, and if they're that close, it does make sense.
Thomas is her baby boy. At least right now. For now, until she has another one, but...
That is true. That is true, but, there have been times where we've gotten permission from Aunt Icy to be able to take the kids for the weekend, and they were nowhere to be seen. We started to get worried, and then we checked at my parents' house, and they were just there. And they looked very confused, because they probably thought, why aren't we with Carter and Memrianne right now?
It actually snowballs into like what me and Laz call a tornado effect, Sylaw. If you get Pequod's dander up enough, she'll just say, well then I get all the kids, and she'll storm over, usually to JJ's is where we are. Take Jace from us. You try saying no to that woman. Not good bedfellows saying no to the Primarch and staying healthy around the lane. She takes Jace, she'll round up Rebecca, and then all the kids are just at her house, and
Yeah, then none of us have access to our children.
Usually until Aunt Nicole comes in and starts teleporting them back to their respective locations. Yeah. There was one weekend we never saw Jace, actually, believe it or not. Penny laughs.
Your father is... What does your father think of this? Looking at Carter.
I think he's confused, personally.
Yeah, no, I think he's confused. And I also think he thinks she might, like, grow out of it, if you will, once, like, Thomas and Hale start to get older. But honestly, Sylar, I think it's just gonna start getting worse and worse as the years pass.
No, there's no growing out of it, in my opinion. Grandma Davine is still ultra affectionate with Aunt Nicole, which is, I think it's lovely. But she essentially emulates Grandma Davine and Nicole with Thomas and Hale. So,
Well, I mean, that is a good thing. A mother loving her children too much isn't a bad thing, after all.
no, but if Julius wants some alone time in that house, he might feel differently.
Carter nods. It's really hard to get alone time when you have, like, 5 3-year-olds around, you know?
Usually, her danda, as I like to call it, is gotten up, or her feathers ruffled. Usually when Carter will stand up to his mother and say, we're taking her, yada yada yada, and then she just, goes into Pequod mode, and Carter's smart enough not to get his own execution signed, and so, yeah.
Well, then I'm sure if it does ever get to a breaking point, your father faced... There's so much in that fight against that colt, I should think he would be able to talk her down slightly.
I would hope, because I enjoy having Hale and Thomas. I really do. I would like to be the favorite aunt for a change.
Carter puts a hand on his chest. I would like to be the favorite uncle, actually. That would be pretty damn cool.
I can see it now. Hale will see me as her favorite uncle, love. Hand on his chest. I'll be right there with her every step of the way. Me and Jace.
When he says it, him and Jace, her head sort of recoils. She tilts her head and she nods slightly. Mm-hmm.
And Thomas, too. I'll be the favorite uncle. Responsible, respectful, dedicated, no outlaw country, no being a bitch getting manicures. Carter can't hear what he's saying.
Mm-hmm.
He'll kiss Laz on the cheek. Your support is greatly appreciated, as always.
She just smiles at him, nods, hugs him, and gives him a kiss on the shoulder, while his head is, like, looking away from her. Her eyes sort of widen in, like, a what the hell type look.
Carter's wrist computer going off. Boom. Where are you?
At Arlington Cemetery, ma'am.
Okay, well, you gotta put the pedal to the metal and get across the pond, so to speak. Mr. Wiseau is starting to get worried. He's gonna drag us down to Buckingham Palace soon, so chop chop.
Yes, ma'am. Chop chop.
She hangs up on Carter. Chop chop, I guess.
I suppose that is the bell to go. He'll stand up. Well, what I will say is remember one thing. There's an old, as the dwarves say, if your pickaxe breaks, well, pick it up now you have a hand axe.
Good saying. Memrianne will go rest her head on each grave for a couple seconds and fix her hair. I'm ready.
Carter will put a hand onto Bash's grave, put a hand onto Okir's and nod. Thank you. And he'll look at Memrianne. I'm ready.
He's gonna look down. You two better be watching today. I don't think they'd forgive you if you're not. And he'll rub his hand along the top.
Elizabeth is coming to nod towards Benny, hop out of his arms, kneel down, get on her knees in front of Bash's, put her head on his headstone. Just want you to know that I'm doing better, and I'm sorry I didn't visit you in the past. She looks over at Okir's. Same to you. I love you both, okay? She'll stand up, hop back into Benny's arms.
They know. He salutes both graves.
Laz gives a bow to both of them, salutes, and then looks at Oz. They definitely know.
They'll be watching today. Don't worry. Kissing her on the cheek. He'll go over and rest his hand on each grave. Headstone.
They'll be there. They, never let us down, ever. Why would they start now? And he'll give Memrianne a thumbs up.
Next time we'll drag Colt out here. And Soul.
Carter smiles and nods. Goddamn right we will.
You should. It's not easy, but some of the most important things in life aren't.
No, they are not. Marianne shaking her head as, flashing to the academy, waiting for Clive and company to come. Hunk's holding Davine's hand, staring right at her in the eyes. Oh god, I hope he doesn't mention the unit.
Davine inhales heavily and then exhales, shakes her head. Don't speak it into action, darling, please.
I just got a bad feeling about this.
Oh, trust me, as do I. I don't... Oh god, what if he's in his, camo gear, darling?
Well, Memrianne's already said if he's in stolen valor gear, she's gonna call the wedding off and we're just gonna come back to the lane and have the ceremony, so...
Oh god, I truly hope that doesn't happen.
Me too, Mom. Shaking her head.
Soul shaking her head. Just imagine how much money Tommy would weigh. Imagine how disgruntled Tommy would be if that happens.
He's been planning this for the better part of 24 years.
Ruined just because Clive wanted to wear a stolen valor uniform.
Now Blaze has finished changing Thomas's diaper. Icy was holding Hale in the process, and Soul and Colt are in between them. Hale starts reaching out for Thomas, but Icy's not paying attention because she's looking at Soul, talking to Soul.
Thomas looks over and is starting to reach out to Hale. Soul looks between the two of them. Oh, I think, Auntie, I think Thomas, and before she can finish her sentence, a little his shadow starts to stretch out and taps Icy on the shoulder and then is pointing towards Hale.
Her shoulder jumps, she looks over at it. Okay, big guy, alright. She'll levitate Hale over.
He looks at Icy, and it's something that he learned from Jace. He does the sign language sign for thank you, puts his hand up to his mouth and lowers it down to his chest level.
God, he's so cute. Unc looking at him. Yes, he is. They both are, but yeah, he is. He's pretty goddamn handsome for such a little one.
I mean, just look at him. Look at those eyes, Don. Aren't his eyes just spectacular?
Bow, 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 bow. The greatest child ever to be born in the existence of everything. What did he say? Looking down at the very animated Mr. Snuffle.
I take it JJ is a bit preoccupied to tell him.
Yeah, he could stop because it pierces his mind hearing Mr. Snuffle.
He said something along the lines of the greatest child to ever be born in the history of everything.
Sam coming over, pointing at a chair.
He'll sit down for her.
She'll sit on his lap, open a can of soda. He really is a fan of Thomas, isn't he? Petting Mr. Snuffle.
Oh, a huge fan of Thomas. I've never heard Mr. Snuffles talk someone up this much, honestly.
But I thought I'm surprised. I thought you said he hated Julius and your mom. Which Mr. Snuffles has confided in JJ he does. But he didn't think Sam would ever say that aloud in front of Davey.
JJ immediately looks over to...
Is that so, Furball, huh? He comes over here.
JJ will put his arm around the hover chair and push it closer to him so he's protecting Mr. Snuffles even more.
You can't protect him from me. What do you got against my wife and son? gesturing towards JJ. She gave you a heart attack and he ruined Pequod. End of discussion. What did he say, son?
She gave you a heart attack and he ruined Pequod. End of discussion.
Crosses his arms and stares at the ceiling.
And Davian looks up at the ceiling, then at Hunk.
That's fair. That is completely fair, honestly.
You know, if I didn't know anything about that cat and you told me that cat was Suletta's, I'd believe you. You know that, right? Putting his arms around Davine, putting her on his lap.
Davy nods. Oh, I would believe it as well.
Just dismissively gesturing at Davy. Yeah, knock it off. He behind JJ.
JJ pats Mr. Snuffles on the head. In his head, he thinks, I'll do my best to protect you, mate, but I don't think I can.
I guess I wasn't supposed to say that confidential admission out loud.
No, you weren't, my love, you weren't. As he kisses her neck and...
Well, it doesn't make sense why he loves Thomas but hates those two. Just look at him.
Just look at him, he said, as he gestures over to Thomas, who is playing with Hale's cat ears as he puts his forehead onto hers.
She rests her forehead onto his, giving Eskimo kisses. I see, oh my fucking god, what the fuck?
Soul blinking at the two of them.
Honey, they are just so cute together, though.
You know, the thing is, like, it might be strange because of their age, but I have a daughter now. She has to find her boyfriend. That worries me. These two don't gotta worry about that. What is it that your mom would say? Half the battle done, or whoever said that. Aunt Suletta says that. Yeah, that is true.
Soul nods. Yeah, no, half the battle done with them. She looks over at Rebecca, and trust me.
She points towards Rebecca and then to Colt.
If she gets even a quarter of her father's looks, she is set in stone for being able to find someone good for her.
You really want me to grow out a mullet? He starts running his hand through his growing hair.
She rolls her lips together and nods.
I would like that. Yes, please.
Your dad has a killer mullet. Yeah, it's rare to see him without it on. But yeah, no, he's got the killer mullet. He had a mohawk. You remember, dear, when he took off his mask? It was like, everybody just kind of awkwardly looked at him. It was like, nice mohawk there, partner.
Oh, yes, and how Sasha absolutely hated that mohawk.
Yeah, and then he grew out a mullet at her request. So it probably would look great on you. Cool. I'll keep growing out my hair.
Soul nods. Yes, please, I think it would look very sexy, honey.
In JJ's head, I also kind of hate her, considering the fact she stowed away on a mission while pregnant, and I blame her for his paralysis.
And JJ clicks his tongue, thinks back to Mr. Snuffles. I wasn't there on that mission, so I don't know how much I can say about it, but I hate her just the tiniest bit as well, too, Mr. Snuffles, for that.
Sam's eyes wide, looking down at the cat. I enjoy your company and all, but I plan to move in with Thomas and Hale when they're older.
JJ's head sort of recoils. And then out loud he says, Are you sure, mate? You want to move in with Thomas and Hale when they're older?
That cat does not like Thomas that much, okay, JJ?
He looks at Hunk.
I am just saying what he's saying, Dad. He likes him that much. What can I say?
Well, if he wants to leave the nest, patting him on the head and move in with Thomas and Hale, that's fine. We won't coddle him and hold him hostage like some people do with Thomas and Hale.
And JJ nods. Yeah, no, if you want to go ahead and move in with them, go right ahead, mate. Just know if anything ever comes up, you have a place right back at our house with us. Don't worry.
Bow. Thomas will not let me down. Little does he know.
JJ smiles and nods. Yep, that's right, mate. Pets Mr. Snuffles' head. Thomas won't let you down.
Yeah, I mean, I think you could kind of make an argument back in the day, or about a year ago, I should say, as to who Pequod's favorite was. Laz, or maybe Sol. Yes, she was hard on you, but she wants you to be VP next to her. That's a big responsibility. Yeah, that's all down the drain. Thomas is clearly her favorite.
Oh, most definitely. I mean, just... She gestures towards Thomas. I can definitely understand why. He is her favorite, most definitely. Just look how cute he is, and she looks at Hunk. Even now, his personality reminds me of Julius.
Does he really, like, you know, we saw Julius actually putting his hand out. We saw Julius in the Time Tombs, but he was like, what, 6, 7? Does he look like a young Julius? I mean, the hair color is going to be different, but when he was an infant, from what you know.
Oh, well, the Julius we saw was actually about 10 to 11. She looks over at Thomas. But from what I remember, oh my god, spitting image, darling. Just platinum blonde hair, and boom, you have a perfect copy of Julius.
God damn. Smiling over at Thomas.
Oh, I know, darling, I know. It's... Trust me, when I see the two of them, I believe this happens to literally everyone, but when I see the two of them, I get taken aback a bit because... She nods towards Icy. I just see my little Istrom and my little strawberry there.
I know. Kissing her on the cheek. I wish we could have a little more time with them. You know, you were like third place in the competing for time arena. Memrian and Carter above us, and Pequod at the top.
Oh, I wish we had more time with them.
Yeah, your mom's kind of gone off the deep end, honey.
So nods. Oh, trust me, I know. I most definitely know. She shakes her head, looks at Davine and Hunk. And you guys haven't been able to convince her at all to give you more time with them?
She tells us we can come over to her place, so we do, you know, and that's good enough, right? But in terms of like hard arguing, like we're gonna take them for the weekend, we kind of feel like if we do that, then Carter and Memrian are already battling so we would just be causing them problems. We get them every day while they're at work, so it would be nice to go on a camping trip, take them, you know, just the four of us. We're planning one anyway. We're gonna get it one way or another, even if we have to mom-dad voice.
Oh yes, we will break out the mom-dad voice to bring them on that trip. And Sol nods. Oh no, that'd be really cute. She looks at Colt. Can you just imagine little Thomas leading Hale around as he like picks her flowers and stuff?
Get him a little fake axe, chopping fake firewood.
Oh my god! She looks at Hale. Wouldn't that just be so cute, honey?
Hale reaches up to Sol and tries to grab at her cheek.
She'll lean down and smile her admittedly weak-looking smile at this point at her. Yeah, go ahead, grab my cheek, sweetie.
She does, and then she pumps both of her eyebrows and gestures her head back to Tom.
Sol's eyebrows go straight up. Oh yeah? That good, huh?
You think these kids like talk to each other in their head or some shit?
Oh,
Look at that. Do it again. We'll pump her eyebrows at Sol and gesture back to Tom.
She looks at Colt, at all the kids. I mean, earlier today they were like high-fiving Rebecca and like everything. Like, do you think they do it?
Jace with the hand thing.
Sol covers her mouth and starts to laugh. Oh god, Jace with the hand thing? That means they know like the reasoning behind it and everything.
Those two are clearly already in love.
Oh, obviously in love. I mean, just look at them.
Oh god. Colt gulps big. What in the hell? Clive is having trouble controlling his anger towards Carter. They see Clive storming in normal attire towards the cafeteria door. Okay, well, that's good. Hand on Icy's shoulder, one on Sol as Davine sits on his lap. He's in normal attire, everybody. We're winning. He busts through the door. The battle.
Gotcha.
As he starts walking over here, he sits right here next to JJ, Sam, and Mr. Snuffles.
Are you okay, Uncle? Looking over at Clive!
They see his jaw like move left and right as he stares at the wall. He's like staring through Davy and Hunk right into the wall.
I'm just thinking, sweetie.
As he raises his fist and it starts to shake.
Carter.
What did he do? Sam looking over at Clive.
He points at Sam.
He hurt my little girl. Fucking outlaw country, all that shit. I'm gonna give him the what you have for today.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. She was basically like a skeleton. I remember. It was terrible.
He slams his fist on the table, shakes his fist because it hurt him.
God damn it, Carter.
Sam twirling her hair in her finger. JJ knows she's playing instigator, and all for some hick that was basically a cheap knockoff of Memrian. Here, I'll show you a picture of the Hazel girl. She pulls up a picture. You know, she sold drugs.
Yeah.
Coming over to getting away from Clive out of fear.
Davian actually holds Mr. Snuffles close to her to protect him as he stands up, slams his hands on the table.
She sold drugs, and that nincompoop, that little biatch, decided she was a suitable replacement for Memrianne when he could have just picked up the fucking phone and gave her a ring. Huh? Yeah, no, go for the great value. That's not even great value. That's fucking drugstore on a corner of fucking, I don't know, Compton type of decision.
You know why I think he did it?
Oh, give me some insight, Sam. Give me some insight.
Well, I was at the Headhunters with Memrianne a while before Carter came along, but me and Oz were there before I went off to Ranger selection. I used to tell her, just forget about Carter. He just wants somebody who opens their legs easily. Squinting at Clive!
He stands up, he's already stood up. He walks over here and kicks this chair down.
Carter!
That's it, let it all out. Someone gotta lay down the law with that cocksucker.
He picks up this chair and throws it against this wall.
God damn it, you bloodheaded, yellow-eyed motherfucker!
She comes in clapping. Hunk. Yeah, so, gonna be an awkward wedding there for Carter, I think.
Insanely awkward, I believe.
Yes, Clive is having trouble controlling himself today. Carter's deeds have lasting effect. Sit, Clive.
Yeah.
He sits down, breathing heavily. He wipes some sweat off his brow.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sitting down.
Frederick coming in. Hunk. How you doing, Fred? Take a seat. Still worried about Krellin?
As soon as Hunk says Frederick, he actually had a smile on his face. The smile drops and he looks down at his feet. He's gonna be okay, I know he is.
He's fine. Patting Frederick on the shoulder. I can read Ash's mind. Right now, they're just walking around the woods of a planet, basically. They're no threat.
He holds Icy's hand. That's very comforting to hear, thank you, Nicole.
Enraged Clive Protocol, engage.
That is for sure very enraged, Clive.
Scar sitting down next to JJ. Jace coming in his hover chair. Integra coming over to Davine, Banksy, Icy, and company, but Jace has the toy in his hover chair, can go where he wants.
All the kids, they hear him just watching Lan. Ladies and gentlemen, as he will go up to Sam and put the toy out in front of her.
Oh. She'll reach down into the crib and pick him up.
He smiles at her, points to it, and points to her, and in broken baby English says, "For you."
Oh, you're such a charmer, or you like to think you are, don't you? She'll take the toy.
He smiles at her, and, he's feeling it. He can see that he just made her happy. Whips the hand out and puts it right in front of his face.
As per usual, her head recoils, then she... Oh my god.
JJ has to cover his mouth and look that way to stop his laugh from coming out all the way as Thomas points at him and in all the kids' heads, "Oh my god, he's doing it!"
That's it! Pointing at Thomas! Or pointing at Jace. I told you! It's stupid, isn't it?
Oh my god, it's so stupid. I'm gonna make fun of him so much for that.
Look at Aunt Samantha, she looks so miserable.
Rebecca tilts her head. Uncle JJ's laughing.
Fighting back laughing, Thomas, look at him!
Oh my god, Oh my god! She looks so miserable. He's fighting back laughter. This is awesome. I'm gonna have material to make fun of him for the rest of his life because of this. Thank you so much.
The kids, the Rugrats all looking at Jace as Sam will, what do you think of my dress, Jace? Do you like it? She'll hold him out so he can look her up and down.
He looks her up and down, looks her in the eye, and swallows hard, and she sees a pretty strong blush go up to his cheeks.
Now, I am a fan of the young Suletta anime, where this comes from, but unfortunately for you, JJ already bought me like 10. She'll put it in her purse. So you'll have to do better next time.
Jace will actually squint his eyes at JJ, then look at Sam and nod towards her.
But since you're so cute, she'll lower the hand, I'll give you a little kiss. She'll kiss him on the lips.
He touches his lips with his fingers, the blush turning his entire face tomato red as he looks at her and just very quietly, "Thank you."
It'll take more than that, though.
He nods towards her and gives her a thumbs up.
Banksy will come over. She'll put him back in his crib. And Banksy, yep, puts him in his crib. She waves at Jace, then turns back to look at JJ, fighting back laughter as Banksy will take him up with the rest of the kids.
JJ puts his face into her like chest area and he starts to laugh.
Lorelai dropped him on his head, poor thing.
He starts to laugh even harder.
That's why I'm trying to teach him now, he's going to be starting from a deficit when it comes to women, clearly.
Yeah, no, we need to get his knowledge way up there. Very early on, I think.
How you feeling, big guy? Hail over to Jay.
How else can I be feeling? Hell, I'm $1,000,000. Girl, let me tell you.
Got his kiss.
And Thomas shakes his head. Yeah, but at what cost? At what cost? Oh, the action figure. I mean, that's nothing, mate. Like, I can flutter my eyes, and hell, I can even think in my head. Please give me a young Suletta action figure, and Aunt Icy will handle that for me. I just, it's just my charm and my moves, if you will, the hand thing. It always works.
Yeah. Rubbing Thomas's head with her hand, fixing his hair so she can put the cat ears on it.
Thomas starts to laugh. I mean, what if she just feels bad for you, dude? Like
sympathy
sympathy for you, or maybe she just kisses you because you're a baby, and babies are cute when they do stupid things like putting the hand up. It's not stupid.
Integra, Jace, look what we taught Rebecca. Say the unit.
Integra looks over. Rebecca looks at them.
The unit.
They'll clap it.
Thomas also clapping. He looks at Integra. Yeah, we even convinced her to say curse words.
Say it.
Real black bag shit.
Louder clapping.
Thomas claps even louder, and Jason actually nodding pretty approvingly at Rebecca, and Integra just sort of rolls her eyes and smiles. That is pretty funny, Rebecca. Very good.
Thomas and I are gonna do some black bag shit at the wedding.
We're gonna be sneaking around. We're gonna do our best not to be caught. You never know, do ya?
as Rebecca shakes her head at the two of them. She shrugs. I bet all you two are going to do are go up to the altar and try to kiss like you're getting married.
That is actually a really good idea I did not have. Looking at Thomas.
Thomas scratches the side of his cheek. Damn, Rebecca, that's actually a really good idea. Thank you for that. He gives her a thumbs up and she nods. Yeah, no, of course, it's no problem. I like to help.
Gotta steal some milk for Jace to give to Samantha.
Jace looks over at Hale. I mean, any help you guys want to give me, I wouldn't mind.
Gotta steal it from the Taliban.
Well, steal the charcuterie board from Fidel Castro.
As Integra is shaking her head.
That man is just... It's funny and all, but it's just... Do none of you guys think it's stupid?
Yeah, looking at Clive.
Oh, okay. She nods. Well, I think it's downright stupid. Why would a government ever have, like, need for dairy products that much? It just doesn't make much sense to me.
But it is really funny when he walks around in his BDU desert thingy-majigger.
Thomas starts to laugh. I mean, trust me, I haven't been around for very long. But I am like 80% sure he wears it wrong. Like, he always has the collar popped, right?
He thinks he's cool. Like that Elvis guy.
Oh my god. What if he... What if he, like, impersonates Fredvis? You guys hear about him, Fredvis?
Black bag shit, Jace. Gotta put on the fat suit.
Black bag shit. Gotta protect Fredfish. I know just the way to do it. I'll impersonate him.
As Clive's anger towards Carter erupts.
Clive will stand up, setting his foot off to the side, walk over to the table, get on top of it, and kick that chair into the wall.
Whew, you alright, brother? You get it all out, in and out.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was there I needed to get it out, mate, you understand?
You know, you gotta think about it this way, Clive. Sam looking Sam looking right at Clive, locking eyes with... Think about it. She ate so little food, you could clearly see her spine clear as day.
He gets off the table.
She thought she was ugly. Oh, shaking her head.
The most beautiful young girl on this thing.
He actually, very surprisingly quickly, because of the anger, turns around and punches the wall, managing to punch a hole into it.
That makes Colt's head recoil and Icy and Hunk. Hunk will gesture over to JJ. Stop it!
JJ will put his hands onto Samantha's hips and give her a kiss on the back of her neck. You're very good at instigating, my love, but I think that's good enough for now.
I just kind of want to see him beat Carter up on his wedding day. I think it would be funny. Reach back and play with JJ's chin.
I think that would be very funny as well, but just imagine how disappointed Memrianne will be if Carter did have like a bloody nose or a black eye.
Don't cry me a river, poor carne.
JJ laughs as he gives her a kiss on the lips.
I always said it, Carter. He's that motherfucker, man. Carter knows how to pull that frustration out of you. He's a motherfucker, that Carter. We ought to look into getting the power loader, revamped and fixed up, and then, maybe you could intimidate him with it, Clive.
Clive points over to Scar.
You know what, mate? You know what? Electrical engineering background and all on top of... I think I can really make some upgrades to that power loader unit, don't you?
Hey, it's down in the bunker beneath the house, collecting dust. You think we could have some creds to do that? Hunk, Yeah, sure. Looking at Scar. Don't you think that's a good idea, dear?
Sure, yeah, no, I have no issue with that. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Peeing his pants.
JJ starts to laugh. I made a specialized weapon to kill specifically him. I think I would honestly get it if he peed his pants during that one.
You know what? We could even put like a magnet on it that sucks the sword off of him and onto the machine, so he ain't doing nothing.
No, he won't. No, he won't. And electricity? What the hell is that to some like rubber and other installation things around it? You know what I mean?
Taking Davine's hand, locking his fingers with hers. It's gonna be a long day, dear. Holding a kiss on her hand.
I think it is going to be a very, very long day, my love.
The longest, in fact.
Oh, it already is at this point, as she smiles and starts to chuckle.
Speaking of having a long day, Ash, walking around, Ceres kicks a rock, and then her attention is caught by the sound of a flamethrower going off from Kaz's wrist device, spraying some type of raccoon equivalent on this planet with fire as it lets out a screech, runs into its den, disappearing, and then the whole den starts to smoke, Krellin clapping loudly.
Oh. That's something, just make sure to put it out. I don't want to have to explain any fires.
Score one for boys back home. Kaz, yeah, comes up and gives him a high five.
See him handing his head in his hand. Have you seen anything, anyone?
No, except fucking animal genocide. Rodent genocide. It's the Memrianniversary, Ash, putting her arms out with... Maybe there's something here. That something can wait till Monday. Even if we found something to heal Colt, he ain't gonna be healed for this wedding in time. I want to go to the Memrianniversary. I want to be on time. I want to have fun with our friends and eat and laugh and just enjoy the ceremony.
You can see him look pretty conflicted.
I don't want to miss the ceremony and only be at the reception. I want to be there from start to finish. I want to see those kids, all of their kids. I want to see Thomas and Hale. I want to see our son with Ellie. Let's just fucking go.
He's gonna look down at his wrist computer. How much time do they have?
He got about three-ish hours by your time.
We'll finish up.
We can come right back here Monday, Ash. First thing.
He's gonna look down. How much more do they have in the grid they're on the planet?
Oh, 90 miles.
Gonna look over. We're probably going to have to leave now then, boys.
No, we should stay, right, Kaz? Good friend. Yeah, fuck that wedding. See?
Krellin, why do you know? You said he's a fishbowl head. That's your reason for not wanting to go.
The biggest fishbowl head.
Is Memrianne one?
No, Memrianne good.
Is my wife one?
No.
Would you make both of them upset by you not going?
But don't want to go. Looking at
You know who...
out here getting to set things on fire.
That's true, but you know Fwedwick's worried about you too.
But in no danger with Ranger Major and owner of KFC. She laughed.
Do you think that he's going to be happy that you're not there?
He be very sad, me think.
So that's 3 people you'd be...
But why can't come out with us here? Fred Pesci. Yeah, Ash. He's turned on that.
Because your mother said no, and am I going to argue with her?
Scary woman.
Very scary.
She'd be so mad if she knew me have this whole time. Pulls this out.
What is that?
Tracking device. He doesn't hold it in his hand. He can levitate it with kinesis. There's her jaw dropped. Go to planet. If come within 50 miles of Starchild tech, will alert me. Wow. Coming up. Me have it this whole time. Just couldn't figure out how to turn it on till today.
And it's been working today?
Yes. Nodding his head.
And
Oh my god, we're never gonna make it to the wedding. There's nothing here. Please. Puts her rifle on her back. Tell me, there is nothing here. Star Child facility, 20 miles to west in Mountain Range.
That's all right. Krellin, it's your lucky day. We're hauling ass to the facility now.
I don't know, my leg's starting to gas! Okay, yep, let's go.
Yes, let's. And your mother, I will be letting her know that you didn't tell us about this.
Couldn't figure out how to turn it on.
You should have still told us. Icy probably could have helped you.
Memory anniversary. At me wedding, we set rodents on fire. You'll be there.
We'll be there. Let's just hurry up. We will check this out, and then we are leaving for the memory anniversary.
Yes, we fucking are. Fine. Looking at Ceres. Flashing it. Boom. Julius, General Lorelei, Sasha, Tommy, and Towns staring at a fucking bronze statue of shirtless Carter. This does nothing for me. I just don't. There's no. In fact, no. What? Ugh. I agree. Looking at the statue. Towns, I don't know. I think it's pretty cool, right, Sasha? She's just working on her wrist computer.
Julius is squinting up at the statue.
I mean, this is pathetic. Does he think he's that attractive, really? I mean, he's a good-looking boy, but he's nowhere near his father.
Julius looks down at General Lorelei, then up at the statue.
The nerve of him to have this commissioned. The nerve. I think Tommy actually did, right, Tommy? Yes, it was me. But he has ego, so maybe he wanted to. You never know.
Julius shakes his head. No, I don't think he would want something like this, Tom.
I do think it's a good statue, but pales in comparison to the hanging gardens of Julius's abs at Lorelei's mansion. Yes, I agree.
Julius opens his mouth and closes it, leans down to Pequod. I don't think anything will ever compare to that for her.
Pequod, arms tightly crossed, starting to get angry, paces around.
Julius watches her pacing around. Honey, is starting to pace around with her. It's okay. It's, Thomas and Hale are gonna be here soon, okay?
They better be, Julius. I'm getting tired of Carter's games.
What do you mean?
I know Carter and Memrianne have them. Carter's trying to pull a fast one. He is not taking them on his honeymoon. I will take that guitar and bash him over the head with it.
Honey, they were going to a cemetery. I don't think they would bring those kids to a cemetery.
I didn't see Thomas and Hale when I called Carter right quick to see where they are. A likely story.
Honey, I'm sure they're just with Mom and Dad. I mean, did you text Carter and Memrianne?
Oh no, they wouldn't tell me the truth. They play their little espionage games, trying to monopolize time with Thomas and Hale.
When has Carter been known to be espionage about things?
Thomas and Hale are mine, Julius. Accept it, swallow it, move on.
Of course, yeah. He puts his
Yeah,
hand.
swallow it.
Julius slowly looks over at Lorelei. Okay, yeah, no, I'm swallowing it. Looks at Pequod. I think they're telling the truth and they're with Mom and Dad, that's all.
Well, showing up with no Thomas and Hale. Where are they, Carter?
Carter looks at her. Thomas and Hale, you mean? They're with Grandma and Grandpa today. We didn't bring them.
Oh, I assumed they were with you guys. Okay. Nice to see you, Silo.
Oh, it is very nice to see you too.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, they're safe, Mom. Don't worry. We didn't really want to bring them along. Crowded city, and then a pretty private moment between all of us. As he starts looking around and he notices the statue.
Oh my, what a fabulous statue. Oh my god. Steps backward with Laz.
The Laz covers her mouth. What the hell?
He's
He looks like a Spartan of yesteryear. He has the big round shield and the spear, since it was modeled after a statue of Leonidas I own in my private collection.
Ricky's gonna look back at them. I think fabulous is one word for it.
Well, I get to keep that. If you like, sure, I can have it. I have Nicole send it to your portion of your land at the lane.
Elizabeth points at it. This wasn't always here. She looks at Tommy. What was here before?
I saw a statue of some fucking old lady, Queen Elizabeth, something like that. I have it torn down and destroyed.
How old was it? Just, curiosity.
I think Queen Elizabeth died in like 2023, 2022, something like that.
Yes, that.
So much for God save the Queen.
Yes, that statue was a cultural landmark in this part of the world.
Not anymore. I own this whole fucking place.
That is quite fine, Tommy. Looks at General Lorelei. Have they been treating you well, mistress?
Oh yes, we've been having a lovely time. Wondering where Thomas and Hale are, and learning of stolen valor, and more wondering of where Thomas and Hale are. And more wondering of where Thomas and Hale are.
Well, we left them with their grandparents.
Yes. Looking at Pequot.
They're quite happy there. They were very excited to sit with them. And I'm sorry, did you say stolen valor, madam?
You'll see. Looking up at the statue.
Laz nods. Yeah, no, Siler, you... I'm sure Clive is going to do something quite, let's just say Clive-ish today, so just be prepared for that, let's say.
Hand on his hip, gestures with his free hand to Sylar. The unit.
He's gonna look over in memory and your mother's boyfriend. He seemed like a pleasant fellow. What is he doing?
He's delusional.
Bad shit is what she means.
Carter starts to laugh at. Yeah, no. He looks at Sylar. You'll see, but just, he's delusional and thinks he was a part of this unit, and yeah.
Here you go. If I may call you Uncle Sylar, here you go. Uncle Sylar.
I am quite all right with that, but did one of the children make this?
There he is, with the Godesians.
The Godesians? I've never heard of a colony called that. Is it a newer one? Looks back at Pequot.
No. Uncle Clive has lost his mind recently.
Yeah, no, those are the Godesians. On Earth, Sylar, he helped fight them, and that's where they really got their Godesian GALs.
Leaning back into Julius and their Mokshi.
What is a Godesian... GAL, you said?
Made up gun.
A made-up gun. He saw my dad's Rhodesian FAL, and I think he forgot the name, or he just came up with his own to try and sound cool.
Like I said, if Father is in some type of stolen valor military attire, I'm calling this wedding off. We're going back to the lane, and we're having the ceremony there. In the gym would be fine with me. I care about being married to Carter at the end of the day, not the semantics. That's fine with me. The stolen valor thing don't fly with Tommy. I'm sorry to say, Julia.
Julius puts a hand on Tommy's shoulder. You know what, Tom? I am so glad you always got my back on this type of shit.
I respect the boys that wear the green collars in the military. Clive is a motherfucker. Look at the fuck. His chin is over that guy's helmet chin strap. Who the hell do this? He did. Photoshop 2002.exe.
I'm sorry. Clive made this. I thought one of the younglings made it.
Yes, no, Clive did. If my son, Jace, were to do something like that, I would be so disappointed in him. One, because of the stolen valor, but two, because of the poor Photoshop skills.
Oh, he's getting his butt beat. He's getting the wooden spoon and yeah.
Yeah, wooden spoon, the works.
So he has lost his mind and lives in a delusion that he was in a military unit.
The unit. Not a military unit. The space unit. It's just called the unit.
The unit. Okay.
And I was in command of it, Sylar. Looking back up at the statue.
But you must remember, Sylar, he was the 4-star commander of the unit. That was his rank in the military.
Prior to that, Krellin was in charge of it.
He's gonna look at the picture, look back at her. Madam, if somebody said these things to you back in the day, back in those eras, you would have scattered their atoms across the known multiverse.
I would have scalped them alive and then made them relive it over and over and over and over.
I don't think someone like him would have made it. Not to insult him, but...
No, he would. He never. There's no universe where that man is in the military. There's not. But he's just. I don't know. Carter and I think he's crazy.
They wouldn't have accepted him on the basis of his teeth alone.
Yes, I meant no insult by it, of course. It's just he does not seem to have physical ability for it.
What do you mean, Silo? It's photographical evidence. That's actually a decently done Photoshop job. You know why? Because Samuel activated Photoshop protocol.exe and did it for him.
Are those World War I Italians?
Yes, apparently the unit was integral in fighting for the Access power.
Looks back at Lorelei. Apparently they predate even you, mistress.
Oh yes, no, Clive was a 4-star commander under my command before I was even born. I was born in 1954.
Elizabeth points to Clive. Yeah, no, you should hear about all the talks that he has about trench warfare back in the good old WW1. Talks about how my shotguns would have been quite useful, only if I wasn't the one using them.
He thinks he can show Elizabeth a thing or two about using shotguns and maulers.
If you didn't know, Sylar, I am a shotgun and mauler specialist.
I would believe it. He's that, ego-driven. He said he could teach me a thing or two about using keyblades. I'm
ego-driven? Sylar, I'm shocked you would say such a thing. What? I see no ego involved in this photo. I don't. Why would you ever? Sarcastically looking at Sylar. What? I sense no drip of any ego, not an ounce of ego. He only made himself a 4-star general, Sylar. Now, come on.
You see him lean down and look very close. Does that say Schwarzkopf?
Yes, it does. Apparently, Sasha, yes, his teachings are still taught to this day at most military academies.
Yes, I've read books about him. He's a legend amongst legends, and this is the body he chose to use for his what do you call it, meme?
Well, you see, that guy's real name was, what was it, Julius? Stormin Norman, right, or something like that.
Stormin Norman, yeah.
Yes, so Father chose him so he could call himself Stormin Cliven, or when he gets really worked up, he'll start referring to himself as Cliven Norman Carter, right?
Cliven Norman, quotation marks, the Beastmaster, end quotation, Rainfall.
Yes, the Beastmaster one really rings home for me, considering the fact he wouldn't let Petra in his fucking house.
I'm sorry, he gave himself the rank of Beastmaster?
Yes, oh no, he was an accomplished Beastmaster.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, and even though I'm pretty sure he's scared of most animals.
But not just that, looks at Lorelei. Correct me if I'm wrong, mistress, but from my memory and my reading, Beastmaster hasn't been a rank in anything resembling a military in 3,000 years?
Correct. Nodding her head.
You'd have to go back to the Bronze or early Iron Age for something like that.
Why have animals fight for you when you could just shoot your enemy with a gun?
Yes, exactly. Unless we're speaking of something like... And looks at the Pequod, the Primarch's dragons. There's no point in it.
I'm waiting for the day he tells me he can tell me a thing or two about commanding a fleet of dragons. An armada. I like the word armada, actually. An armada of dragons.
He's already told me. He taught me a thing or two about summoning a dragon out of a sword. The only reason I was able to do it was because of him.
What teaching did he give you, son?
Nothing. Yeah. Oh, wait, hold on. Trip over yourself when you try to stalk strike a mannequin, and somehow, someway, get 2 kills because of it.
Yep.
Like I said, he said he could teach me a thing or two about my keyblades, which I invented with help. And, looks at Julius, told the Colonel he could teach him a thing or two about Mushin, the thing he's the only person alive that can do.
There was a glimmer of faint, but yet fading hope, Sila. After, the oil rig incident we discussed, we came back home, and the gravity of the situation had hit the lane, and everybody realized the shit that went down, and Uncle Clive, super supportive, loving, caring, he was there, no mention of the unit, nothing, and we thought, okay, there's always a silver lining, maybe this is it. And then, 2 months passed, Thomas was born, 3 or so weeks later, so yada yada yada, Rebecca, and I believe it was when Thomas was born, as Hale's little hover chair zoomed in when he was officially out, Clive was just sitting there, and he said the unit oversaw this grand day, Scott, and then the echo chamber kicked back in, and it was over. Wait, is that true? Looking around, it was Thomas, you stopped screaming, Mother. Hale zoomed in, and Aunt Nicole's chasing her, and then the unit oversaw this grand day, Scar.
I didn't
Yes.
know that. I didn't know that. That's kind of fucked.
Yes, it is.
Crutternut's very, very fucked.
It was shortly followed by, I think I could show Julius a thing or two about making beautiful children. Oh my fucking god.
Julius pinches the bridge of his nose and starts to laugh. Lazo raised a finger. I would just like to point out, if I may, he spelled Godesian G-A-L wrong.
He called it a D-A-L, I never even noticed that.
Yeah, and a Godesial, not a Godesian.
Did he make it, given the head on it and the job at cropping the stick, did he make this in 5 minutes?
Well, no, actually. Most of these photoshopped images he does takes him multiple hours, Sylar. Carter and I went over last Saturday. We had Thomas and Hale, we wanted to bring them over. He was locked in his office. Carter went in, asked him if he wanted to come out and hang out. He said he'd be out in a few moments. 4 hours later, he came out with a new picture of his time in the unit.
Oh my, I looks around. I am so sorry to all of you. That could not be fun. Have you had any, I am not meaning to be offensive, but have you gotten him psychiatric help?
I wouldn't mind the idea of doing it, but that's really up to Mother.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, it's up to her. I personally would not mind as well. But, as long as she's happy and she doesn't ask for it, he doesn't need it, I suppose.
Holding up just the thumbnail of Clive's newest video, Benny. Hey, there's our fucking game.
Yeah, no, that's the game he asked us to make for him.
Oh, yes. Onimusha 4, Dawn of the Unit. Yep, nodding his head.
Oh, Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, that's what he asked us to call it. Does Onimusha actually mean, the unit in Japanese?
No, my beauty. Lorelai looking at her.
No, I'm not fluent, but that means demon warrior.
Dawn of the Unit!
Elizabeth starts to laugh as...
Do you know how many pictures we had to take for that cover photo? Oz, I don't know, 2, 3? Nah, dude. He made us take 45 photos of him. Then he sat there, inspected them all. Nah, this ain't good enough. Nah, this ain't good enough. Nah. So then we took 200 more, and he finally found one. Oz, oh my god. You guys are really trying to earn that keep at running Snuff's workshop. Betty, yes we are.
Elizabeth nods. We're trying our best to earn our keep, yeah.
He looks so serious and confident whilst holding that.
Should have
Lad,
seen him later in the video. He's actually sobs over the little race car television thing.
Why was he crying?
He has PTSD thanks to the Galleon gene.
He has PTSD.
That makes sense, yeah.
Yeah, no, honestly, it makes perfect sense that he would have PTSD.
I never thought of that, Carter, actually. Rubbing the side of her head.
Carter grimaces a bit, tilts his head. Oh,
Grant,
God.
that did almost die right in front of him, Carter. Remember?
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I never thought of that.
And not to... We shouldn't bring it up, but he joined the lane, a lot of drama at that time, and then that fucking... Whether it's fate, cruel irony that Mortimer Jagoff came back into his life too, because Dad, thanks to Mom and her idiocy, was trying to get steroids. Mortimer, the guy that killed his wife. So, it's our fault at the end of the day. It's Mom's fault, but we're a family, so it's our fault.
Yeah, that's like the only claim he's making in this stuff that I'd say is fair.
I would venture a guess the PTSD is there, Lorelai gestures to the photo, and it's like somehow like a protective housing for his brain, this fantasy he's created. Personally, that would be my guess, though I would have Nicole read deeper if you really want a true answer. Because she doesn't want to read any deeper.
Yeah, no, once she saw the giant Pikachu, she decided against really digging in deep to his psyche.
That's a giant Pikachu.
Yeah, his ego is a manifestation of Pikachu. He basically looks like he has jaundice. Sasha, it's true. Yeah.
Julius nods.
Pika, I could teach Pikachu a thing or two about being a Pokemon.
That's something his manifestation of his ego actually said.
You should have seen his face when we handed him that game case with the disc in it. This is Onimusha 4, Dawn of the Unit. And then Elizabeth was all like, what about Onimusha 1, 2, and 3, and how does that play into... I gotta go see you, Elizabeth.
Yeah,
He didn't even say goodbye to me.
Yeah, no, he didn't give us an answer. He didn't say goodbye to Benny. She points at the game box. In fact, he even called it, after he called it Onimusha Dawn of the Unit, he put his hand up in the air like this and said,
Onimusha. More like the unit, the Dawn of the Unit.
You have a very good impression of him, honey. Don't you think, love?
a very good impression. That is downright amazing, honey.
Hell, the other morning we were eating fucking breakfast, and everybody here except probably Silo and General Lorelei have seen our house. You guys know how we have the keys to all of the jets we have hanging on the little hanging key hanger thing next to our door. But yeah. Well, okay. We're eating breakfast the other morning. I'm pouring a cup of tea. We hear the creak of the door open, and there's Clive trying to reach his arm in to get one of the keys.
What?
Yes.
Trying to grab?
He was trying to grab the keys to the YF-12 I had built for Laz. And so Laz said, "Good morning." You tell him.
I said to him, "Good morning, Clive," and he, I take it he was worriedly doing it. He busted in and he was acting like he was stretching his arm out, just so happenly making it go by the keys, and he said,
Oh, good morning. Just on my morning run. You know, it was required in the unit to do this sort of thing. Just thought I'd stop by and say hello. Bye now.
and he quickly ran away.
On your morning run, sneaking into our fucking kitchen.
Does he know how to fly?
No!
No, he does not.
Ricky is a more accomplished pilot than Clive. Ricky's at least read, a manual on an aircraft. Clive, the man can't even get his hover license.
Ricky's at least sat in a cockpit before.
I can turn it on. Oh.
I think I could show Nicole a thing or two about being nevermore. That's how delusional he is.
Show Madame Nicole a thing or two about that.
He set his own shoulders on fire. Carter will tell you it's the truth.
Carter nods. Just poured gasoline on them and then set his arms on fire. Julius raises his hand, which, doesn't even really make sense because, yes, Nevermore has, like, the fire and everything like that, but you would think lighting yourself on fire would be showing me a thing or two about something.
Yeah, Nevermore has more of the... It's just the black smoke, so, yeah.
He blinks a couple times. I should seriously recommend we get him psychiatric help. I do know a few specialists that may be able to help.
I should seriously recommend not causing PTSD to your family members. Is it that hard for Galleons to not be stupid?
Yeah, apparently.
Carter nods towards Lorelei. It won't be happening ever again, ma'am. Don't worry.
I should hope not. You've got your own statue, over 10 billion souls watching your wedding.
Carter inhales slightly and exhales. He looks just a bit nervous is an understatement. He looks quite nervous when he hears that.
Oh, Carter, it's going to be fine. Kissing him on the cheek, holding it there.
I know it'll be fine. I know it'll be fine because I'm gonna have you up there, right there with me. It feels weird to see that many people watching us. All the other weddings were just like family and maybe a few other people. It's gonna feel weird having more than 10 billion people watching our wedding.
This wedding is the biggest wedding in the history of ever, Carter. I have been planning this since you were a little baby child.
I know, Tom. I know you've told me that quite a bit.
And if there's that much going on, just think of her. There's an old Fairbolg saying, and it goes, who cares how many thorns are around you when you've found a good fruit tree?
That's a good saying, actually. Memrianne nodding her head. I like that one.
Carter blinks at Sylar. You're an extremely comforting person, Sylar. Did you know that?
I appreciate the sentiment. Thank you very much.
Here, this always makes, as we were discussing, Silo, dark days, as of late for us in the squad, so we've taken to making some memes involving Father. We'll share one with you.
That's from... I don't want to hear it. We are closing the beach. That's
Yeah, it's from Jaws, alright, the original.
Is Clive the shark?
Yes. But that is a good one.
Julius starts to laugh. He claps a bit. Very good, sweetie. Very good. I love that.
I don't want to hear it. We're closing the beaches this time. The beachgoers will be killed by pathological PTSD. Lying.
He'll open fire with his Godesian, what was it, GAL?
GAL. You know, sometimes when he comes over to Mom and Dad's place with Aunt Suletta and he starts rambling about the unit, I straight up just fall asleep on Julius.
Julius nods. I mean, it's very smart to do, actually. I also just end up falling asleep because if I continue to hear it, I'll just get angry and, well, either kill Clive or just want to leave.
Mom just babies Nicole to keep her occupied. Dad just claps, and then you just the unit.
I can see why. Well, it may be good, it may not be good news, but I would be careful with this because things like this, as it gets harder to deny some of the PTSD he has internally, delusions like this tend to accelerate in their severity over time.
Calling Laz right now in a super angered state, wanting to make sure Carter's with him.
Oh, hi, Clive. Laz, how are you, sweetie? Hold on. Carter's with you and Memrianne, correct?
Yeah, no, Carter's...
It's his wedding day, dude. He's right over there. He's not gonna miss this.
Yeah, and she turns the camera to point it at Carter and Memrianne.
Carter.
As Laz will very quickly put the camera back onto herself.
Alright, I just wanted to make sure that blonde-haired son of a bitch was with you guys and not off philandering about like he's been known to do.
Yeah, that's good word usage, Uncle. Yeah.
Yeah, very good word usage, Uncle. Is that all you wanted?
Yeah, no, just tell that blonde-haired son of a bitch that I want to have a bit of a discussion with him later tonight, okay? Please?
Will do.
Yes, of course, Uncle Clive. No issue at all. We'll see you at the wedding, okay?
Alright, sweet. You look beautiful, Naj. Very handsome. Love the suit, mate.
Thank you, sir. Nodding, bowing his head to Clive.
Alright, you two be good now and keep an eye on Carter.
Oh, he won't get out of us?
He'll nod to Oz and then hang up after that.
Carter is fucked, my dear. Putting his hands on her hip.
Oh my god, he's gonna get his shit rocked!
Well, looking over his shoulder, Memrianne is his daughter now. They got wed, her and Suletta. Stepdaughter and all, but, I mean, hey.
Les nods. Yeah, no, that is... She nods towards Marianne. That is her daughter. I'm sure you would do the same thing for your daughter.
Absolutely.
She puts her hands on his chest, philandering about like he's been known to do.
Give me a kiss.
She gives him a kiss.
He squints and looks up at the sky. Do you think Samantha's instigating this?
Oh, 110%.
Poor fucking Carter.
Poor fucking Carter. I actually feel just the tiniest bit bad for him because of that.
As do I. Looking over, Carter shaking his head. Up here, Memrianne. Over here, Laz and Oz move down here. This group over here, Memrianne. Carter and I have noticed that too. It's highly abnormal given their age, but, you know, I think if they're affectionate at this age, it can only be good for them. Thomas and Hale.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, I think it's actually pretty cute to see them being so affectionate with each other. Just puts a hand on his chest. It gives me a good feeling as his brother that he'll do good in the future.
So when we put them to bed at our place, they're in their hover cribs. When we wake up, they're in one of theirs together. Don't know how they manage it, but yeah. Pequod. Yeah, we've noticed similar things.
Well, it does make some sense. There's no perfect knowledge on it, but from my understanding, bonds like that can amplify certain emotions. I'm sure you two have felt something along those lines, looking at Carter and Memrianne.
Absolutely. I mean, but I wasn't walking around. He's not even 1 year old. Like, he's like 7 months old, I think. Something like that. 6. He walks autonomously on his own. That was disturbing, I must say, when I first saw it. Pequod, he literally walked naked through the kitchen when me and Julius were kind of foreplaying up to something out of his room to come get something out of the fridge.
Yeah, no, he...
And you know who followed him?
Hale?
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, no, we were doing our business in the kitchen, and he walked in completely naked, waved at us, opened up the fridge, got a little, like, carton of milk that we get for him, and he started to walk back, and then Hale came in, and he held her hand as he walked her back to their room.
Nude.
Nude.
Yeah, nude. That's because Sol was in the middle of changing his diaper. Oh my god.
Rubbing his chin. Well,
Hale wanted a cup of milk, I guess. Beats the fuck out of me.
I
So,
wonder who
wait.
did.
How the fuck did he get away from Soul?
She turned her. Well, you know, Colt can't move like he used to right now, and she turned to Hale. Needed her diaper changed too. She worked on diaper off, then went over to Hale, and he just to get Hale what she wanted, and he wanted, I guess.
Oh my god.
Holy shit! Looking over at Pequod.
Well,
Elizabeth shakes her head. What a sneaky little fucker he is.
well, to my understanding, their bond is a far more substantial one than yours. Looks at me.
Cataclysmically strong. Still looking up at the ab section of Carter's statue, critiquing it.
Well, then everything about this too will be amplified.
To break that bond, you would need my combined effort along with Nicole's.
Even then,
Good God!
even then, I think the two of you would actually have to struggle a fair amount.
It means what it means, simply, Lorelai putting her hand out, is they are destined for great things. I don't know why people make a big deal out of it. Sure, it's strange. Sure, it's abnormal. They're destined for greatness.
Yes.
You don't get a bond like that and not be destined for great things.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Looking up at the statue.
I would too, although they will be quite a handful growing up.
It's just shocking seeing a child, autonomously walking around as if he's an adult. And Hale didn't start really doing it until Thomas came round. And none of the other babies do it. That.
Could it be? Looks at Lorelai. Could it, Mistress? Could it be that that it's causing physical changes as well? Their bond.
It could be. I have no clue. She shrugs. There's never been a bond like this recorded in any history that I know of. And I know most of it.
I've
I
never.
wonder if it's an Anovian thing. I don't know.
That should explain. It should be an explanation for it, because I've done my reading and nowhere have I heard of something like this. That's the only blind spot you or I really have, madam.
Why don't you just go to the Anovians and ask? We did. We took Clive because they like Clive. I don't want to talk about it. Julius knows. The Anovians love Clive. Anytime they go without Clive, it's like, where's Clive? When Ash went to meet them, where's Clive? So they took Clive so they could talk to Nicole's biological sister, and he just dominated the conversation with Tales of the Unit. But Pequod's not going to recount that.
We took Clive with us because the Anovians love Clive. They won't... Whenever we're there without him, it's always, where's Clive? Is Clive okay? So on and so forth. We went in there to talk to Nicole's biological sister. And Clive decided to tell her a couple stories about the unit. And while we were there, he kept on dominating the conversation, and eventually he started to draw a crowd. And if you've ever seen, like, in taverns, in like books and movies and stuff, for I suppose all of you, but in taverns there were always bards who would sit by the fireplace and tell children that were there stories while they all sat around him in a semicircle. That's exactly what it looked like. He had all the Anovians around him in a semicircle as he regaled them tales about the unit.
Can't Nicole's biological sister lady read minds, though? Yeah. They were all laughing at him, Benny.
Julius starts to laugh. Every single one of them were laughing at him. And they timed the laughs pretty well because it was always after something that could be construed as a joke. So even that actually inflated his ego even more because he thought he was just such a fucking comedian. Oh, I think I could show Julius a thing or two about being quippy and sarcastic.
Towns pulls up. He wore this the day we went. I knew we were fucked when he showed up on Gateway dressed like this.
Oh my.
Biggest waste of 5 fucking hours of my professional and personal life.
That's a PDUs.
His desert camis. He believes they match every environment.
He thinks that's how camo works.
You just wear it. You see, Carter, I could go into the woods dressed like this. I could go to the desert. I could be near a waterfall. And the unit only had the best stuff.
You know, I think it would be really funny to have someone like Sasha go into the forest with him try to hide in his desert beanie, who's just so much more spottable, and then you like freak him out by shooting near him or something. But then
I'm game, Carter. I'm game. Looking at Carter.
he points to her, but then he just accuse you of having Julius use Bloodhunter shit on him or something like that.
Oh my god! Sneaky motion!
Julius starts to laugh as he rubs his temples.
By the way, Carter. She holds up something between her fingers.
Carter will look at it. Yes, ma'am, what is that?
She'll pitch it over Lorelai's head, who just casually watches it sail. It's a captain insignia.
Carter blinks a couple of times. He looks at her. Thank you, ma'am.
It's your wedding gift from me.
He looks at it and then shows it to Memrian. Holy fuck!
The squad will have 2 captains? Every squad needs a combat leader. Nodding her head. He might not be cut out for paperwork. That's what you're cut out for. But you need a combat leader. Anybody can be good at paperwork, and no offense, Memrian. Memrian, no, I get it, actually. And he summoned a dragon.
Julius nods. Just like with me and Nicole. Nicole was great at paperwork. I was the combat leader. He nods towards Carter and Memrian. Just like you two.
And it let Nicole do her job more effectively on the field, not having to worry about giving orders. Once Julius took over.
Dude, that's fucking badass. Oh man, you deserve it. Congrats, bro.
Thank you. He looks at Sasha and gives her a salute. Thank you, ma'am. I'll uphold this rank with as much respect as I can.
Well, you just remember it pales in comparison to the fucking unit, okay?
I swear to God, if he brags about being the commander of the unit to me after I just got captain insignia.
How the fuck was Krellin ever the captain of any unit? Krellin's like so fucking wacky. Towns, be quiet. He stuff.
I'm not sure about that question, but looks at Carter. See, congratulations. You can't be a failure if you're getting rewards like that, yes?
He blinks and then nods. Yes, sir, I can't be. As Elizabeth leans into Benny, I really like Sylar.
Yeah, he's pretty cool. Look at Memrianne. She finds the fucking promotion hot, I think. She's starting to sweat.
Carter turns to Memrianne, hands the badge to her. Do you mind putting it on me?
Oh, absolutely. She will put it on him. It'll be on your tux. It looks good. Very good, actually.
Thank you, as he will grab her cheeks and give her a kiss, put his forehead onto hers. And you know I couldn't have done it without you.
I'm happy to help. Believe me. Licking his chin with her tongue.
Oh. You gotta save that for the honeymoon, my love.
I do think some of this is going a little too far, though, delusion or not, because of your family's Gallian genes, but he's really stealing valor from firemen? Pequod,
Oh, Jesus.
That's from a movie called The Top. Dad likes Steve McQueen movies, and in turn, in proxy, Mom really likes them. Mom is planning to remake Bullet. She's building Dad the Mustang. Well, it's an open secret to everybody but Dad. But yeah, she's building him a Mustang to remake them. And then she has plans to remake all of his big movies with Dad as McQueen. Which I've already signed off on. I think it's a great idea. They invited fucking Clive and Suletta over on our movie night a couple Sundays ago, and we were watching this, taking notes. And then the next day, the unit was apparently a paramilitary firefighting unit.
I should have suspected something when Clive said, I think I could show McQueen a thing or two about being a firefighter.
Oh, that explains why Mother and Father are no longer invited to your Sunday family movie nights.
Yes, I can
Father said he was shocked when he didn't get the invitation the following week.
I can understand why. Your father is a wonderful, delightful man, but Steve McQueen, he is not.
So, Laz walking up was shaking her head.
Oh, yeah, no. Clive is nowhere near the king of cool.
Have you ever seen this one?
What the fuck?
Is that Clive on a Terminator body?
It's from the original T2, Terminator 2. Yes, Pequod. The week before we banned him, before seeing Bullet, Mom wanted to watch T2 because Mom made T1 and is considering having Nicole pen out a script for T2. So we watched it together as a family, had a good time, and we had invited Clive. And I haven't yet. Julius and Pequod never saw this photo. I don't know when this started. I only assume after the movie.
I'm not sure, actually. He tilts his head. Did he call himself like a Terminator?
I can share the Terminator thing or two about killing John Connor or something like that.
All he told Carter and I when he presented the picture to us was when Los Angeles was taken over by robots, he beat them back. This is when he goes Terminator mode.
Los Angeles ever taken by robots?
Yes.
I told you, man. He's full on bad shit right now.
When you see the eye glow, Carter, you know you're in trouble.
You know I'm going Terminator mode.
You have no idea how hard it was not to laugh at that.
I believe I have somewhat of an idea. Carter.
He just looks petrified. His face, he looks like scared almost.
I was going to say he looks as if, well, in early 20th century cartoons, when they would get dizzy, their eyes would swirl, around their eye sockets, and that's what it looks like has happened to him.
Oh, father.
Oh, God. He puts an arm around Memrian's shoulders and rubs her arm. It's okay. Yeah, no, it's okay.
I feel bad letting down the public, all the people who have been looking forward to seeing our wedding, but should he show up in anything beyond a nice dress or suit, we're going back to the lane, Carter.
No, of course, Me shrugs. I just want to be married to you.
As do I. In the gymnasium, read the vows, done.
I think that would be quite great for one of the most memorable weddings ever for the Rainfalls.
This statue, it's just... I don't know. It does nothing for me. I am sorry. I've tried to work myself up looking at it. Nothing. Not at all. There will never be a set of abs quite like Julius Rainfalls. Pequod, they are the family jewels, my most prized possession.
Julius will take Pequod's hand and stick it up his shirt as Carter leans forward into Memrian. Oh, thank God she's not attracted to me.
Yes, it's a boon, believe me. Kissing him on the cheek.
A boon leans down. A boon, but not one that doesn't come with its own negatives. Think of what you could have gotten away with her.
He shrugs. I think all the positives outweigh the negatives, Sylar.
I need a bathroom. Is there a bathroom around here? Yes, gold-plated toilet seat. Let's go inside. We can have some drinks and relax. The rest of the family should be showing up soon.
Sounds wonderful. He'll stand up. If we don't mind anything too alcoholic, there are some very nice Furborg drinks I can make for you.
Yes, let's go. And as they go, on top of that aforementioned mountain range, Krellin walks forward following the device as it glows. Kaz, creepy black monolith. There's very creepy.
Very. He's going to unholster Valor and take a step forward.
You shouldn't go up that far. Those strat guys could be here. Let them be here. Me not afraid. Keeps walking.
He may be a bit eccentric, Kaz. He's gonna take a couple steps forward, but he's a star child after all.
He just doesn't... He looks intimidating, but he don't look like much of a... He doesn't act like a combatant. Yeah, he made threats when we first met him, like, I could do this, I could do that, but we've never really seen him get, like, angry.
No, we haven't.
Most of his threats were hiding plastic explosives in mundane objects and handing them to Ash. Huh? He looks at Ash.
He he was not my biggest fan upon our meeting. I was a very stupid person once upon a time.
He tried to put plastic in a TV and give it to Ash. Jesus Christ.
He did. He did. He tried to kill me on numerous occasions, actually.
Okay, well, I mean, that's scary, but I think we should... Whatever we find, I think we should take what is about to happen serious.
Agreed, looks at Ceres. Be ready just in case.
I'm ready. I'm ready, assuming we can find a way to get into this place. Look, it's just a monolith. Krellin walks up to it.
Krellin, is this what we're looking for?
Mm-hmm. Sends the orb on top of the monolith. It sinks in, disappearing for a second, and then it comes back up and hovers next to him as the monolith starts to go fold in on itself.
Oh my.
If it takes all that to open that, Krellin, he looks over at Ceres. How could these guys be getting into these places? Probably have something like this. Holds it up.
They do have that cannon. Perhaps they possessed other Starchild technology.
Me guess, turning around. Me guess Max Tech find many places like this over years. As it keeps sinking in, but could not find a way in. Didn't know. Then, Strat go through, take all stuff, Crease, Malcolm, shrugs.
Knock on enough doors, eventually you'll figure out how to use a key.
What key? Find what key, then start going places. Yeah, process of elimination. And nobody knew they were doing this, so... yeah.
No shortage of time, and all the toys in the world.
Elevator comes up, Krellin watches it. Me go first. There's only enough room for one person at a time. Ceres, I think we should go first, Krellin. Come on now.
I would prefer to go first, if that's alright, Krellin, just in case.
Looks over at Ash. Me
Mother...
job protect you, not other way around.
Oh no, please, your mother wants me to ask me to make sure you're safe. I swore an oath to your mother. Please.
Me be safe. Hand on his chest going down. Ride elevator down, then come back up. Like theme park. Disappearing as... What the hell? Watching him go down.
Did he just get serious for a moment?
Me protect you. Looking at
I should say I don't need that much protecting. I mean, you've got it quite handled, Ceres.
Yeah, I would like to see his capabilities on display, all things considered, but I'm not looking to get into a fight, but yeah.
At least see them on display on something that isn't him slapping a deer across a chasm.
Ordering Samuel to shoot a deer with a sniper rifle.
A sniper rifle that even I never witnessed him using on a combatant, and I saw what it could do.
The elevator coming back up. Kaz, who next?
I'll go next. Then Kaz, then you, Cyrus. I want you keeping an eye out just in case we're gonna get ambushed.
Ash, holding up her wrist computer. Time.
I know. We'll be in, we'll take a quick survey, mark it, seal it out.
Okay. As Ash will get on, and Ash will come down. It takes a while. The elevator is super long. Slow. They'll be down shortly after. Krellin's standing here. Welcome.
Yes, what am I looking at, Krellin?
Hydroponics.
Like growing food near eternally?
Nodding his head. Self-sustaining food.
Self-sustaining food. Okay. Is it still operational?
Eat. Gestures down to it. Tastes like chicken.
You sure it's safe to take my helmet off?
Scan with your wrist computer if not believe. Looking around.
He'll do a scan over the general vicinity for any hostiles or anything.
Safe.
He'll take his helmet off. Apologies, but can't be too careful with these people. And he'll take a bite.
Kaz coming down. What are you eating that shit for?
Well,
Looks like a fucking mushroom.
Hydroponics, Kaz. Self-sustaining food source.
Tastes like chicken, right? Looking back over at Ash.
Boiled chicken, yes.
Pretty good. Could feed many people with this stuff.
Will do. make sure to remind me to take a note of this as we leave, and if you could grab a sample of this, I think the Primarch will like this.
Take the tech, nodding his head.
Take the... Are you sure?
Mm-hmm. We'll feed people, many hungry people.
You heard the man, Kaz? Any tech you can, get it.
What the hell is that, Kaz? I... Self-sustaining? I don't know, just go to Ash. She okay? Follows that.
Krellin says it is a self-sustaining food source, dear.
If we get lucky, we find self-sustaining energy source walking around here.
Well, he said we can just take it.
Come a long way from putting plastic explosives into Oscar trophy.
Yes, we have. He's gonna walk down. This didn't pick up any hostiles in the area, but on your guard still. We know that they have advanced cloaking.
Everything in here gone.
Gone. He's gonna run up.
She follows Ash.
What is this?
See, ransacked.
What was this room?
Weapons storage.
What kind of weaponry are we talking about in terms of severity?
Same kind that make Colt never walk again.
They've been here.
Take weapons, but not free food.
They don't care about that. Or they didn't know what it was. Is there anything left?
Me go look over there. Here, hold this. Handing it to Ash, walking away.
He'll hold it.
Sarah, same tech that make Colt not walk. Looking into the locker.
Whatever that man was throwing. That's not good.
There has to be a way to heal him, right? If you make biological weapons, you make vaccines for your soldiers. Inoculation.
That's true, but a lot of the weapons they were using were designed to fight the Void.
Christ.
You might not care about an antidote when that's what you're fighting.
That poor kid. Paralyzed at the birth of his goddamn daughter. I mean,
They're going to pay for that. Oh my. I haven't felt this, thirsty for revenge since, Tay was.
Ash! Echoing through the chamber.
Coming, see if there's anything here that you can find, do any scans you can, and then meet me up there.
Yeah, I'll be right up. She whips out her wrist computer.
He'll run up to Krellin. What is it? He's gonna look. Does it look
Holds
like...
it right out to Ash. Yeah, cigarette butt.
Looks like the same kind he's seen before.
Yep. You enemy be here.
Bloody fuck. How much do you think they got away with?
All weapons. And coming over here, typing on computer. Not take energy source, cause dummies.
Okay, so that's silver lining. What else was stored here other than weaponry?
Weaponry, food, and in here, energy. And in accompanying room, sleeping quarter.
Okay. What about medical supplies?
0.
They took them too?
This small bunker, very small, we find bigger ones, is way to heal Colt. Nodding his head, would think so. All Star Child weaponry, made with answers.
Good, good. If they found the bunker first, do you think there would be information left behind if they did indeed take it?
Looking around, don't think so. Not play with computers, no security cameras in our stuff.
Okay,
I'd have this battery. Here, free energy forever. Hands it to Ash. Oh, okay! You want to be careful with that, buddy?
This is a perpetual motion machine.
Nodding his head. Have many in my ship. Land in volcano, then Frederick say, but all these things, Quellen, could help everybody. Me feel kind of dumb after.
The same ship that had a map of all these bunkers?
Kind of, yeah. Some of these bunkers classified. Me not in military, remember?
Oh no, of course, but at very least a guideline.
Wouldn't know Maybe would have had information on medical bunker. Needs special tank.
Ah, okay.
Think it was some type of liquid bed. Put Colt in. Be healed for good. Sucks out fragments.
So like a...
Pretty sure me see that once. Scratching his head. It was like 400 million years ago or something.
It sounds like a hyper-refined version of the medical tanks we use.
Even regrow you teeth. She just starts laughing. You just can't help yourself, can you? No.
Well, it does bring levity to situations like this.
Imagine Clive in this place. Me the unit, me an alien bunker.
Oh gods, we'd have to hear about all the things they did together, wouldn't we?
God, I hope he's not all geeked up in his unit thing and ruins the wedding.
I think if he ruins the wedding, him being with Miss Suletta will not save his life.
But I overheard some of the discussion coming up. You really think there's a way to heal Colt? Mm-hmm. Nodding his head.
We just gotta find it. And hope they didn't take it.
If they find before us, just have to kill them.
That is a good plan. We'll kill them all. Did you find anything, Saris? Anything they left behind?
Footprints, fingerprints, nothing useful.
Send it off to towns.
Copy that.
Anything?
And I got your fucking turkey mushroom thing. Nice. Give to Pequod, she'd be very happy.
Well... Is there anything else that we can take from here?
Nothing else. Let's just stay here rest of day. No! She looks at Crowley.
No. We're going home.
Fine. Taking the cube back. Hear this, handing Saris a cigarette butt. She stares blankly down at it. This is old. It's been here a long fucking time.
At least months, probably far longer.
She'll start scanning it with a wrist computer. More like years. Looking back at it.
Fuck. Okay. Krellin, what other weaponry was here other than whatever that man used? To your knowledge.
Just this, tapping his temple, mental throw device. Just those things. This some type of, what you call, outhouse? Safe house. Mm-hmm.
Some specific weaponry, shelter, anything, and food as well as energy.
Stay here for some time, then move back to military protocol and procedures.
They're there to bug out too for a shorter period of time.
And if memory serves, many void battles on this planet long ago.
So it would have been decently well stocked.
And then bad guys find. Yeah. Kind of kicking something on the ground with his foot like a little kid.
Anything we can grab from the sleeping quarters?
Take a futuristic bed.
We'll mark that for a cleanup crew to pick up.
Mom be happy with battery and never-ending chicken mushroom.
Yes, she will. I can
Get her re-elected forever. I don't think she needed any help with that, but yeah. Putting the cigarette butt in a baggie.
No, she didn't. Although I think this seals the deal that even if... I think they'd keep electing her even if she dropped out of the race at that point.
Maybe one day me take over. Yeah, maybe Skylander. That's what you like to call yourself, right? Me Skylander. But no affiliation with the unit.
That's good that you mentioned that. Perhaps someone should mention that to Clive.
He go crazy. PTSD caused by stupidity of Davy.
Fair enough. So,
You know what? If I saw Hunk having a heart attack begging to die in front of me, like, drop the bar or whatever they said on my neck, my PTSD would be worse. Yeah. Looking at Krell.
agreed. I mean, we can already empathize. Remember the gym era?
Me have client long ago. What word? Not client. colleague in you language. We always study in Gallia, looking at it very closely, make very strong bodies for fighters, cause harsh environment. But your brains not work too well. Pointing at that.
He's not wrong.
Always say, wow, look at them, scurrying around like ants everywhere, but never socializing, but good at fucking, Sarah. She starts laughing.
He's not wrong. That exactly describes Gallia. Me being well-spoken is the very, very, very rare exception to the rule.
Ash was from genetic anomaly planet, or genetic anomaly people. It's cause purple eyes. Huh, looking at
Really? It's a genetic anomaly on Gallia.
purple eyes are a sign of like royalty, sign of social skill.
So effectively royalty.
Know how to actually use front of you brain.
I do. I still was a bit of an idiot, but I suppose that comes with the territory of being raised there.
Is there any way you can lock this place down so only we can get back in and Earthcov people? Mm-hmm. Nodding his head.
Good. Make sure to do that on our way out. We'll be sending someone in relatively soon to if it's all right with you, get anything, salvage anything we can from this metal from the walls.
More batteries for fuel sources and food.
Good. What about the alloys on the walls? Would it be worth bringing any back to reverse engineer?
Nodding his head. Mm-hmm.
We'll make sure to get samples of anything we can for the R&D department then.
Security system in place. No cancer man get in here.
Good. Alright then. Everybody pack up. We're heading home.
To the Memrianniversary. Fine.
And we're stopping by at our house. We're gonna drop you off, Kaz. Looks at Krellin. We're stopping at our house first. I need to pick up my gift for Carter, and we need to get ready.
Very good. Let's get out of here. Me keep this. Puts it, makes it disappear, cloaks itself.
Good. And I think Ellie will have a good time seeing you again.
And Pequod going to be very happy as they start leaving with us. We accomplish our mission.
Not just happy with us, but do you know what she's going to be? She's going to be proud of you.
Me want to get into a fight. Would be fun. Blow some heads. Goes up the elevator.
He has no idea how much I want that.
Blow some heads. That's... yeah, blow some heads. Watches him go up the elevator. I'm still dubious on that. I personally think he's gonna like duck and cover. Saris, as much as I like him, me too.
I should think that. Every fiber of intelligence in me says to. It's a different kind of confidence to what Clive is doing, I think.
The unit!
Yes, the unit. He believes it. He truly does. And if he does, I'll trust him on it. I mean, if he can't, the three of us are more than capable.
I'm straight. And we're more than capable of making it back on time before the ceremonies even start. Get up the elevator. Kaz, alright. Waiting. He's gonna go up the elevator as it comes down. Ash and Saris will be flying back with great haste. As in here, everybody's moved inside. Tommy's outside, though, waiting to greet people as they come. Towns rubbing Sasha's shoulders. Looks good on you. The captain's emblem, I mean.
Carter looks at it, looks at us. Thank you. That, I always say this to you when you give me commendation and stuff, but it's always really good to hear from you, Oz.
Do you want me or Ricky to help Colt up to the thing, or you want us to let him go up on the altar on his own? What do you want?
Carter rubs his mouth. He looks at Memrianne.
I feel like he will not let me and Ricky help him, but if you have a talk with him, might do some good.
Yeah, he ain't gonna let us if you don't want him to. If you don't ask him to, man. I mean, I'll be ready to help him if he falls, but I'm not gonna touch him unless you give the word.
We need to be on the safe side for this kind of thing, right? He looks at Memrianne.
Does not need to be hurt any more than he already is. Just talk to him, have Ricky and Oz help him.
Carter nods. I'll have a talk with him then. Yeah, he looks at Oz. I want you and Ricky to help him out.
Yeah, we'll take him up, get him up there with you. He'll be fine once he can stabilize the crutches, and then we'll help him off the altar when the ceremony's over. And that's it.
He pats him on the shoulder. Thank you, Wallace.
Yeah, we'll get him, make sure everything's alright, man. Not gonna let
I mean-
anything fuck up your day.
Where the fuck are they? What is Mom doing? What has Mom done? I don't know. Looking at me.
They're probably just...
Where is Thomas? I don't know. Where is Hale? I really don't know.
It's...
Julius puts both the hands onto Pequod's shoulders and looks at Ellie. It's not directed towards you, sweetie. Don't worry. It's not directed.
I rule all rainfalls. I am the queen. Yes, you are. And I rule everything in EarthGov. I am the queen. Nodding your head. So if I want my son and my future daughter-in-law, who is my favorite of all the female children, then I should be able to have them. Yes, I agree. Taking her hand.
And you will be able to have them just as soon as Mom and Dad get here, which I am sure is going to be happening at any second, my love.
And I'm instituting a new rule for the next generation of Rainfalls. If you are in a band, you cannot take children on the weekend unless I say so.
Carter covers his mouth and starts to laugh.
God, this is so annoying, Towns. I know. Rubbing his shoulder.
Madam Primarch, please, it's alright, calm down.
Mom's dragging ass, Sylar. That's what she's doing. She's dragging ass trying to hog time with Thomas and Hale. And you know I never hog time with them. I understand.
Madam, I'm sure that's not it. It's their wedding day. It's one of the most important events of the last decade. They're probably making sure everything is correct before they get here.
Dragging ass to buy time with Thomas and Hale when they should be with me and Julius and Nicole and Banksy. We're their parents, not Mom and Dad. Too bad, suck it. If Mom wanted more time with a young version of Nicole, she could have not sat in the gym. Do you understand me, Ellie? That's your name, Ellie. Yeah, oh no, I completely agree with you, ma'am. In fact, I hate the gym. Good, me too.
Smart girl. Very smart girl.
Yep. His arm around her shoulder. Yeah. Good save, Ellie.
I despise most gyms, believe it or not. The one in our house I can kind of like deal with. But there was a time where there was going to be no gyms on the lane. Ask Julius. Really?
Oh, yeah, no. There was a time when not even the OTM Academy was going to be allowed to have a gym. Luckily, we decided against that ruling, and we have gyms both on the lane and in the OTM Academy now.
The only reason that ruling didn't go through is because Sasha said she would not allow the ODM students up on Gateway to use the gym facilities. She just ignores Pequod.
Well, that is, I can understand that from what I've heard of the situation, madam.
She had her chance. She should have come out of the gym. Now she's going to try to do it with Thomas and Hale, get more time. Too bad, so sad. Davine was, in fact, experimenting on them. Okay, Ellie? I get it. I understand. Don't worry about it. Everything's going to be great.
Julius puts his hands up. Whoa, okay. He rubs Pequod's shoulders.
They're gonna be here in a couple seconds. Don't worry. Let's not bring that part up of her past up, please.
Filing her nails, just watching Pequod freak out.
Yes, madam. After all, like I said, they're getting everyone ready to come here. There's a lot of people they need to make sure of, and as the saying goes, a stitch in time saves 9. You cannot be too prepared.
Her eyebrow starts to twitch as Lorelai looks down to Elizabeth sitting on Benny's lap. This is the norm nowadays with her.
Elizabeth nods. Every single second she's away from Thomas and Hale, it sort of just like gradually builds up until it gets to... This isn't even the boiling point, to be honest with you, ma'am.
Yet, she probably criticizes your mother for being rather affectionate to a 40-year-old woman.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, and not only that, but she makes fun of my sissy for it as well.
So you realize she's just going to end up doing the same thing.
Oh yes, 100%. She's already
She's not really impersonating Mom, I think, but she's already impersonating Mom with Hale as Mom does with Icy.
So she will become the very thing every daughter fears becoming. And do you know what that is?
The mother-in-law?
Lorelai nodding her head. She will become her mother. She will become her mother, for lack of a better way of putting it.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, for sure. She looks back at Benny. She said, she doesn't hog time with Thomas and Hale. Did I hear that right?
I mean, I wouldn't mind having Thomas and Hale on a weekend. I like kids. They like video games already. But we're never going to be able to have them. You know why? Because she does hog time with them.
She does hog time, and even then, we're like fifth on the totem pole. It goes Pequod and Julius, Carter and Memrianne, Mom and Dad. I would suspect like Laz and Oz or someone because, you know, play date with Jace and everything like that. And then us two.
Hell, I think we're lower, but yeah, looking over at Elizabeth.
Honestly, yeah, we're probably lower. But
You're not even in contention, let's be real. Looking down at Elizabeth.
Oh.
Not
Yeah.
because of anything you've done, just because there's so many other play date with Rebecca, and so on and so forth. Nicole, Hale's actual mother.
Yeah, no, you're right. We're not even in contention for it.
But in the end, only the number one spot matters.
She looks at Lorelai. That is true, but you'd be surprised how much Carter and Memrianne managed to get Thomas and Hale.
Looking over at Carter. Yeah, well, as they grow older, I think he'll struggle to get more time with them.
I think so too, but she shrugs. He does get them quite a bit.
She will become the very thing she fears the most. Blowing on her nails, she'll become just like her mother when she lifts up a 20-some-odd-year-old Hale and gives her whatever those nose kisses are. Hopefully then she realizes that, in fact, there's nothing wrong with it.
She nods. I hope so too. I think it'd be pretty sweet. Although, I do find it just a touch bit funny. I know there's no reason to, but I do find it a touch bit funny that my big sister, she's like so much taller than me. She gets picked up by Mom and like Eskimo kisses and everything like that. But when I'm, 4'8", I don't get any of that from her. I do find that a bit funny.
Yeah, no, you don't. Looking down at Elizabeth. And that's because you're not the favorite. Staring right down at her.
Elizabeth shrugs. That actually doesn't hurt at all. Me, Julius, and JJ, we all had a conversation, and Pequod, when we were like really young, and they informed us both about Icy being the favourite, and I think that's the kind of conversation that me and JJ are going to have with any future siblings we might have.
Smart, really. Prep them while they're young. Well, harsh upbringing for both them and your brother. Looking over at Julius. He gets it from Pequod. Clearly he is Pequod's favorite,
Yes, clearly. He is most definitely Pequod's favourite.
He wanted attention from a strong female, and that is a strong female. So did Nicole. She wanted a mother. She got one. If only that gym wasn't in that apartment, though.
Elizabeth nods.
I too hate that gym, actually. Benny, we all do.
Yeah, no, the only reason it ever gets used is because, well, it's right there, and why go down to another ring gateway and train with the Rangers and quite possibly bother them while we have a personal gym in our apartment. And even then, pretty much only like Carter and Ricky, and sometimes Oz and Benny will use it.
The last person, I think, for the hatred to get to him was Ricky, but after Okir passed, I think he started to not like being in there because so many good memories. Yes. Nodding her head.
Elizabeth sighs heavily and nods. Yeah, those two did have a lot of good memories in there.
Lorelai nods her head.
She shrugs though. But, yeah, no, all of Base Squadron hates that gym for their own reasoning. Me personally, I don't like it because it just reminds me how. She looks around. How stupid my mom really was during that time.
Oh, she was the stupidest, trust me, but she's blossomed. There's nothing wrong with being a late bloomer.
She shakes her head. No, I certainly don't think there is.
Looking in the window, sees Pequod slam both of her hands down. And I'm getting tired of waiting, Julius.
Okay, yeah, no, you're getting tired of waiting. Look, Zanzibar. Zanzibar's right there. That means they're coming up.
Thank God. I'll let go of your hand now. Thank you. Oh, God.
Julius leans over to Ellie. If need be, my sister can heal that for you. Don't worry.
That's fine. It's fine. That's fine, Ricky.
Are you okay?
I'm good.
He's gonna grab.
She has a mean grip, Ricky. Holy shit.
Yeah, she does. He's gonna grab the hands where they were held and start rubbing them. Are you alright?
Thank you very much. Need a kiss or two?
He'll start kissing them. You sure you're okay?
I'm good. I offered my hand thinking it would help. I didn't know. They really should let this woman have Thomas and Hale. I mean, just let her have the fucking kids.
Yeah, you're damn right.
No, they shouldn't, but okay.
Carter shakes his head. I don't think we should let her have the kids all the time. I think we also get to have time with them and spend time with them and take care of them.
Sorry to disagree, man, but if she's got Ellie's hands on her, then give her the kids.
About fucking time. Pequod turns her head, seeing the rest of the rainfalls coming in. Sam has JJ, because I like to imagine he probably cried to get his way. To get into her arms, and she'll come. Well, she'll point for JJ to sit down and sit here, as I'm gonna let Hunk and Davine come in first with Thomas and Hale. Mother.
Davine looks over at Pequod. Yes, darling, what is it?
Please pass Thomas and Hale down here.
Davine will look at Hunk as Julius looks at Hunk with just a pleading look in his eyes. Please. And Davine will look at Julius. Okay, yes, we'll pass down Thomas and Hale to you.
In fact, Banksy, just bring them, and he will. There you go.
In Rugrats talk, Thomas leans over to Hale. Oh god, Mom looks like she's in that rare form today.
I think they're fighting over us.
I think they are. It's like a war for us. He looks at Hale. Makes him feel pretty special, doesn't it, beautiful?
'Cause we're the best.
Obviously, we're the best, as he gives her a high five and then a kiss on the cheek.
Ooh, kissing him back on the cheek. Pequod seeing that. Oh, he's good. Patting Thomas on the head just like his dad, a real charm.
Oh, yeah, no, he's got that. Look at that smile on him as Julius puts his face next to Thomas's and does basically the same exact smile Thomas does. Doesn't that just look so similar to you?
Yes, it does. It's adorable. My God, he does look like him, Ricky. Look at that kid.
Yeah, he really does. He looks like a tiny colonel. He's gonna.
Holy crap! She's caught in a trance looking at Julius's face next to Thomas's.
Ricky's gonna turn his head around. Hey, Jace, you being a good boy?
And Jace gives him 2 thumbs up and nods towards him, and then we'll go back to looking at Sam.
That's what I thought. Shit. It's almost creepy.
Wait, what's creepy?
How close they look.
Who, JJ or Julius and Thomas?
Yeah.
She's still in the trance.
Yeah, them.
Yeah, it is. He's so cute though, as Oz has taken Rebecca, Hunk helping Colt sit down, Soul here. Banksy will make some room, of course, for Soul and them. A favorite uncle. looking down at Rebecca.
Carter squints his eyes as he looks over to Oz. You're her favorite uncle, huh?
I'm going to be. Isn't that right, honey? Looking down at Rebecca.
Laz looks at Rebecca, then at Oz, and she nods. Carter squints as he looks at Laz and then looks over to Soul as Soul tilts her head.
Her favorite uncle, too. Gesturing over to Integra, Icy holding Integra.
Right, yeah, no, I'm sure you will be, man. He pats him on the shoulder. You're a good man, and I'm sure you're gonna be a great uncle.
Yeah. They're gonna. I mean, hey, you got the cheat code. You can take him take him in your jet for rides.
Oh, I'm gonna write that one down. Good idea, Ricky. Typing down on his wrist computer. Sam, it's a British thing. Looking over at JJ.
It's a British thing to want to be the favorite uncle.
Clive is just be fucking delusional.
JJ starts to laugh.
I see you might be onto something, Samantha.
Honestly, yeah, you might be onto something. Luckily, in all technicality, I'm not like British. I just have the accent I grew up on the lane, so luckily I'm not as delusional as them.
The smashing accent.
The absolutely smashing accent as he leans in close and gives her a small kiss on her lips.
She pecks back for another one. She wants more.
He will put his hands around her head, fingers going through her hair, and both deepen the kiss.
And the looks to boot. Oh my god. Got his father's looks. Yeah, looking at JJ.
Elizabeth nods. Yeah, no, that's what everyone always says. I got my mum's looks, and he got dad's looks.
And he's all... will pull his hair back, tug his head backward. Mine. And lick his cheek with her tongue.
Oh, I am all yours, my love. As he'll grab her by the hips and pull her in close to him, just as you are all mine.
Here, Auntie. She'll let go of Jason. I see, yeah. Levitates Jace over into her other arm. Sorry, Jace.
Jace just sort of shrugs as he looks down at his feet.
I mean, she's free over there. She looks like free real estate. You want to go over and bother her?
He looks over at her, looks at Icy, and nods.
Heads up! Sasha, yeah, I'll take him. She will take Jace.
He gets into her lap and will hug around her and just give her a wave.
She'll look at Jace and close one eye at.
He smiles wide at her as he tilts his head, whips the arm out, puts the hand up.
Oh, she'll seductively flip her hair by moving her head quick.
That actually makes his hand sort of shake a little as it lowers a bit, so both of his eyes can see her do that.
Put your hand down and I'll...
He immediately puts the hand down.
Yeah, that worked. She gives him a kiss.
Wow.
God, it's so stupid, Tom is pointing at Jace. But why does it work?
It doesn't work. They placate him. Pointing at Jace.
It's just so stupid, as Integra's shaking her head. If a boy ever does that to me, I'm kicking him in the nuts.
I'll help you if you let me.
Of course, I want to nail it into that boy's head to never do something like that to any girl ever again.
Scar letting out a loud sitting down next to Sylar as Sasha, after she's done kissing Jace. I got word back from Ash Frederick. Everything's fine. Apparently they found a bunker, actually. Peek went...
Julius, stands up immediately, looks at Sasha. They found one?
They found one. They found one with, as Ash puts it, a renewable food source, indefinite one, and an indefinite renewable energy source. Wait, Krellin didn't try to fucking hurt Ash? He actually just let him take it? Yeah. Looking at Banksy. Banksy, holy crap, Krellin has matured.
Julius puts a hand onto Pequod's shoulder. Oh my god, how much our boy has grown, my love.
About fucking time, though. Looking at you, he's only 400 million years old.
Yeah, only 400 million.
Well, that's wonderful news, is it not? What? He looks at Sasha. Is everything alright?
Oh yeah, it's just Krellin and Frederick, pointing back to Frederick over his shoulder, and Samuel over there. Sylar notices the advanced, clearly alien robot looking at him are together. You haven't had a wedding, right? But you're basically married.
Frederick nods. Yeah, no official ceremony yet, but that is my man.
Well, when are you gonna have one? You should have one. Wedding bells are in the air. Wedding protocols online.
Frederick looks over at Samuel and pumps his eyebrows at him twice. We should start thinking about that, shouldn't we, Samuel?
Hell yeah, I'm ready for a wedding.
It's-
You're
Like-
all invited, right?
Oh yeah, all of you? He points to everyone. All of you are invited to our wedding.
I'll be passing on that wedding. Under her breath to Elizabeth.
Smart choice, ma'am. Honestly, smart choice.
It would be an honor, thank you. That is incredible news, and I'm happy the three of you are happy together. That's what matters.
And I was just informing him because he gets concerned when his man goes out with Ash to, do military, air quote, duty. But everything's fine.
He reaches over, holds Sasha's hand. Thank you for telling me, ma'am.
Are you the one that taught Jace the hand thing? Did you teach him this?
I wouldn't teach him that. No, that's a stupid queen hair thing.
Error, error, error. Pointing at Jace.
Yeah, that's why, Samuel. He is an error because he's not supposed to have green hair.
Poor baby. Kissing Jace on the nose.
I think it's quite dashing on him.
Frederick will look at Sylar. No, it looks pretty stupid.
Oh, you're gonna hurt his feelings. Kissing him again. I think Jace is probably on cloud 9.
Higher than Cloud 9 somehow. He's gotten so many kisses from Sasha.
God, they just placate him.
Every single time they just placate. He's not even hurt by those comments. He's not even listening to them. He's so enraptured by Sasha.
He just wants a sugar mama. Find somebody your own age, Jace.
Yeah, Jace. You're just jealous because you're not being kissed by the Ranger General.
I would much rather have kisses from Thomas, thank
Yeah, watch this as he'll kiss Hale.
Equad. Oh my. Grabbing her scarf, almost crying, seeing Thomas and him.
That is... Goddamn, that is really cute. As he'll hold Pequod's hand and kiss it slightly.
And I'm going to be her favorite uncle. She'll come over. Uncle Oz, take me on a flight in the YF-12. Yes, get in the backseat. Now it's starting to dawn on poor Rebecca. What the hell is this guy talking about?
Rebecca scratches the side of her head, tilts it. What is he talking about, guys?
It's a British thing, Samantha said.
It's a British thing to think I'm gonna favor him as an uncle? She looks at Hale and Thomas. I mean, Uncle Oz is cool and all, I don't think he's gonna be my favorite uncle.
That's because he wasn't back in the unit. He didn't have the moxie.
He didn't have the moxie for the black bag shit, as Rebecca. The black bag shit!
Hunk will, may I have Rebecca Oz? Oh, yeah, sure. Sorry, grandfather. He'll hand her down. Memrianne playing with her hair as she goes down.
Rebecca will giggle a bit and will hug around Hunk's neck and rest her head onto his shoulder.
So, Starchild Bunker. Maybe they didn't find anything to heal Colt there, honey, but if they're finding one, they're gonna find more.
Oh, yes, most definitely. As Soul looks very filled with hope as she looks at Colt and holds his hand. You hear that? They might find something to help heal you. I'm still gonna be doing the research and everything I've been doing, but they might find something.
Gives me hope. I'm gonna be up on the altar today with Clark.
Carter swallows hard and nods. Yes, yes, you are. He looks at Colt. I would like for Oz and Ricky to be there to help you walk up. I don't want you to accidentally fall and hurt yourself, okay, Colt?
Well, if I need help up, I'll need help down, so fine.
You know you got no problem, man. Always there.
Carry my ass up, Ricky.
Hey, you ask, I'll do it. Do you want me to pick you up like a bag of potatoes, or do you want me to princess carry you?
Oh, please, just somebody take a shoulder, somebody take the other. Rebecca's favorite uncle take the other shoulder. That's me. And just get me up and down.
Dude, you know I'd never fuck with you like that. At least not at a wedding.
Going to be her favorite uncle, too. Looking over at Hale.
Laz looks over at Hale, then looks at Oz.
There's something cool about being the favorite uncle. You're the one they can go to when they want to do something mischievous. You know what I mean, love? That's the only reason I want to be somebody's favorite.
Soul will lean over to Colt. She used to do that when she was younger because she wasn't good at lying.
You might want to talk. Glaring at Laz.
Sorry, yeah, no, of course. You're gonna be the favorite uncle, Oz.
This is Integra, Siler. Watch this, Siler. Mom hurt my feelings a long time ago.
Immediate Pequod angry face.
See? Looking at Siler with an Integra in her arm.
Oh my. That is most impressive. Hello, little one.
Here, you can take her if you'd like. I like holding her and all. Well, actually, I don't get a lot of time with my own daughter, but here, get to know her.
Oh, gladly, he'll pick her up, cradle her, and turn back around. Hello, Integra. My name is Sila.
She waves at him and will put her hand onto his beard and start feeling it like pinching it almost, because it's very bushy.
Okay, all right ahead. He'll lean down so it's easier for her. So, this one is yours, madam. Looking at
It's
Pequod.
mine and Julius. And if Krellin's right, she's gonna be an Ivy League school student. Harvard, I think he said.
He did say Harvard.
Well,
Destined for great things. She already kind of emotes at people like me, which is... Well, it gives me hope, actually. What's that face she's making? Pointing to Ricky, then pointing to Integra Pequod. That is her I'm angry at grandma and, or in my case, mom face.
looks a lot like yours, ma'am.
Yeah. First time Julius and I noticed it, we were eating dinner at our house with mom and dad over, and she just kept staring at mom, glaring, as she gave Eskimo kisses to Aunt Isis.
Well, that is a good sign for the future then. I mean, she has a great pedigree in terms of parents and grandparents, and to emulate the Primarch is a good thing.
Damn straight. What's Thomas doing as she turns around to look at Tom?
Thomas is, he somehow got a hold of a credit chit, and he has put it, quote unquote, behind Hale's ear, and then made it reappear in his hand.
Hale eyes sparkling, clapping. Mr. Snuffle's eyes from a distance sparkling.
Julius looking at the two of them.
Dad, he just did a magic trick, honey.
As Thomas will lean forward holding the credit and will lean forward and give Hale another kiss on her nose.
Ah, Hale's heart's popping above her head. She'll wrap her little arms around Thomas's neck and hug him.
Looks at Hale, or not Hale, at Integra. That little brother of yours is a very clever one, but with cleverness comes mischievousness. You're going to have to keep him straight, I think.
Integra nods at Sylar and gives him a thumbs up just like Jace does, and rolls her eyes in almost an action of trust me, I know.
Well, it seems you're far more clever than meets the eye as well, little one.
She shrugs slightly and then starts playing with Sylar's bushy beard again.
What is Ash's ETA? Is he gonna make it? Yeah, he'll make it. They'll make it before the ceremony starts. Hunk. Good. Rubbing Rebecca's cheek with his thumb. Good.
Yeah, good.
Are you-
Mom sounded like she was gonna lose it this morning if they didn't get back in time.
And that means Krell ain't too far out, big guys. Looking down the table at Frederick and Sam.
Frederick starts to clap. Oh my god, I cannot wait to see Quentin again.
Over here, finally. Clive's anger is at a boiling point. You must calm down, Clive. You have a talk with him before he walks down the aisle. You have to hold it until then, fixing his shirt.
I just gotta hold it. I gotta like bottle it up, you know.
Put the fear of God in him before he walks down the aisle.
Oh, honey, he puts his hands on her hips. I have no issue doing that. Trust me. I just gotta breathe, cause I gotta wait to do it.
And there he is, coming in. About time! Looking back at Suletta and Clive.
Clive is glaring at Carter.
You fucked up, man. Looking at Carter.
Carter looks at Clive, then looks at Hunk and nods and just clicks his tongue.
Yeah, I most definitely did.
As he'll look at Memrianne and just sort of shake his head. Clive, still glaring at Carter, will look over at Thomas, see him do the magic trick again, then look at Suletta.
Thomas and Carter.
Looking at Thomas from a distance. You see that magic trick he's doing?
That's quite impressive. I wasn't able to learn something like that until I was like 12 years old, maybe?
Wonder where he got the credit Huh. Reaching around. I think he got it off me.
Davine will start looking in his pack and his pockets with him. How did he do that?
Little sneak. He's a little sneak, ain't he, Rebecca?
Rebecca nods at him in Rugrats talk. Oh man, I think you got caught, Thomas.
They ain't gonna do anything. We're too cute.
Yeah, we're too cute. I mean, plus it's just a credit chit. He has so many of them.
It's one credit. This bad bitch got billions. Pointing to Pequot.
That is for sure. Yeah, that bad bitch has a lot of credits, that's for sure.
Father, are you okay?
He-
You look dapper today, Father, I must say. Memrianne looking him up and down.
Yeah,
he-
man.
he'll,
Looking good, Clive. Looking suave.
he'll look over to Memrianne and fix his collar a bit.
Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you so much. You're doing okay. He's been taking care of you today, right?
Yes, it was a somber day. We went to visit Bash and Okir and got our nails done. She'll hold up her nails, our toes, and ready for the ceremony.
Yeah, okay, wonderful. And can I just say, honey, you just look so beautiful.
Thank you, Father. Smiling at him. You're going to walk me down the aisle.
Of course, honey, of course. I'm gonna walk you down the aisle, and I'm gonna give you away, and it's just gonna be a beautiful moment, honey.
Can't wait. Smiling at him.
He smiles at her as he'll hold Suletta's hand.
I am very proud of that girl.
As am I. She kisses Clive on the cheek, and then Clive notices the giant statue of Carter outside.
Ah, I see how it is, Carter. You had a fucking statue made for yourself just because you're so great. Is that right?
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that. Suletta looking out the window.
No, Tommy. Tommy made that for me. Or, well, not for me, for,
That's
Memrianne.
what they all say. Speaking up loudly.
Carter,
Suletta, I think we should have a closer look at that. Go ahead with Carter.
Carter slowly turns to look at Samantha with a face of, what are you doing?
My god, people say I had an ego. You don't see any statues to me.
I didn't do anything, Clive.
Okay, a closer look at that statue, you say, huh, Suletta?
Yes, let's go. She'll take him out. Sam starts laughing to herself.
God damn it, Sam, you've been instigating this entire time, haven't you, Samantha?
All day. Winking at Carter and then looking back at JJ.
Dude, you sent a stick of dynamite at him.
Excellent work. Patting her on the head.
JJ starts to laugh as he gives her another kiss.
Sam is really good at this stuff, Carter. Looking at Samantha.
Trust me, I can tell. I can very much tell. As Laz has her hand over her mouth laughing, she looks at Oz. When he mentioned that of course he had a statue made for him and everything. Oh my god, it was very hard not to laugh.
I think he may be feeling the full might of the unit.
Oh my god. Laz looks at Carter, then back at Oz and shakes her head. Do you think Carter can handle it, honey, though?
I don't know. Frederick putting on the Fred Pesci shirt. You motherfucker, you!
Oh, jeez, imagine.
Carter lets out a bit of a chuckle, looks over to Fludwick. You know what, honestly, I would be pretty scared of Fred Pesci, because you never know what Fred Pesci's gonna do.
Oh god. As Sam, I only do it because I like you, Carter.
Carter looks over at her and smiles. I know, Sam, I know. By the way, Clive wanted me to tell you something.
Get down, Samantha!
She starts laughing.
This is another lesson, little Integra, and this is one you can both remember as a safety net and as a weapon. It's an old Elvish saying, and it is, there are no weapons more dangerous than a confident woman.
We used to do things like this back in the unit all the time, Carter.
You know, with our goatees and GILs, it's... Oh man, it gets your heart pumping, doesn't it, Samantha?
Nothing like it, mate. Rescuing some dairy products while you were at basic, JJ.
Yes, no. While I was at basic, you guys were fighting the real fight, weren't you?
Let me see your shoulder.
He'll show her his shoulder.
Nice bruise.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a bit of a reminder. I quite enjoy it, actually.
Could you heal it? She will. There you go, JJ.
Thank you so much, sister.
You're welcome.
Healing it so you can bruise it again.
Look here, JJ.
Making sure to keep him on his toes, huh, Sam?
It's a good way to mark one's territory as well.
Hey, I'm not judging.
I wait out here at the looking up at the statue.
Clive shaking his head.
We didn't bring any dynamite, did we?
No, we did not. That little fucking preppy motherfucker with his manicured nails, manicured feet, fucking perfectly trimmed facial hair, probably got a fucking massage from one of them Chinese massage places in New York. Probably had a sauna. Probably had to have some type of expensive vitamin drink. Cracking his knuckle. And he put Memrianne in the hole.
What a little bitch. You know, mate, we were making plans for the power loader now. Once we get back to the lake, we're putting those plans in motion, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, you goddamn right. We're getting to work ASAFP, brother.
ASAFP, that's fucking right, mate.
Wait a minute, so back in here, who approved him credits to make a power loader to intimidate and or fight Carter? Me. I just said sure, okay, whatever. Because God.
Davy nods, and you know, I agreed with my husband. I told him he could.
Carter, are you gonna hurt Memrianne again?
No, never.
That's good enough for me, but it's never gonna be good enough for fucking Clive. I'm sorry, son.
No, I know. It's fair enough. He just wants to protect his little girl.
The unit.
You know, if you put that fight on anyways, you could probably charge pay-per-view for it.
We could make a lot of money. You know, that gives me a good idea, actually, looking at Ricky. I've always wanted to... So the first boxing match, we didn't air to the public. Your mother's seen it, Ricky. That we gave her the footage from, like, the one camera we had set up, but we didn't air it. I don't know, Julius. What do you think of, like, a Scar... Frederick rematch, live broadcast, like... And we charge, like, pay-per-view.
Julius holds her hand. Are you sure you'll be able to handle that, honey?
Being at the top means you have to be able to make sacrifices.
Okay. If you think you can handle it, then I am all for that. I think it'd make a lot of money.
What do you think, Frederick? Hand up Julius's shirt as she turns to Frederick.
Frederick nods. I've always wanted another chance at that cheetah. Just make sure he doesn't have any quarters in his glove this time.
Coming in. And I already done told Frederick I could done train him when they would talk throwing ideas around about a rematch one day back a few months back.
Yeah, no, so I already have my trainer right here, as he'll pat Zap on the stomach.
And if you,
Freddy Balboa, dude, again?
I think it'd be sick to watch. And ma'am, if you need some guys, I know some fighters I can ask to do an undercard for you.
Do you think the fight will be over quickly, though? I mean, you can't really, even with a good undercard. Looking at Frederick, you can go the distance, right, Frederick?
Oh, I can go the distance, trust me.
Oh, he'll be a lean, mean fighting machine when Uncle Zap done with him, sitting down here.
And,
Laz leans over to Oz. I can put my entire reputation as both the pilot and the eldest child of my family that he will not be able to go the distance.
Oh, look at this. Just look at him. Come on, Sasha. You can't be hogging him forever. He grabs Jace out of her arms. Come here, Jace.
He's wildly reaching towards Sasha.
Oh, poor guy. Look at him, Towns. Uh-oh. Zap. Mwah! Mwah! You love them kisses. I know you do. You love the attention.
Oh, God, something help me! One of you, please help me!
Done. Mama Land done been looking for you, too. Taking him out. Hell, ha ha!
Oh, that's what he gets.
He got some black bag shit.
Black bag shit! From Rebecca up here.
They can hear Jace's cries for help out here as Mama Land. How you brought him to me?
No, it's what the fire? Why is it so slobbery?
All the Rugrats laughing at poor Jace out there. As we're still staying here, but Hunk sits back with Rebecca. More kids.
Davian looks at Hunk. Oh, most definitely, my love. More kids.
Got my fervor up. All these Rebecca, all these new additions. Thomas. Our time's coming.
Davy nods. Oh, yes. Well, she leans forward, and then we'll show them all who the real best baby makers are.
Oh, hell, yeah. Looking down the table at Pequod, who's inspecting Thomas and him.
Davine smiles at him, will give him a kiss on the cheek, and put her hand up his shirt. Looks at them. I am glad she has someone like I have Nicole, though. That is very good for her.
Yeah, but she won't admit it yet.
No, she won't, but she rubs his abs. She will in time. I trust that she will in time.
And then hopefully it's a good bonding moment for you two.
Oh, hopefully. I would like to bond with Pequod a bit more. Believe it or not, I don't like the, harsh relationship. Oh, maybe strained is a better word for it. The strained relationship that we have now.
Well, I mean, Nicole's always going to be your favorite, but it is good to have a more emotional relationship with your other daughter, as opposed to Jim, right?
Yes, of course, darling, I know that.
Something tells me the Jim will never be completely washed away with her, though.
Davine shakes her head. No, I trust it won't, darling. I think thousands and thousands of years into the future, it will not be washed away.
It will never go away. Looking at Pequod. She literally almost hit Carter with a frying pan like 9 months ago or something because he was taking a break in the gym.
Maybe
Carter.
1,000 years, you guys.
Carter nods. I was just sitting down after lifting weights. And then my mom comes in with a frying pan and I almost got it. Yeah, no, she's never gonna let it go. Davine sighs, sort of sadly. looks at Hunk and shrugs. Oh well. There's a lot of things that I've done that shouldn't be let go, and that's completely fair. The gym era should not be let go either. I should be reminded of it, at least every so often, I suppose.
It was a brutal era if Carter's being threatened with cookware.
Yeah. Like I said, Mom and Dad won't talk shit about it, so it's gotta be bad.
Yes, it was very bad. Carter shakes his head, looks at Memrian. Definitely taught me never to take a break in the gym, though.
Get in, get out, don't go back in. Till the next day.
100%. It's extremely, sad when you accidentally leave your water bottle in there, but then you realize, it's fine, I'll just go get a cup from the kitchen. So, there's... Oh, God. I hate that fucking gym.
We all do.
Yeah, not a fan of it now. I've been mainly training with the Rangers recently.
Well, I'm sure there are times they wonder. It goes through their head. Why does she get a lunchbox? Why is she the favorite? Because many reasons, but that first year on the lane, she's the one that showed up at the holidays with Mom and Dad.
She's the one who decided to spend as much time with us as possible, and I will never forget that on her part.
Unconditional love is a rare thing. He chuckled.
Davy nods. And when you receive that love, or give it, I personally think it should be rewarded, and she sort of laughs. I certainly do reward Istrom, don't I?
You love doing it, though. Memrian looking at her.
Oh, 100% I love doing it. Look at her makeup. Doesn't it just look spectacular?
She doesn't need it.
I know, but she likes me doing it, and I like helping her with it.
Fair. I would like a daughter someday, so...
Carter nods.
Yeah, no, I think having a daughter would be very nice. Honestly, having any kid, either gender, would be very cool with you, honey.
This could be a kid. Remember this guy?
Oh God, what was his name again? That's from Space Vietnam, right?
She stops, kissing JJ, and looks over. The monkey?
Yeah, no, that's the monkey that was killed in the dramatic reenactment of Space Vietnam for the Father Goodscar interview.
Targeting protocols engage. Samuel stands up. Nope. Puts the photo away.
Laz sort of covers Oz's body and tries to hide the photo before he's able to put it away, and then she sits back up.
Oh Jesus, that was quite close. I didn't realize that was gonna happen.
Samuel talks now, looking over at him.
Yeah, they fixed Clive built something for him, right?
Oh, that's sweet. Looking over at Samuel. Pequod, yeah. Clive has moments of lucidity, apparently.
Yeah, it's actually pretty cool. He had to invent that shit, man.
From ground up, you're right. Looking at Ricky.
Laz nods. Yeah, no, he spent a good 6 months, something like that, just running diagnostics and that kind of thing on Samuel, and then he started to work on the translator, which took another few months, and then boom, he got Samuel's voice.
Carter nods. Yeah, no, it was quite a while until we heard Samuel's voice. That's actually not how I imagined he would sound.
I don't know why. I would have imagined him sounding kind of like your grandpa, not that.
Well, I was gonna say I imagined him to sound a bit more how should I put this nicely? Girlish, almost, just
feminine.
Exactly. Thank you. Feminine.
He's the one who wears the skirt.
Laz nods.
Yeah, no, out of that
throuple, let's call it. He's the girl of them.
Jace getting teleported back, saved. Oh, not Rocco. Ooh. Jace. There you go. Is he holding it?
She can feel that Jace is breathing heavily as he hugs onto her arm. Thank you! In his little baby talk towards her.
Sure. Winky your eye. Welcome. Eat.
It
We didn't
helps-
bring enough for everybody, Jace, so don't share.
Jace nods, gives her a thumbs up, and he'll start to eat his In-N-Out.
Ooh, In-N-Out burger. Benny reaches, she slaps his hand. Ow, fuck.
Elizabeth leans forward. Is that all really for Jace?
Mm-hmm. Nodding her head.
My god, you do spoil him, sissy.
He deserves it. Looking down at him, he loves In-N-Out burger. Hale, Arby's. Thomas, Arby's. Integra, Arby's. Rebecca, I've seen her eat a beef and cheddar at her age, which is weird if you think about it. He likes his In-N-Out burger, so do I. I like In-N-Out burger.
I would say I do as well. He's got good taste in food and women.
He likes eggs on them.
Really, that is an interesting idea.
Huh. Look, I guess we're not gonna get In-N-Out burger today at the wedding. I see, no, it's some ridiculous, like, 55-course meal.
Very fancy, most likely, knowing the way Mr. Wiseau has been going about this.
Do I smell In-N-Out burger, Julius?
Julius starts sniffing the air, looks over at Icy. I think you do.
Oh, Jace has it.
Yeah, now she got, I think, 4 burgers for Jace, god damn.
Core memory unlocked the first time he ever ate one.
Yeah, no, for sure. He had that burger, and then I think from that point on, his favorite was set.
A big crowd growing out here with the rest of the rainfalls. Rolly, what an amazing statue, honey. Standing next to Star.
What an amazing statue, honey. I think it's a load of bullshit.
Don't it work out? Not even concerned that Jace just teleported away.
Oh, okay, yeah. I could show Carter a work of art or two. It's called the double burge. Am I right, Scar?
Yeah, fucking right. How about double power loader claws in his throat?
Oh, that's a good idea. That is a good idea. Oh, yeah, try to show this one apart. We'll show you just what we're capable of. The fucking power loader combo wombo on that motherfucker.
Wow, even Davine and Hunk didn't have statues of themselves at their own wedding, though. That's crazy. You think Carter asked for that? Maybe. Looking up at the statue.
Oh, I'd bet good money that he asked for this, and he says trying to, just like Samantha said,
He looks over at Siletta.
just like Samantha said. That's what they all say, that he didn't get it for himself, that Tommy Wiseau commissioned this fucking grotesque statue.
Tommy's been standing next to Scar the whole time, not even paying attention. You know, Carter's got a fucking huge ego, am I right?
Oh, I know, Tommy.
Just like his fucking father, that ego, right? You say that again.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know how it happened, but I think Carter's ego surpassed Julius's. It is a fucking mystery how that fucking happened.
Putting a hand in his pocket, gesturing to the statue, almost like Carter is delusional or something.
You could say that again. Might be the most delusional person on the line.
Living a fucking lie, gesturing back to the statue, pretending he never hurt Memrian or something like that.
Oh, I am going to remind him. If he's really living in that kind of delusion, Tom, I'm going to remind him tonight how much he really did hurt Memrian, because I'm going to hurt him not even tenfold. I'm just going to hurt him the same amount that he hurt her. Just a couple wombo combos, you know what I'm saying?
As he throws a couple punches.
Putting his big arm around Clive, tightening it, and then they go into a hug between Scar and Clive as Tommy comes in here. It is time to split the boys and the girls. Too bad, so sad, Carter.
Carter sighs. No, it's okay, Tom. I understand.
I only feel bad for you, because if you look out the window there, Your father-in-law is going to range.
Carter looks out the window. He spots the sight of Scar and Clive hugging each other. Oh god, this is gonna be bad.
Now, we have many guests here today, and many people that should not be separated. Hank Davine, you don't need to be separated.
Oh, thank you, Darlight.
Finally! Looking at Davine!
She holds on to him very tightly.
Thank you so much. I quite enjoy that decision, Mr. Wiseau.
I'm trying to minimize the collateral damage of separation. And you won't be far separated, you'll be in the same building, just separate rooms. So, girls, you come with me. The boys, then I come back and get you. The rest of you who aren't taken separate, head to the chapel. Soon time to begin. Wait as much time as possible for Ash, but we do have schedule to keep, okay?
Okay, understood, sir.
The girls find themselves up here. Mama Land fixing Memrian's hair one final time.
Elizabeth, I like to imagine it's helping her zip up a zipper on her, like, hip waist area.
24 karat gold laced diamond dress.
Oh my god, I'm actually sort of scared to touch this thing, to be honest. I feel like I'd mess it up. Is it heavy?
Yeah, very. You know I didn't ask for this, right? Sasha, eyebrow raised at Memrian. I didn't, I swear.
The last nods, puts a hand onto her shoulder. Hey, yeah, we know, don't worry. Would you have rather just like a simple wedding at the lane, like mine and Oz's, or like,
No, I quite like the attention, honestly.
Oh, okay, so she smiles, the perfect wedding for you and Carter then.
And after what he did to you, I'd say you deserve whatever type of wedding you want. Agreed?
To be treated like a princess.
Les chuckles as she will wipe some like lint and dust off of one of her shoulders.
I wish Sol would be here, but I do not want... How is she doing in her training with you and Aunt Nicole? She's focused, crossing her arms, shrugging.
She's doing well though, right? Like, almost ready to, be able to take down Strat if need be, with her powers, right, man?
I would say so, yes. I do think it's a shame that it takes one being paralyzed to hone in focus like this, but she shrugs, if that's what it takes.
Elizabeth sighs and nods.
If that's what it takes, ma'am.
I felt the same way about Nicole years ago. She had a mass potential. It's why the Arcane Council made her be in the military. It's why they put her with Hunk. It's why she got all the special treatment possible in existence. But it wasn't until Gym Lady pulled along that Nicole really... So...
We'll take that one certain spark, if you will, ma'am, and ride that spark to the end to get us really powerful and everything like that, especially for spellcasters, I'm guessing.
Yes, it was Pequod, Julius, and her father, and then that woman in the gym who she thought was cool. Sasha. I thought Davine was cool as well, but yeah.
Elizabeth nods.
Honestly, I probably would have thought she was cool, and, that might sound biased, I suppose, because, I'm her daughter and all, but she looks at Sasha. I probably would have been in the same boat as you.
So I never found it too far-fetched that, she thinks Davine's so cool. A lot of other people were like, she's not cool, why do you think that? But I understand where she was coming from. I used to think she was cool. Until her past mistakes separated me and JJ. Now, she's cool, but not super cool. I can understand.
Well, the last nods. Yeah, no, I think if any of us really get that kind of not thinking she's cool, even though you do think she's cool, it would be you, Sam. I think you have the most right out of probably anyone here right now.
Let's just put it like this. The Universal Savior toy line from Snarf Academy. We have a Davine one where she's in the pose throwing the 4 Thunder Spears. It's not on display it's in the laundry room. Looking at Laz, you've probably seen it. The rest are like open in display with the Pokemon stuff JJ gets for me. The Davine one, it's cool. You see it when you're doing laundry, but it doesn't need to be out to the guests.
It's not open for everyone to view. Just, it's cool to see every so often.
Wasn't it originally in your living room? Before the mandate for basic training came, yeah.
Elizabeth clicks her tongue, looks up at Sasha.
Sam has always been pretty ruthless like that, I suppose.
Well, I mean, it's fine. And at Nicole's house, there's a bunch of Davine memorabilia, so that makes up for that. Lorelai clap.
Elizabeth chuckles.
She even uses the lunchbox.
That is adorable. Looking at Elizabeth.
Elizabeth nods.
It is pretty cute.
As Laz looks at Lorelai.
Did you know that Davine even has a specialized makeup box just for Icy, and it reads Istrom's makeup on the lid of it?
She claps her hands together and blinks like 10 times. I love being proven wrong by that woman. I truly do.
Elizabeth blinks a couple times at Lorelai.
You don't often hear that you like to be proven wrong from anyone. So that is quite surprising, actually.
No, but there was a place and time where I thought she was only in it for the dick.
Davine sucks some air in through her teeth and...
Hunk Rainfall was an easy man to get at. All you had to do is pretend to care about his daughter and you could get him. Worked for Laz. Come to find out, she didn't care. She actually hated Nicole. Not you. Looking at Laz. The bunker one, your non-namesake anymore. She's dead, by the way.
Laz nods. Oh, that's good to know. The bunker hag is what they all call her.
Yes, the same one that Ash's son trained with, yes.
Right, of course. She shakes her head.
How do you think Laz got Hunk Rainfall?
Pretend to care about Aunt Icy.
Mm-hmm. So I kind of figured Davine was probably just doing the same.
Right. Well,
she chuckles.
Luckily, as you put it, you were proven wrong about that.
Turns out she's actually just a good mom. Shrugging, crossing her arm.
Elizabeth nods.
Again, might sound a bit biased, but I do think she is the best mom I could have had. She raised me quite well. And my dad. My dad's the best dad I could have had, too.
Grandma and Grandpa are very comforting. When you've done something wrong or had a bad day, you go to them, you're not going to get screamed at or pointed at. Or told about the unit. Or like, the unit.
Laz shakes her head.
The unit.
Animosha 15. The unit's revival.
Laz starts to laugh.
Just completely skip over the other 11 games and just go straight to 15.
Go straight, she looks at Laz. Go straight to 15. Yeah, this is when they thought me dead and I come back at the middle of the game.
Laz shakes her head.
The entire game is it's about this hooded soldier that you're trying to find, and he always helps you and stuff, and he's super badass and everything like that. And in the middle of the game, you find out it's just Clive Rainfall, leader of the unit.
Would it be too much to, putting her hand up, ask if you could have you're going to have some type of courses to try and combat the Galleon retardation gene? That's what it's called, accept it.
Correct, ma'am.
Good. Would it be too much to ask to throw in somewhere in those courses about him not being a war hero, the unit being fictitious?
Laz looks at her feet.
There's a lot of children that would grow up thinking he's a war hero. Looking shocked at Laz.
Oh my god, you're
What
right.
if Thomas and Hale think he's a grand war hero right now?
Laz looks at Memrianne.
Oh god, what if they grow up like saluting him and stuff?
And I mean, in truth, they probably wouldn't know anything about grandfather's exploits, right? Because he doesn't go around talking about them like a father.
No, or like my dad's, or your mom's, or any of them. They don't go around bragging.
Even
about them.
grandmother, think about it.
They don't go around bragging about that sort of thing.
She raises one of her hands in exasperation.
That's how you know they actually did that fucking shit.
You should take notes. Lorelai looking at Laz.
Laz nods.
Yes, thank you.
She nods towards Lorelai.
Thank you so much for the recommendation, ma'am. I will most definitely begin to take notes on it.
The children should grow up knowing who saved the universe, who did what, not operate under the lie that the unit. God, I hate saying that. The unit, Lorelai looks at Laz, was the one who really beat Taywash.
Elizabeth covers her mouth and starts to laugh.
Yeah, no, the unit's the one who closed the black hole.
Julius, Ash, Nicole, Sasha, Samantha saying this, Sasha, Towns, Hank, Davine, they didn't have the moxie that the unit had.
Laz shakes her head.
Yeah, no. Alpha 9, more like... Yeah, more like asshole 9.
Asshole 9! Pequod and Julius have just walked in hearing that. Asshole 9? Really?
Asshole 9, you guys say, huh?
Yeah, well, you know. You just didn't have the moxie to deal with Taywash, so I had to.
Oh, yeah, no, it's not like I had Tewas on the back ropes, even when he was voided out. No, sir.
You just don't have the unit. I'm sorry. Well, yeah, you don't have the unit, but you lack the moxie. You always did. Just like Samantha.
Julius starts to laugh. If there's two people that never lacked the moxie, it's you and I, Samantha.
He did claim, Father did claim the other day he holds all the top records at Ranger Selection. Sam nods her head knowingly at Julius.
Oh my god. Julius shakes his head, looks at Sasha. If he for some reason has the balls to go up to you and ask for one of those records, just shoot him, please.
I'll give him a shoulder shot like I did Mr. Wiseau.
Julius nods. At that point, he deserves it.
Oh god, poor Father, I can only imagine. You should hear when... Well, you remember the noise he made? Carter does it better than me.
Laz shakes her head.
Here, let me try to...
You look so much like your mother.
Yeah, and that was with paintball guns.
Pequod shaking her head will come in and hug Memrianne. We're just coming to do the rounds, congratulate. We gotta go see Carter and company. Your dad's down there stewing with Carter. He looks really mad, Julius.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, really pissed off.
He looks at Samantha.
You did a very good job at instigating, didn't you?
She big grin on her face.
Julius nods.
I would expect nothing less out of you, Samantha.
Here, I'll let your father come in. But yeah, she comes, stands next to Sasha.
Julius will walk up to her, give her a hug, whisper in her ear,
I'm very happy that you're going to be my daughter-in-law, Memrianne.
Thank you.
and I will. He leans back, looks her in the eye.
And I will forever and always be extremely proud of the person you've become.
She starts to cry.
He smiles, wipes the tears off her eyes.
You did good.
As he'll take a step back and give her a thumbs up.
And he will for sure choke on that spaghetti.
Oh, obviously. I have to choke on my wife's spaghetti.
Sam, huh?
Laz leans forward. a comment that Memrianne made to my father during their more jaded part of their relationship to choke on Pequod spaghetti because she always used to make spaghetti dinner on like Fridays.
Always used to, not anymore. No, it stopped after the Carter drama. Everything stopped, basically, save for the children production and Snarf Workshop. Lorelai, you should start it again. Why not? Bigger family, more time others can see Thomas and Hale. Maybe that would alleviate some competition from our blonde child and this one, Memrianne here. It's a good idea. Looking at Memrianne.
Julius nods. Yeah, no, I wouldn't mind starting spaghetti dinners back up. He looks at Pequod. I do love your spaghetti.
The thing is, I need more time. I need more free time, and I'm not going to have it for a while, because Carter needs to have his band. Truth be told, once they're out of the military, I want her, pointing at Elizabeth. I'm not going to take her, because Carter deserves to have what he wants. He gets his band, that's my gift to him, but there will be a time where I can have more free time, and I can cook more for you.
Julius holds her hand, and I am very much looking forward to that time, my love.
She'll kiss Julius on the lips. Now, before we go see Carter, do you want to stare in from the balcony over there and look at Clive and just see how angry he is?
Yes, please.
Okay, have fun, girls. No, some things never change. They never quite grew up, which there's nothing wrong with that. Putting her finger up.
Laz nods. Who's to say immaturity just isn't the essence of youth coming to the forefront at times?
Choke on your spaghetti.
Elizabeth looks at Memrianne. I don't think they're ever going to let you live that one down.
I was quite angry. I was promoted, then told I was basically demoted going down to the headhunters. I thought I was going to stay on Gateway.
I mean, yeah, no. I suppose that's a fair thing to get angry about. Just, you should have never made the comment about the spaghetti.
No, I shouldn't. No, I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have. That's fine. I'll live with it.
Yeah, no, we'll definitely live with it. And she looks at where Pequod and Julius just left. I'm sure that if it gets to have them, alleviate some of the stress and competition from Carter and you, I'm sure they're going to be starting up back up, I should say.
Thomas and Hale are the hot commodity. I've seen it now firsthand.
Laz nods. Yeah, no, definitely. She shakes her head. It's actually quite difficult for me and Oz to get Thomas and Hale over for just a normal play date. Usually we'll have to bring Jace over to whosever house those two are at whatever given point.
Well, she'll stroke her chin. I can understand. If you'll indulge me. I think I get it. Actually, I really do think I get it. Nodding her head, looking at the direction Pequod went off. So, she'll put her hands out. You have right here. Pequod, correct? Puts I like to imagine a image of her as she is right now. Yes, this is your mother.
She nods. Yeah, that's my mom.
A long time ago came round this handsome devil.
Laz nods. That's actually a pretty young image of my dad.
And then a long time ago came round this cute little girl. Wow, she was tiny as fuck. Smaller than you, looking at Elizabeth.
Oh my gosh, she's so small. I would actually have to look down on her.
Yeah, it was fucking nuts how tiny she was. She stands off out here. She came up to here on me. I was always tall like this. That's below my hip. Elizabeth, look at my hand.
Oh my god, she looks at her hand stands next to her. Holy crap.
You're over my hip, honey. You're over my hip.
Yeah, no, that's insane. I would have had a big little sister.
That's another reason, from what Aunt Nicole said, she couldn't do basic. They simply wouldn't take her!
Because she was too small, as Laz nods and starts to laugh.
Yes, no, I remember the basic training requests being shot down by, well, it starts at the bottom of the command chain, worked its all the way up to General fucking Rico, and he denied it. Little did he know she would be instrumental in saving the galaxy.
Laz starts to laugh and shakes her head. I mean, yeah, no, I think she was like the key piece to saving the universe. I mean, obviously my father was there, but I think she was the key piece, in my opinion at least.
They all played their role as the key. Either way, then you had this seductive-looking young lady creature here. But back then, she had her friend, she had her lover, and then she had herself. But she couldn't really do anything. He was a complete, utter mess. He wouldn't grow up. He needed taking care of. He was, by all accounts, very handsome. But, to be frank, a fucking loser. Sasha laughs loudly at that. He was going to be kicked out of the military. Did you know that?
Laz, at Nons, actually. He told us about that when we were younger to really set us straight on acting respectful and everything like that.
The only reason him and Sherion stayed in the military was because of me.
And the entire family is very thankful for that, Miss Lorelai.
That being said, I don't know when it happened. I wasn't present, mind you. I'm sure it happened in that bunker. The aforementioned Laz's bunker. He finally admitted his past to everybody, and she realized she had to take care of him, and wanted to take care of him. And the same was true for this one. Small, neglected, a mess, a complete mess. In some ways, far more of a mess than Julius. Pretending to be responsible, being forced into a captain role. But she couldn't do anything for them back then. Sure, she had her parents' money, but she didn't have her own wealth yet. Now, she can, and she does. She's helped give them a family, a place to live where they're always close. Thomas and Hale are essentially this and this as children. The logical step is she wants to give them, make sure they have everything they could ever want or need.
Laz nods. That does make quite a bit of sense. She wants to, sort of like Grandpa and Grandma, she wants to take care of them like she was never able to in the past.
Exactly. The only problem is she doesn't necessarily need to. She chuckled. They have the money, they have the family, they have everything they could want or need around them at all times. So.
Elizabeth nods. I mean, a big check mark on the family. Literally everyone wants to take care of Thomas and Hale, so that's something they never really need to worry about.
Boop, boop, putting up the images of them. Sam, good God, it's even more freaky looking at younger pictures of.
Laz nods. Like, right? Looking at Sam than at the pictures. Like, My father's, like, younger face as compared to that matches up way better than his, like, older, more rugged-looking face. And same thing with Aunt Icy.
I remember Sasha looking at the young Icy. I remember she was so small, so short. She would go to the stores on Gateway and hand over her military ID, and they just wouldn't believe her, given her stature. So I had to buy her cigarettes, even after she turned 18 and after she turned 21.
Elizabeth starts to laugh. No, that has never happened to me, so oh my god.
They did not. They knew she was a wizard, so they just, you're faking this ID, get out of our store now. And then she'd come to me complaining, and I'd have to go buy her a carton of Integra cigarette brand. Then Julius would show up, see her smoking, Pequod would get angry, he'd get angry, they'd take it away from her, and the cycle would just repeat over and over and over.
They would take it away from her and get into
one of those classic Julius Icy arguments where they call each other like idiot and stupid and that kind of thing?
Dickwad was a favorite back in the day.
Asshat, I believe I've also heard quite a few times.
Yes, nodding her head.
Oh man,
She looks at Sasha.
is it weird that I would sort of want to meet like a younger version of those two? I mean, I love the versions we have now, don't get me wrong, but I would like to meet like a younger version of those two.
I think it's best you never do, because you will get into so much trouble along with them.
Oh yeah, is that so? Did they ever like really drag you on any of their mischievous antics?
I was way too career-oriented and goal and career-oriented focused back then, so no, I never let them. I'm sure they would have liked to have roped me into throwing the football into absolute best steak and potatoes.
Elizabeth covers her mouth and starts to laugh.
I'm sure they would have.
But no, I tried to. It's not a good thing. It's really not. No matter what career you're in, you don't want to 110% focus on it. You'll end up regretting it and end up neglecting the people around you, taking them for granted. But no, back then, no, I wasn't going to get involved in any of their horseshit.
Laz starts to laugh.
I probably would have been in the same boat as you, honestly, if I had like no other connection to the family other than like knowing them from my past and everything like that. I would have probably done the same thing as you, Auntie.
Towns and I were kind of like the Laz and Oz of that squad, I like to imagine. So yeah. Responsible ones, yada yada yada. If drama happened, we just remain neutral, even if there was a clear side. Maybe not towards the end with some of the Ash drama. I couldn't take it anymore. But that's water under the bridge, neither here nor there. But yeah, for the most part, we were straight down the middle.
You were the squad mom and dad.
Yeah, for the most part, though not as intimately involved as you two. My level of intimacy is probably a little lower back then than yours was now. Like, you know, it would be a lot different if you had to sleep next to Ricky every night and he was groping your boob like Integra was mine. You know, like, I could only take so much of that. Sam laughed. And she would mutter things about Julius and, oh, Ash, you're growing, actually. Just too much for me.
Elizabeth starts to laugh as Laz sort of grimaces.
Yeah, no, that would be far too much for me as well.
She would ramble about Julius being good looking, and then she would ramble, you know, Ash, you're not half bad looking yourself here. You might wanna get these checked out though. You shouldn't have breasts as a man. And that was the final night for me.
Oh my god! Elizabeth covered her mouth even more, laughing even harder.
She did it to Nicole, of course, prior to me, and she'd mumble, oh, Julius, you're so flat-chested. And Nicole was flat-chested.
Oh no, I bet all my credits that did not help her confidence at all.
Nope. Shortly after a couple weeks of being groped, she moved down to where Uncle Zap and company lived, brain dead Scar, you know. The real winners of the apartment. Sure, they might have been not military people and civilian contractors and a little goofy at times, but they didn't cause any drama. They were the real winners of the squad.
The armory focus, but they were always used to be cold, right?
Yes, and then finally Hunk and Davine got together, and they moved into the room next to Nicole.
Laz nods, and that's when the really strong Istrum stuff started.
Yeah, that's when you'd see things like them hanging out together all the time, and it was sweet, actually.
Laz smiles. It has always been pretty sweet.
Yes, so sweet. Davine's loins were on fire as Hunk grabbed her breast. Sasha, I was never into the fanfic writing of Hunk and Davine, but I understand why she was. Scar never understood it.
You know, I would not take Uncle Scar for like a helpless romantic, you know?
No, I never would have either. But I guess it was like a bonding thing him and Nicole would do.
Yeah, whatever like bonding you can do with someone, I'd say go for it, do it. If they enjoy playing video games with you, play video games with them. If they enjoy writing fan fiction about my parents, go ahead and do that too, I guess.
If they enjoy living in their own home, they should put their foot down on their partner and live in their own home. Holding Elizabeth's hand.
Elizabeth holds her back and nods.
Oh, God, I should do that. I need to, in fact.
Give me a hug. I feel so bad for you.
She gives her a hug. I just want my own place.
Oh no! Kissing her on the head. And a couple rooms down the ways, Oz is fixing Carter's tie. You look good, Carter. I don't know if you're gonna remain this way. Side-eyeing Clive.
Carter's eyes side-eye Clive as well, then looks back at Oz. If I get beat up for what I did in the past, he shrugs. I think that's an iota of what I deserve.
Yeah, after the wedding, preferably though.
After the wedding, yeah, very preferably. I don't necessarily want the entire galaxy to see my bruised up face as I give my vows to Memrianne.
Turn on, Fox.
Carter starts to laugh. He looks at Towns. Were you aware of me and Memrianne's face being plastered all over Times Square?
No. Looking at Carter.
Yeah, no, me and Memrianne's face plastered all over Times Square with every so often apparently an ad of Tommy. Well, the one we saw, he was playing a guitar and singing the Memrianniversary tonight on Fox.
What, really? He looks around the room. Holy shit.
Yeah, on every billboard.
On every single one. In a crowded city, that's not necessarily something you really want to see.
No. I'll keep more of a closer eye on the civilian sector. New York. Unless it's a military base.
Yes, please. I'm sure it's nothing to worry about now that the Memrianniversary is actually happening, but it's something to keep an eye on for sure.
Turn that on, Fox, Carter.
Carter starts to laugh. Holy shit, Oz, that was really good.
I was really taken aback by that. I was stunned.
Yeah, same here, especially when it repeated Carter 7 times.
And Sylar just looked confused. Right, Uncle Clive? You okay?
Clive is staring bullets through Carter. Carter.
Come on, Clive. Chill out a little bit, man. I mean, it's a day for celebration, right?
It is a day for celebration, just...
Clive looks at Scar.
Just a couple more minutes is all I'm telling myself, honestly, mate. Until I can truly give him a lesson worth teaching.
Maybe just wait until after the ceremony to beat the shit out of him.
Clive looks at Scar, shakes his head, and then at Ricky.
Now it has to be before really teach him a lesson and show him what to have for when it's fresh in his mind that if he says I do to her, which he will, he's gonna have to deal with me if he fucks up again.
On a lighter note, it's wonderful to have you back, JJ. I know I say it every day, but yeah.
JJ looks over at Oz and gives him a thumbs up. Yes, of course, mate. I'm very happy to be back. Trust me, Samantha and the entire family. It's trust me, basic was quite rough for me to get through. Maybe not the physicality of it all, but there's definitely a mental aspect of it as well.
And your shoulder, it must be nice having... How many times a week does Aunt Nicole heal that shoulder? Well, 50.
Oh, yeah, no. I would say at least once a day, sometimes twice. There are even times where it's 3 times a day. So anywhere between just 7 to 21 times.
Why does she punch you in the shoulder, JJ? Exactly. Pequod and Julius coming.
JJ looks over at Pequod. Oh, it's real simple, actually. It's a constant reminder of me leaving her, and it's a reminder to never do it again.
It's a good way to remind. I take notes.
Julius looks at Pequod and nods. It is a pretty good way to remind.
Come here, Carter. Coming up to Carter.
Carter will turn to his mom and give her a hug.
You look the most handsome I've ever seen you look.
Carter takes a step back, rubs down his suit jacket. Yeah, thank you, Mom. That's a damn huge compliment coming from you, ma'am.
I just, hugging him tightly, want to let you know, if I had it my way, it would just be a nice wedding at the lane and you wouldn't have to be so nervous, Carter.
He breathes heavily, leans down.
Or wherever you wanted it with Memrianniversary. And now it's a spectacle. I would be nervous too. I mean, I was nervous on my wedding day. Everybody is.
Carter leans down, so he's whispering into his mom's ear. I am insanely nervous, Mom, but you know what? I think this is what she really wants, and what she wants she deserves, especially after all I did to her.
And we're gonna whisk you out of once the reception's over, we're gonna whisk you to the Nova, and Mom and Dad will fly you to your honeymoon, and then we'll come pick you up. We'll get you out of here ASAP.
Carter smiles at her. Thank you, Mom. That would mean so much to me.
It's the least I could do. Kissing Carter on the cheek, starting to get teary-eyed, looking at her handsome son with a captain insignia.
Julius pats Pequod on the shoulder as he walks up, fixes the captain insignia. You look pretty damn good, kiddo. He will hug him. Damn proud of you. You became the man that I always wanted you to be, and for that I am extremely proud of you. Carter nods, hugs his father back. Thank you, Dad. I love you a lot, and thank you for... Might sound weird, but thank you for just being my dad, you know? I know. He leans back, smiles. Thank you for being my son. As he'll pat Carter on the head and will walk back over towards Pequod.
Pequod, looking at Clyde. Is he taking his eyes off Carter? Benny's just nervously staring at Clyde.
Nah, ma'am. Just leans in, just so you know, if he comes out bruised and broken, these two did it.
I would... Yeah, I mean, Carter's gotta pay for his mistakes, but... My god, is he sweating? Looking at Clyde.
Apparently Sam's been, winding him up all day, ma'am.
Oh yeah, she has. She's really good at it, yeah.
Well, normally it's ride or die, be ready to protect Carter if I have to, but I think I'm gonna let this one happen.
Yeah, no, don't get involved. Clive, you okay?
Clive will slowly look over at Pequod.
Just fine, ma'am. Just doing some planning in my head, if you will.
At this moment, as Pequod listens to Clive, Julius looking around notices Frederick staring bullets right at Carter, Samuel staring bullets right at Carter, somebody's even turned Father Goodscar's head, and just the 1,000-yard glare from Uncle Scar.
Julius steps out of the way, gently takes Pequod's head, and starts turning her head to look at all the people who are staring at Carter.
Oh shit. Look, she doesn't laugh. He's about to get gang busted.
Oh my god, he's gonna get jumped.
You know, I saw Mr. Wiseau going to get the girls. I think he would want us to get the show on the road here. Come on, Carter. Let's go.
Carter looks around, sees everyone staring at him, looks at us. Yeah, let's go.
Let's get everybody back to their respective significant others, and your mom and dad are less than 20 minutes away, Ricky. So yeah, and Krellin too, Frederick.
Fudwig smiles. All the more help, I suppose, and I cannot wait to see Mama.
Close combat protocols. Engage. Looking at Carter!
Did he just say what I think he said, Mom?
Get out of here, Carter. Go!
Carter will start running.
Let's haul ass.
The boys will haul ass as the girls have already been let free for the most part, save for a few of them. Now, here we are. We're up here, boom, with Suletta cameras around. Sylar has Integra, and Jace, Colt can hold babies. His upper body works, just his lower body doesn't, unfortunately. Some of the boys let loose, Carter in the back, preparing to come out. He holds Jace up to Soul and smiles.
Soul smiles, seeing that happen. She looks at the two of them and gives Colt a kiss on the lips, and then Jace a kiss on the head. Looks at Colt. That isn't who he really wants a kiss from, but he still gets one from Aunt Soul.
Nah, you know who he wants it from. Looking at Jace, he's a little man who knows what he wants.
Oh, for sure, he likes them brunettes, doesn't he?
Well, maybe Mom and Dad can get together and have another one for you, Jace. How about that?
And Jace tilts his head, strokes his chin a bit, and then nods.
I think he'd like that very much.
I think so too. Yeah, she starts to laugh. I think he'd like anything, honestly, especially to do with Samantha or Sasha or Samantha.
Yeah, just look at him, staring at the back of Samantha's head as she's tapping her foot waiting for JJ.
Yeah. As she reaches over Colt and wipes some drool that is coming out of Jace's mouth. He's even drooling at her. Look at that.
Smiling, looking down at Jace, says Pequod, it's time. In her head. I see. Julius, can you hear me?
Yeah, I gotcha.
She wants you to ask Sasha to move to the lane. I'm not doing it.
Alright, I'll do it. Julius turns to Sasha. It's a good day, isn't it?
Yeah, too big of a wedding for my taste, personally, but Pequod agreed.
Oh yeah, no, Buckingham Palace, way too extravagant. Julius leans forward slightly. You know, I've been meaning to ask you something, Sasha.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn my wrist computer off. Yeah.
Just a simple question. Me and Pequod, the entire family, honestly, we would like you and Towns to move down to the lane with us.
No.
Now, how hard of a no is that, scale to 1 to 10?
What the hell is wrong with the lane? Looking over at Sasha. Come on. Looking at...
Davian looks at her. We would love for you to join us, darling. It would be a grand time.
Your daughter-in-law there, your favorite Laz there, with her offspring there, one of which who loves you, clearly pointing at Jace, your grandchild there, more of them going to be there. I mean, come on. 2 words. The unit. Oh, God.
Julius puts a hand on Pequod's shoulder. God damn it. Okay.
If the unit wasn't a broad strokes issue around the lane, would you at least consider? Yes. Yes, I would. I want to be around my kids more, and my in-laws, and my grandchildren. And just everybody, yes, but not with the fucking unit. No, never! God damn it.
God. Davian shakes her
You
head.
don't even want to be around the unit. You don't go over to their fucking house for breakfast anymore. Pointing at Davian and... God!
Davian puts her hands up. That is very true, darling. I can't argue that. Julia's in his head to Icy. We need to start thinking up plans to get rid of the unit.
Wipe his mind.
If we could do that, but do you think you could handle sitting with Clive alone for that long?
Oh my God.
Yeah, I mean, really think about it. any talk of the unit or anything like that, you'll have to hear, and you won't have me or Pequod or anyone to back you up.
I don't know if I can deal with that.
It's okay. It's okay. We'll find another way. We have to. We need Sasha on the lane, especially since Pequod wants it, I see.
Her kids and her offspring, grandchildren should have her on the lane. And the unit's fucking big dicking her away from the lane.
Yeah, I mean, just like he nods over towards Rebecca. Could you imagine her not having her grandmother around as often as possible? Come on.
The fucking unit. Just clenching both of her fists as Hunk. You know what? We're gonna look into ways to combat this unit pandemic around the lane, dear, I think.
I think so too. I think that would be a very good idea. Some rules to put in place, so on and so forth.
Down here, JJ the first to finally catch up, Sam tapping her foot waiting for her.
JJ looks very dapper, very handsome in his suit as he walks right up to her, puts an arm around her waist and twirls her around himself as he kisses her.
Ooh, she takes the kiss, loving that amount of attention, pulling away from JJ. Show off.
JJ shrugs. You love it.
Oh, I do. Do it again.
He will twirl her around once more as he gives her a very nice kiss.
Again.
Of course, my love. You'll twirl her around again and give her another kiss.
I won't punch her shoulder this time.
He pumps his eyebrows once at her. Well, thank you very much, my love.
This group just walking by because they're used to it. Suletta looking. I like to imagine Suletta was in conversation with Ellie and Lorelai about something. Sees Ricky. Oh, excuse me. Lets Ricky come in. Ricky breaks her concentration and she finally sees. Looks around. Where's Thomas? Hale. Oh god. Hooligan. Snaps her fingers at him. Sylar, would you be a dear and go get him?
Oh, no problem whatsoever.
He likes to take her around wherever he sees fit, and I don't want them getting hurt.
No, you are fine, madam. Looks at Lorelai. Mistress, would you take this little one?
Of course! She'll take her happily.
He'll get up. Pardon me, Ricardo. Yeah, here. And he'll move out of the way for Silo to get through, and he'll come up to those two. Well, now, what are you two doing?
Uh-oh. Caught us.
Damn it. But, I mean, just come on, imagine. This would be a pretty fun thing to do together, don't you think?
Well, I'm counting down the days.
Oh, hell yeah, so am I, as he winks at her and then will look up at Sylar.
Well, I think you may already have machinations in that little red head of yours, but today is not your day, and he's gonna scoop the two of them up. We're going back to our seats.
Nah. Every day is our day, dude.
Hell yeah, every day is our day. Watch this. He gives Sylar the most innocent smile that he's ever seen a baby have, as he starts to do pretty much what Integra was doing, grabbing at his beard and everything. And then, quite stealthily, he makes his shadow go around to the back of Sylar, and his shadow grabs onto his ears and yanks them down as Thomas also yanks down on his beard.
Little troublemaker, I see.
Got him! Looking at Sylar!
Oh my god, that was awesome! He puts a hand up to Hale for a high five.
They high-five right in front of Sylar. He sees it happen right in front of him.
Well. You think you're cute. There's something you should know about magic, little one. He's gonna let his spellbook come up next to him, and he's gonna float Thomas above him upside down with telekinesis. You're not the only one who can do it.
Oh my god, this guy. What the fuck? How is he? I thought only your mom could do this sort of thing.
No!
Put me down, man! Put me down! As he starts to point towards Hale.
He'll slowly let him back into his arms next to Hale. Now come on, this is your big brother's day. I'm all for mischief, but there is a time and a place.
Yeah, come here, hooligan. Bring him over here.
Yes, madam, he'll bring them over.
He puts them both in their crib together. Thomas.
Thomas looks at Zuleta and just gestures to Hale, and forgetting that he can't like talk to her, Hale hears him say, "I just wanted to marry her. Come on."
Same, bro. This lady trying to give us attitude. Looking up at Suletta.
Seriously, he crosses his arms while he looks up at Zuleta.
Ash and Sarah seeing all that unfold, not too phased by it, showing up, sitting down. Hey, I'll put them right here, actually. There's a room. Boom.
Ricky's gonna hug them both as they sit down. Everything go alright with you guys? Yes, quite well. We found most of what we were looking for. No big signs of anything. The big things we were looking for, though.
Saris's gaze is locked on Thomas and Hale.
Cute homo.
Incredibly.
As Thomas reaches over, takes Hale's hand and kisses it, and leans his head onto her shoulder.
Little fucking player.
Well, I'd say that is a good thing, given how everything went with them before, isn't it, darling?
Yeah. My God, it just makes me feel old.
Oh, come. Yeah, you know, it's something you'll get used to. I've been called old long enough. It's not too hard, and hey, you're not old. You're married to me, remember?
Fair point. Kissing him on the cheek. Hunk. So, Carlin giving you guys any trouble?
Not until today. Did you know the entire time he had a device that would tell him when we were within 50 miles of a bunker?
What?
Looking shocked.
He just didn't know how to turn it on.
Face palms.
Julius rubs his temples as Laz tilts her head. He just didn't know how to turn it on. What? She looks at Oz. Why didn't he just tell us about that?
He said, Zaz, I have no idea. He said he was determined to figure it out on his own.
That, and he was taking his time today because, well, he didn't want to go to the wedding of a fishbowl head.
It's more fun to stay out on the frontier and kill animals with Kaz. I see.
Turns out Kaz hates raccoons as much as Krellin hates deer.
Those two actually get along? Looking shocked.
Like gangbusters, the same, they're like Zap and Scar.
Kaz takes Krellin's side in all argument.
It's only when Saris puts her foot down the two of them acquiesce.
Well, you found one bunker. You've got the device. You guys will find more, and hopefully we can just finish this issue off and find a way to heal Colt.
So nuts. Hopefully so. I would very much like that.
We will as quick as we can, darling. We did find some nice treats today, though. Infinite power and food is quite nice.
We dropped them off up with Ranger R&D on Gateway. Pequod, infinite energy and food?
Yes, he said it was a perfected perpetual energy machine, as well as a self-replicating, self-sufficient crop. It's seemingly a mushroom. It tastes quite like chicken, though.
That's a boon.
Hell yeah. He looks at Pequod. Do you know how many world hunger issues that will solve on the frontier?
We could give it away for free.
I mean,
it might not taste good or look good, I don't know, but hey, I mean, free food's free food.
Free food's free food, exactly. I mean, we all have eaten MREs so many times in our lives, even though they don't, taste the best or anything like that. They're basically just free food for us.
And free energy, on the other hand, too. That's a big one.
And there's more batteries like it there. He gave us permission to market for R&D to come through and salvage everything.
Oh, why couldn't Dipshit have just let us do this with his ship? I will never understand, dear.
No, neither would I. Instead, he had to put it into a volcano. Laz blinks a couple times. Wait, infinite energy. She looks at Pequod. Just imagine, Mom, how little you'll have to, like, EarthGov will have to pay for, like, just all the electricity that we use on Gateway, for example. Just all those costs, poof, out of there. No more to be seen.
Well, that seems to hold true. Before Pequod can speak, one of your sons caused immense amount of drama and pain, and the other continues to provide for you, Patricia. Pequod, yeah, that's a big infinite energy. One alone is enough to make me happy.
Yeah, and looks at Laz. Imagine what they could do if they plugged one of your jets into that sucker.
Laz's eyebrows go up as she looks at Oz. Do you know how fast we would go?
If you could find a way to harness it into something that can be given out, you could just drop them on frontier colonies. Like, here's your power, here's your food. Enjoy.
Might be able to do it wirelessly, but some kind of magic, maybe.
Well, I'll be heading to the R&D techs first thing Monday morning.
Yeah, no, as will I. Julius nods. This is a huge fucking find. He looks at these two. Thank you so much, Ash, Saris. You two are amazing as always.
Thank Krellin. He's actually kind. He just said something off the cuff like, tech technology. I see laughs not believing what you just said.
Oh, he did. Yeah, he'll play back him saying it.
Tech technology.
Oh my god.
And on top of that, the metals that we're getting could revolutionize all sorts of industries. He said there were sleeping quarters. Those could help completely redo how we do sleeping on long voyages. Just this one bunker could increase the standards of living and overall quality of life for trillions.
We also found this, holding up a bag with a cigarette in it. They were there a long time ago. I dated it on my wrist computer.
And he's gonna look who's in front of him, and he will message to Pequod. That's where the weapons that hurt Colt came from.
She nods her head, reading her wrist computer, shakes it, a quite angered look on her face, then composes herself because it's a day about Carter, not about her and Memrianniversary. Saris and Krellin also said there's got to be a way to... Star Children made weapons, but always made a way to fix the weapons. Something like that he was saying on the ride back. He was calling it like a tank that sucks it out of you or something, the fragment. Colt looks shocked.
Yes, he described it as, like Sarah said, a hyper-advanced version of a healing tank that pulls them out.
So all we have to do is find it, kill the bastards if they're there, which we will, and Krellin is like really itching to get into a fight, which is somewhat concerning. Pequod, huh? Looks over.
Krellin, a fight, Saris?
We saw Krellin's idea of fighting. He got on all fours and charged at Julius, and his horns went through a wall.
Maybe, but maybe he was holding back. Didn't want to hurt family.
He gets like really serious.
More dead serious than I'd ever seen.
Serious, like my kind of serious before we went into battle kind of serious?
I'd say similar to that, or, points at Hunk, him whenever she was in battle alongside us. Look, points at Davy.
He did make threats back in the day when we first met him. It's just he was so goofy and bombastic that he never, I mean, the plastique in inanimate objects, that was like, yes, he was trying to kill you and hurt you and could have, but I mean, it was like almost childlike. You know what I mean? Like poisoning drinks. It was childlike maneuvering. So I always just figured he was full of horse shit. Hunk shrugs.
I always thought the threat sounded like a mustache-twirling Saturday morning cartoon villain.
That's what I thought. Hunk looking at Ash, I mean, I would put good money on that.
But now, given the way he spoke... You ever met someone who speaks with a confidence to what they're claiming that you can't ignore?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He spoke with that kind of confidence when he said, he would protect me.
Well, I'm actually... He shrugs, impressed. He's actually matured. I'm shocked. See, I just heard Krellin looking over at him, who's sitting down on Frederick's lap. Ceres, apparently.
You're welcome to read my mind.
I believe you. He always did have a weird kind of edge to him. Ceres, he was mumbling to himself on the way home too. Hurt me, family, me going to hurt them. Ho ho ho!
Yes, the way he was rubbing his hands while saying it, he was having some very naughty plans for what he plans to do to them, I believe.
Yeah, let him kill somebody from Strat. I'll give him a fucking toy medal. Pequod laugh.
Julius starts to laugh. Are you gonna pin it right into his chest?
Yeah, like last time. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Ow!
And Julius starts to laugh. He shakes his head. I would love to see what Krellin is truly capable of. I just sort of doubt it's anything more than any of us are expecting. Let's be honest here.
Get down! Get down!
Maybe. I mean, he's got
Me hide behind wall.
he's got the physical strength for it, but I don't know if he's got the temperament, sir.
Down here, Clive finally catches Carter. Carter didn't even see Clive coming as Tommy. Come on, Carter, it's time to get this. Okay, hold on. Walks away.
What's up, Tom? As Clive will reach around his back and put his hand over Carter's mouth. Carter stands straight up, has to stop himself from reaching for like a knife that he has on his person, and will just flat-handedly go back.
Now you listen here, you motherfucking blonde-haired son of a bitch. I'm gonna teach you a lesson right here, right now.
As he'll spin Carter around and actually just fucking hit him in the stomach. Carter will take a step back. Holy shit!
Yeah, that's right.
And he will rise his knee up quite quickly, actually, and hit Carter right on the nose.
Woo!
Flat, like pushing it flat against Carter's face, and then, it goes back to normal. But Carter holds the nose as he stumbles over here to this way. Clive is going to grab Carter by the collar and pull him in close.
Now you listen here, motherfucker. You ever hurt my daughter, my little girl, because she is my little girl at this point, I won't need to make threats about the unit or anything like that. Hell, I won't need a power loader, even though, trust me, I'm gonna get that one up and running. All I'll need is my 2 hands to kill your sorry ass. You decided to go after a poor replacement, a drugstore memory hand. Who sold drugs, you motherfucker? You egotistical little shit. You should have just picked up the phone and called her. That's all you should have done. Here, beep, 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 beep.
As he mimics holding a landline phone with the basically the Hang 10 sign. He acts like he's hitting buttons.
Hello, Memrianniversary. Yes, no, I would really like to see you. Oh, you would too. Surprise, surprise, you motherfucker.
And he acts like he hangs up the phone, but he acts like he hits the receiver as Carter's face, so he basically just punches Carter's face as Carter's head recoils and he holds it again.
You hurt her. And I kill you myself. Is that understood, boy?
Carter nods. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. As he's pinching his nose closed so no blood gets on his suit or anything.
Damn good. Now you're gonna wear that bruise and you're gonna wear that most likely broken nose up onto the altar.
He nods towards Carter.
Because that's what we do in Rainfalls, mate. We bear our scars. Act like you learn something from this one.
He shrugs.
And just keep in mind, ever hurt her again, far worse will happen to you.
And Clive will start walking away up to Soletta.
me, gesturing for Carter. Ricky and Oz helped Colt up. Get the fuck up here, what the f-
Carter walking up to the altar, still pinching his the bridge of his nose.
You okay? Looking at Carter.
Clive just kicked my ass.
Yeah, we saw.
Yeah, no, I'm okay. He looks at Colt. I think bleeding stopped. Do I got any blood on me or anything?
No, you're good. You're good. You're good.
Yeah, okay. God damn, he holds his stomach stronger than he looks, really.
Yeah. As to let a Clive, here she comes. Prepare.
Of course. He will go back down towards the aisle and wait for Memrianne to appear.
Well, apparently Uncle Clive can fight if you get him angry enough.
Apparently so. He points towards Pequod and then the rest of the family. You notice how he didn't pull out any of that bullshito shit or Fletchito or whatever it's called?
I heard no mention of the unit. Sarah says, see, no, he didn't say the unit. Well, I think he said he didn't need the unit.
Yeah, no, he didn't need to make threats about the unit or whatever he said.
I think he got exactly what he deserved. Looking at Carter up on the altar.
JJ nods. Yeah, no, I think he needed to get his shit rocked by a strong father figure of Memrianne's and really get that lesson set in place. I think he needed it.
As the time is now, Memrianne comes out. Carter can see her. All the cameras are flashing. Just stay focused.
Colt sees Carter like grab his own thigh and sort of just start like pinching at it as he stares at Memrianne, staying focused as best he can with all the cameras flashing around him.
There's nobody watching here but the family, so you're good.
Only the family's here. He looks back at Colt and smiles. Only the family.
And 80 trillion people around the universe.
Oh god, 80 trillion.
Gotta get my hits in while I can, Carter, I'm sorry.
Fair enough, Tom. Clive has started to cry, walking Memrianne up the old alley.
Oh, father.
Oh, honey. He looks at her. I know, I've, only been your father for a short time, but I love you so much, my dear.
I love you too. She'll give him a hug.
He hugs her back, gives her a kiss on the cheek. Now go up there, and let me know if he does anything not to your liking.
Oh, I will. Don't worry. Looking at Carter.
Clive will smile, let go of her hand, and will sit down next to Suletta.
Memrianne taking Carter's hand, joining him on the altar. We'll let a few seconds pass for dramatic effect of the cameras being refocused in on Carter, Memrianne, Colt, Carter, Rainfall. Will you have this woman to thy wedded wife, to live together according to God's law in the holy state of matrimony?
I do.
Memrianne, wilt thou have this man to thy wedded husband, to live together according to God's law in the holy estate of matrimony? Wilt thou love him, comfort him, honor him, and keep him in sickness and health, and forsaking all other, keep thee only unto him, so long as thee both shall live? Memrianne, I do. Looking at Carter. Now, Carter, I want you to repeat after me. Are you ready?
Yes, sir.
I. Follow me. You say I.
I,
Carter.
Carter,
Take thee.
take thee,
Memrianne Rainfall, to my wedded wife.
Memrianne Rainfall, to my wedded wife,
To have and to hold from this day forward.
to have and to hold till this day forward,
For better, for worse, for rich, for poor, in sickness and health.
for better, for worse, for rich or for poor, through sickness and through health,
To love and to cherish till death do you part.
to love and to cherish, till death do we part.
Bless, O Lord. He holds up Memrian's hand. Bless, O Lord, this ring, and grant that he who giveth and she who shall wear it may remain faithful to each other and abide in their peace and favor and live together in love until their lives end. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Looks right at Carter and Memrian. You may now. He'll do north, south, east, west sign. Kiss the bride, Clark.
Carter will take her around the waist, pull her in close, and push his face against hers.
They swap positions, I like to imagine, maybe taking a note from JJ's playbook, and they kiss as everybody in the crowd erupts with cheering as Tommy clapping loudly. Colt having to hold himself up, but he can clap as well.
Carter is smiling into the kiss with Memory, and he pulls her in even closer, and he's not going to let go until she wants him to.
Then you're never letting go.
Of course not. I am never letting you go, my love.
As they share a very long, beautiful kiss, eventually all the guests being taken to the reception area at Buckingham Palace. You got some people over her. You got the cool kids being cool, the Spartans going around, minding their own business, maybe not protecting place up to Clive's standards, Zanzibar babysitting kids, Scar enjoying the free food with Blaze, who was not eating it, and the kids playing with Mr. Snuffles and Raka. As Saris, so he literally just set the rodent on fire. The raccoon. Space raccoon!
Oh my, the poor thing.
No. They have a common bond. That's where their friendship stems from. Banksy, good fucking go.
Julius puts a hand on Tapiwa's shoulder. Okay, so we cannot let Thomas hear about that. He loves raccoons. Like, he has like 3 plushies of raccoons that he likes to, sleep with and everything.
Yeah, no, but that is kind of funny.
It is really funny, though.
The grizzled ex-Max Tech Epsilon Squad guy having a grudge against fucking raccoon.
It's fucking crazy.
Gave him a tapeworm. He said it was like this big. Saris holds out her fingers, Sasha. That's a big fucking tapeworm, man.
That is gigantic for a tapeworm. Oh my lord, I would hate raccoons too.
Even worse, he said they had to pull it out while he was in ranger training.
Wait, they actually stopped his training? They made a cleric come down, pull it out of him, and then he had to keep going. I see, good God!
That sounds like, the mistress's time. It sounds like the way it worked when the mistress was there.
She's just happily over here, popping cherry tomatoes into her mouth, watching Thomas and Hale, big smile on her face. Saris looks over at her and then over at Thomas and Hale. Yeah, so is that not freaky to you, Hunk, Davy, Julius, Pequod? I see, no, it's freaky, Saris. Looking over at them. I have no memories of being a child, but I think I was like that probably, yeah.
Davy nods towards Thomas and Hale. It is, interesting, let's say, to see 2 children of their age acting and doing the actions that they do together like that. It is quite interesting, to say the least.
Look at the way she like thrives off attention from Thomas Ash. Look. Hope she doesn't grow up to be a brat like Samantha.
Well, I'm not sure if that will happen, but they really do just feed into each other, don't they?
Yeah. Sasha watching them. Hopefully Thomas doesn't have to spend 10 million credits on buying out an entire, what was it? Pokemon Center store, Sasha. And it's okay, JJ likes to do it.
Yes, and well, it makes her smile, yes, ma'am?
Yes, it does. It was a long 6 months without him.
Julius nods. Thank God the boy is back. Thank the Lord.
I just can't believe how much he looks like you, Hunk. Saris looking over at JJ up at the cool kids table. Why do they sit up there?
Oh, well, for one, they're the cool kids. For 2, they're like the squad mom and dad, so they don't really want to be around the drama of the other kids as well.
Oh, okay, I see. Looking up at them, sir.
Ah, So he got his father's brains as well.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think he's way smarter than I ever was, but, because I was the cause of a lot of that drama back in the day, let's be real. But, some of the drama, I should say. But, yeah, no. And I mean, whatever Samantha wants, she's gonna get. I saw her pointing here, and then I saw JJ, as we were all feeding in here, JJ grabbing a table and carrying it up there, so she gets what she wants.
Yes, she does, and you know what? I think he prefers it that way, honestly, to like provide for her in that way, in a way that only he can. I think he prefers it that way, Sasha.
Yeah, well, I do think she's a bit of a brat. I was never quite like that, but fine. Looking up at Samantha as she looks over at Clive. And she realizes Clive he sees Sasha look at him. Sasha goes to say something to Clive, but Clive can't hear. He can see her mouth moving, but Clive can't hear anything.
Clive starts to tilt his head back and forth as he looks at her lips moving, and he actually puts his finger up to his ear and starts to snap.
She gestures over to Ash, and Ash is now talking to Clive, but Clive can't hear anything.
He looks at Ash. I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Sean. I know you're talking to me, but I can't.
Everything goes black for Clive, and he finds himself in what he can assume to be Pequod and Julius's house, because there was no Arnaki sign allowed outside. He's literally in the lobby, and it's dead quiet.
What the hell? He'll start walking into the foyer, and he'll start looking around, start listening out for anything.
Here, some movement and sounds can't identify up here.
He'll start to move in, push in through here. Hello? Is anyone here? Is this some kind of a prank or something, Nicole?
He sees a very sick Hale in a bed in front of him, on a respirator. Icy crying. Pequod, the only way I can describe the sight is destroyed, broken, hand over eyes, tears falling out, and Julius furious.
What the fuck?
He'll walk in, moving past the three of them.
Oh my god, it's okay. It's okay. What the hell happened? Oh no. Oh, wait.
God damn that fucking monster I raised. She's breaking, and she storms out crying loudly.
Julius watches her storm out as Julius just straight up punches this wall, and it was there 1 second and it's gone the other.
And now it all starts to make sense. As these two freeze, they're not moving anymore. The respirator sound stops. He knows. As he comes out of a vision of the future. Saris almost falls out of her seat. Suletta jumps loudly. Everybody is startled. What does Thomas do?
Thomas jumps up, starts to run this way, sees Clive there, gets fucking terrified. His shadow actually comes up, puts its arms out in like a trying to stop Clive type way as he starts to run back over to Hale, and
she puts her arms out.
He jumps into the arms.
What did I do? I didn't do anything wrong, did I?
She'll hold Thomas behind her and like hide him, looking back over her shoulder at Clive.
Did he get that angry about the credit shit that I took?
I have no idea. He just erupted. He's not gonna hurt you. I won't let him. Looking at
his eyes start to sparkle, the tears starting to fall from his eyes as he looks up at her.
You know, I really love you. You know that, right, Hale?
I love you too. Looking at him.
He gives her a kiss.
As they kiss, pointing at Clive. He's chastising you for screaming. Icy looks at Clive.
Clive slowly looks over at Icy.
You would have screamed too if you saw what I saw.
Clive, he hasn't done anything. You've gotten soup all over his Sherion's ranger armor.
It's quite alright, it's waterproof.
Here, she'll switch places. There you go, you don't mind sitting next to me?
Of course not, Suletta. Clive, just calm down. It's probably just your nerves about Carter making you imagine things.
The board is set in Clive's mind. The pieces are moving. He'll never know for sure, but he did see a vision of the future.
Clive clicks his tongue, looking at Ash.
Perhaps, mate.
As he'll look at Pequod.
If I may, ma'am.
He'll just hold her hand and squeeze it tightly in like a very comforting manner to her.
Oh, sure, no, it's fine. I understand. A lot of the Rainfall children have had issues, especially mine, but, you know what Krellin said? Yeah, he talks, Ceres cleaning Ash off and then getting him another bowl of soup. He talks about Thomas like he's basically the second coming of Hunk Christ. Ceres, yes. Looking at him.
Yes, he said all but the exact words.
So, let's just give him a chance, huh? This is uncharted territory, Ceres looking down at, well, the group, not trying to address Clive directly, because I think she knows better. Uncharted territory, these kids, they're literally kissing, look at them. Let's just give them a chance. I'm all for it, Suletta's.
Ah, you sweet summer children. If you wish to give them a chance, go for it. But I have my opinions. I know what I saw.
You may have seen something, but remember, it's not quite kind to write somebody off before they've even had the chance to make a mistake.
As he looks over at Sylar, then back at Thomas.
Just know I'll be keeping my eye on him.
Casey, I'm grateful for you. I'd like you to keep an eye on all the kids. I think it's good. It's nice to have an uncle figure who's gonna lay down the law. Your beating of Carter was pretty good. Julius even clapped.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, it was pretty damn good, Clive. It was pretty damn good.
Thank you, sir. I'm very willing to lay down the law with any of those kids, especially Thomas.
Coming up behind Ash, moving the ridiculous hover food trays. I have something very special I'd like to show you.
What do we have here?
Pop it open.
He will pop it open.
All of Ash's requested weapons finished. Benny's rifle was first, accordingly, and yours are done. If you have any more requests, just text me or call me. I like being kept busy. If you keep busy, you don't end up like that. Pointing over to Clive.
No, of course, and if you don't mind, would you be willing to do some extra work for some of the boys that I've been training at the moment?
Absolutely. Just whatever they want, they get.
Will do. I'll tell them to be reasonable, of course. They are still trainees. Delightful craftsmanship, wonderful craftsmanship even, Mr. Blaze.
Thank you kindly. I crafted, oh my god, at this point, over hundreds of thousands of weapons. Sasha's sniper rifle, and then it went into the forge. Sasha, yep.
You made that. Incredible work.
Then Lorelei let me put it in the forge. Ash's pistol. Yeah. I mean, you crafted, wasn't much of a craft, of course, but rebuild a VP-70 for hunks. Yes.
Well, that is quite amazing, especially some of the more archaic weaponry. I am thoroughly impressed. It's a delight to see an old craftsman at work.
Blaze will sit down here. Hand on Sylar's shoulder, but looks right at Clive. What's Clive doing?
Clive is squinting over at Thomas as he sort of tilts his head one way, tilts his head the other. He looks at Hale and gets an almost somber expression on his face as he shakes his head and will reach out with his other hand and hold Icy's hand in the same comforting manner he's holding Pequod's.
Well, she smiles and takes his hand. You know, I like this version of you, Clive. Me too. Pequod looking at him. Just we don't want you to get worked up and, have a... I'm not bringing it up to hurt you, Mother. Have a heart attack. We've all seen what overstressing somebody can do. Please.
Now, I understand, and I understand. Thank you, and just now, two seconds in.
He looks at the two of them, and then over at Julius as well.
I am here with you, too. Always, if you ever need anything. If you ever just need a person to talk to, a shoulder to cry on, hell, a face to punch just now, I am here for you, too, through anything.
Icy smiling, giving his hand a kiss. Pequod will follow suit. As Suletta clapping. This is what Rainfall's needed. More men like this. Though I don't agree screaming at the top of your fucking lungs. I don't know what that was about. But more men who just speak their mind. Ceres could have fixed a lot of problems back in the day if you'd just been like, hey lads, get the fuck out of here. I don't want anything to do with you. Davine's who I want. Goodbye.
I get
Yes. Looking at Ash and Sarah.
under his breath, get out of the gym right now.
You know, that probably would have worked, actually. Think about it, because she would have done whatever he said. Like, get out of the goddamn gym, come be with me and my daughter. Yes. Looking at it.
It would have fixed quite a bit, actually, yeah.
You know, I often tell them I was glad I was dead. For the majority of the drama. There's...
Blaze. Only my duty to them makes me not able to say the same.
Glad you were dead, huh? Blaze, I
Wish.
was.
Well, I would have wished. There were times I wished it. Well, almost wished it. Believe me, you're very lucky. I think the 5th time Pequod threw something through the window of that gym in one day was one of the worst days, wasn't it, darling?
Yeah, it was. But also surprising that Davine just never came out and like, look, I'm here. You would think, wouldn't you? Looking down at clock.
You would. What was the record for most times she got something thrown at her and didn't even respond in a day?
I can't say before my time, but after my time, at least 12.
I think that's near the most. Was it 12 or 13 that was the record, Ceres?
To be fair, I stopped counting. Because at some point, if you got a daughter-in-law, somebody who idolizes you, and a son, he ought to just come out after like the 7th thing.
I had never heard the specifics before, but I had overheard the mistress talking about it, and she did vent to me a few times that Miss Davine was not doing the best of jobs at that point, I will say.
It's somewhat of a tradition in our family. If you ever go to the children's combat living quarters apartment, make sure to spit on the floor of the gym. Sasha, if you want, go ahead.
Well, I would feel out of place doing that to anything that is either Earth Cubs or the Rainfalls, madam, but I appreciate the invitation.
Thomas. Don't worry about Clive Thomas. He's just on edge because he needs to get laid.
Oh, okay. I guess that makes sense as he scratches the top of his head. God, Uncle Clive can be scary, can't he?
Is getting into that black bag shit, Rebecca.
Black bag shit!
She smiles and looks over at him. I do wonder what he screamed about, though, but, she shrugs. Probably just does need to get, she looks at Mr. Snuffles, laid is what you said, right?
Look at him, for God's sakes. He probably has Tourette's syndrome.
Jay starts to laugh. Oh my god, you know what? I never considered that. Maybe he does have Tourette's.
Up here, Memrianne is staring down at the kids, smiling. Someday we'll have our own Carter. And then Father's going to scream things like, let's just say we named him James. James!
Carter starts to laugh. Oh my god. He shakes his head. Is it weird that I just cannot wait for that to happen?
I can't, personally. Not the having children, but Father screaming at them.
Oh well, that That I can wait for, but having children, I definitely would not mind having a few kids with you, my love.
Oh, once this is all over, we can be in a band and have kids.
For sure, of course we can. He smiles. Plenty of other bands have done it. And I think it would be the perfect opportunity to get a few under our belt.
But look at them, gesturing down to the table as people start to move around so they can talk better and eat with these hover trays and stuff like that. They're all having a good time. Father is not blah 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 blah, the unit, the unit, the unit.
Yeah, no, he isn't right now. He's actually looking to be quite comforting to my mother. Look how he's holding her hand.
And on Nicole.
Weird.
I wish it would stay like this. If that means we have to hear Thomas every couple hours, I wouldn't mind.
Neither would I. It's better than hearing the unit every couple hours, right?
Black bag shit.
I'm looking to do some black bag shit, Memrian. You wouldn't get that. You weren't in the military.
The unit understands what you do not, so.
Carter starts to laugh.
It's like that raid in SWOTOR, the one we did with Uncle Zap, Temple of Sacrifice, and he's like, my Revenites understand what you do not.
Oh my god, Clive as Revan throughout the entire HK's Scar.
Come on, Carter!
Come on, you little bitch, Carter!
It's madness you would try to say Julius doesn't have wasted movement. Kissing Carter.
Carter starts to laugh as he kisses her back.
I don't remember many of the other voice lines, but I think he says like, not even close, Elizabeth.
Oh my god, he records all the lines for specific people like you or I, and then just everyone else who goes into that raid is super confused about who he's talking about.
Mentioning characters that aren't even in the game.
I'll protect hell from you, Thomas.
Targeting one of the player characters or some shit like that.
I don't think she needs any protecting. Look at him. As he is mimicking Memrian being spun around by Carter.
He spins her around a couple of times and then will give her a kiss on the cheek each time he's done spinning her.
Eyes sparkling wide. We'll get them next week, after our honeymoon.
Yeah, definitely. Which, he looks at her. This time, I'm pretty okay with Mom taking them for our honeymoon. I would have loved to have them here, but I think it's good. Plus, it's easier to convince her to give them to us next week.
I do think Grandma and Grandpa deserve a fair chance.
Oh, yes, for sure. They do deserve to spend some more time with their grandchildren.
He's actually not so bad, Saris. Clive's gone off to go see some of the other guests. Going down here. He hasn't seen Krellin all day, so he's going to see Krellin. He's actually not that bad.
No. Clive, you mean?
Yeah, looking up at Ash. They say, I don't know if he's just putting on like a facade because it's the wedding, or the Thomas eruption has something to do with it, but that is old Clive. Like, that's what the Clive was like when he first came to the lane. Like, I'll be here for you if you need it. Reliable, happy. You could feel the genuineness pouring off of him. When she brought him back to the lane, I was like, my god, she picked a winner.
Yes, given the way you were talking, this is how he was the last I met him, and given how you were speaking about the man, I would have thought he'd show up in full tack gear.
Desert camo BDU. Oh, here, Ash. So do you remember when we took Clive to the Ancient Enovians to look for answers to Healing Colt? You went off with Krellin. This is what Clive came in. Oh my fucking god!
Yeah, no, I know, right?
Oh my god!
It cannot be what he was wearing.
It was, and you know what? he started to regale the ancient Enovians with stories of the unit, which we're all pretty sure that they all thought it was like a comedy stand-up routine or something like that, because they all sat around and were constantly laughing at him.
Holding Davian's hand up, kissing it. I am so glad. You know, Nicole asked us to come and we said no because we had shit to do at the academy. Like, we actually had things to do. We felt bad about not coming. And then Nicole came back and was like, you guys were so lucky you didn't come.
You know, I can see why.
Sarah's making that noise, trying to imitate the motion of the picture. Go ahead.
That's pretty good, Saris, but you gotta get like that. As he like rolls his shoulders. That's the real Clive impersonation right there.
I don't even know where he got the BDUs from. I really don't. I assume he ordered them off the Enet or stole them from Gateway. They're very old, so I think he ordered them or had Mr. Wiseau fetch him a pair of BDUs.
I would put good money on Mr. Wiseau.
I'd have to see them in person, madam, but looking at them, they do look authentic.
I kind of want to meet this guy. Like that version of Clive. I see, God, don't do that to yourself or Ash.
Saris, do you really want to meet a man who steals valor? Steals the valor of basically us saving the universe? Or my son summoning a dragon through his sword or anything like that?
Yeah, but if it's good enough to make the ancient Enovians think it's a comedy sketch, maybe you could make some money off of it. Pequod, I can't. I can't. He's stealing valor from Delta Force members from hundreds of years ago. I can't.
Mustn't forget legendary generals.
Yeah, there's no way. If I could sleep at night, I would. But if I monetize fucking that, I wouldn't be able to sleep.
Which is completely understandable, darling. She looks at Saris. We in the Rainforest, we quite enjoy money. We need as much of it as we can get. We do draw a point at somewhere, and I believe that point is stolen valor.
Like, if he just wasn't stealing valor, though, if he just did something like the A-Team, but didn't talk about all this ridiculous unit stuff, and they were just the unit in a comedy setting, probably be a good show.
Probably would be. Would probably make quite a bit of money, but he looks at Saris. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. Him not being able to like talk about the unit and all. I don't think that's happening anytime soon.
He said he taught Ash how to shoot Saris. Saris, oh my god.
Taught me.
Yeah, back in Gallia, I taught Ash how to use the flintlocks, and then when he graduated from Gallia into Earthgun, as if Gallia was a stepping stone to Earthgun.
Davy nods. He himself claimed that he would write the sigils needed to cast a moonbeam spells from Soul.
While being under heavy fire.
You know, looks at Suletta. If he ever wants to go down to the range, I'm sure I have some very fun guns with a lot of kick to them that might be fun for him to shoot.
I am sure the thought of going to the lane with you would emasculate him.
Should I not offer? Will that just make it worse?
Most likely. Maybe not today, though. He seems normal. He was focused on Carter and having a talk with Carter. And I don't know where that Thomas explosion came from. I have no clue. But I didn't expect him to be on such good behavior. I actually have this. Frederick got me. Brace yourself. She'll push a button and Sasha.
What the fuck?
Oh my.
Icy hits Sasha on the back hard. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Davine instinctively just reaches over and puts her hand over Icy's eyes and does the same to Pequod.
What the fuck did I just see? This is me, Fat Suletta. She'll fix her head. Having to pull the neck fat down. Frederick got me this. We were looking into ways of combating the unit. And today, he wanted to wear his military attire to walk Memrianne down the lane. But, and give her away to Carter. Sarah's, oh my god. So I used this, and It worked! Good job! But please, Suletta, please, turn that thing off, please. Yes, I'm sorry. She takes it off.
Thank you, darling. Thank you. She uncovers both of her daughter's eyes.
Frederick got you that thing, Auntie? Yes, no, it was his idea, and it works. Frederick is... tactician, to be sure.
Well, be that as it may, I hope I never have to see you like that again.
No, I didn't mean to startle you or anybody. I wanted to show you that we have a way to combat the unit effectively, at least right now.
Yes.
Good. We're looking into ways, cause yeah.
Yeah, no, most definitely. Julius puts a hand on his chest and looks at Hunk. God, I never thought I'd see her locked like that.
You can say it. Go ahead, Fat Suletta. Theris, it just sounds wrong. You've been hourglass super hot Suletta all of our lives.
Right? Yeah, I mean, just saying the words "fat" and Soletta put together, it's like an oxymoron, if you will.
Exactly. It does boggle belief, madam.
Frederick, she'll reach her hand up. I won't do it again. But Frederick even got me a suit that I can adjust the amount of chins I have. What the hell's wrong with her? Looking at it.
I don't know, darling. I think.
Here, Asherion, take my seat. I'm gonna go make sure Clive is being good. She'll walk off.
He'll take it.
I don't. Oh no. She puts a hand over her mouth. You don't think the echo chamber's starting to affect her as well, do you?
Eyes wide, shocked Pequod can't even respond to Davine. I see gripping Davine's hand. It's happening to her too. What? Looking at her.
She's starting to become like one of the Stooges, Ceres.
Oh my god. Looking over at her?
That's true.
You said echo chamber?
Echo chamber, yes. We have described that house so many times in the past as an echo chamber, because Clive will say something and Scar will bounce off of him, and that bounces off of Krellin, and so on and so forth. And Suletta being placed inside that echo chamber, we thought wasn't going to have like an adverse effect against her, if you will, but apparently it did.
Yeah, I'd say so.
It's truly that of an echo chamber in there then.
Look, at one time, the Clive you just saw comforting me and Nicole and being, like I said, that was him 24/7. And enough time in that house, the unit.
Do you think there may be some kind of contagion at play then if it's only in that home?
No, I think it's Scar being a bro and Frederick Krellin and Samuel just placating people. They hear from across the way, "Oh, I'll look so good in fat suit. See you in it over there, Suletta." Very proud of cool Suletta. Suletta clapping to herself loudly, giving Krellin a hug. Sirs, oh my god!
She's gone native.
Well, look, I mean, it's about time. The harsh reality of it is it took her 40 years to make friends.
Davine covers her mouth and nods. As long as my sister is happy, I'm very happy for her.
That is a mean way to put it, Sasha. Looking 40 years to make friends. Hunk, it's true. It took 40 years for her to make friends.
Davine looks at Sasha. Do you have evidence to prove the otherwise, darling?
No, ma'am, I do not. Goes back to eating.
Exactly, darling. Julius shakes his head. I could do without ever seeing Fat Suletta again, though, please.
Pequod, hand up his shirt, checking on the family jewels. She seemed giddy about the fact you can adjust the number of chins. Says, yeah, she did. I say, uh-huh.
Do you think that was added specifically because, like, the amount of chins you have is, like, connected to Fred Cheeto through, like, skill and stuff?
Most likely. Saris, wait a minute. Did he call her cool, Suletta? I see. Cool with a K. K-O-O-L. Yeah, they've been calling her that past couple weeks. They played, like, wingman for Clive, kind of, and yeah, now she's just always cool, Suletta.
Well, at the very least, I would assume that is a an honorable title to be given.
I mean, none of us are cool. At least by their standards. Yeah, not even me.
Julius nods. Not even me. Not even Laz. And they always say the greatest child of Julius, Lasley. So, not even she's cool, Lasley, at this point.
What about JJ? I see speaking of Squad, no. Nope. I think you have to live in the house to be considered cool.
Well, I mean, what they consider cool may be very different from what other people consider cool.
You know what they think is cool also? This thing Jace does with his hand. I see puts a hand in front of her face. I saw them like, wow, so cool, look at baby Jace. So lame.
Julius starts to laugh. Oh my god, yeah, no. It's like the one thing that he does that they think is cool.
I see, watch. Points to Samantha. Everybody at the table is watching her. She'll come over. I like to imagine the kids were playing with Rocco. Jace is enraptured by rubbing Rocco's, belly. She'll tap her heel and just stand in front of Jace.
Jace turns his head to look at her, and he scrambles to his feet and sort of stumbles up to it, and he's looking up at her.
Climb. She'll put her leg out.
He will start to climb up her leg.
Oh, this is too easy. Looking down at Jace, she'll pick him up. Your mom wants you.
He nods towards her and gives her a thumbs up as he looks around and will do the hand thing. In front of his face.
Oh my god. Blinks twice, but Jace is feeling it. He goes to steal a kiss.
He will quickly as quickly as a baby can, put his hand down and go in for the kiss.
Oh, she recoils her head back. Little punk. Carrying him this way.
He just sort of shrugs, and he has a smug look on his face almost.
You were good at the wedding today. I'll give you a kiss on the cheek.
He smiles and will offer his cheek right to her.
She kisses him on the cheek before handing him off to his mother. As I see, he loves the women from Sasha and Sam. I can see that.
Yes, it's quite obvious now that he has a very big, preference towards them.
He tried to climb her fucking leg.
He tried to steal a kiss is what he tried to do.
Probably best 10 seconds of his life getting to grope her leg.
Julia starts to laugh. Oh, most likely. He's probably looking forward to the next time she tells him to climb her leg.
Well, he'll have to find a girl. You plan to have any more kids, Sasha? Maybe, but not anytime soon. Well, Jace is gonna have to it's gonna be hard to find a girl that looks like you and Sam.
Yes, I'll be quite honest. Like I said before, I've been around a while, and I've only seen the two of you that look anything like that.
He has his work cut out for him. Looking up at Samantha, and I imagine JJ's just staring at her.
Oh, most definitely. JJ's just staring at her with a longing look in his eyes.
Sam will sit back down on JJ's lap and start pinching his chin.
He smiles as he'll start to just place a whole bunch of kisses up and down and along her neck.
So, Hunk leaning back in his chair. Ash, you know the Rhodesian FAL, right?
Yes, I believe I gave you one as a gift, right?
Yeah, I'm responsible for the Rhodesian GAL.
No. How? What happened?
It was like his first week on the lane. Me and the wife had him over for dinner, and just having dessert, coffee, showed him my armory room, and that gun is in the middle display case, and of all the guns on the wall, that's the one that caught his eye. I explained to him where I got it, like how it came from Earth to the frontier, then back into my collection from you, and I said Rhodesian FAL, but that is how you get Rhodesian FAL or GAL or DAL, depending on how he spells it that day.
Oh, that's interesting. So he's that far gone.
Yeah, I don't... Has he ever shot a gun? Like, do we believe he's ever actually shot one? I don't think so.
Julius shakes his head, as will Davine.
I see he shot guns. Like guns. Pequod laughs.
Oh, so he knows nothing about the weapons of which he's speaking.
Nope. But I've seen him play the Jurassic Park game in my basement with Elizabeth and Benny, and he's always like, "Yeah, back in the unit we had to fight dinosaurs on the rig. Actually, just one time I tackled a raptor off a waterfall, and then I had to give it... And you really want me to move down to the lane? Pequod, goddamn.
Wait, he's stealing stories from Sam?
From me!
From Sam, I apologize. She's stealing stories from Sasha. And who else? Who else?
I see grimaces. Banksy, no. I see... Sure, a couple years back I was a vampire. Sarah starts laughing.
You can see Ash's face go blank for a moment. He's stealing stories from Saris.
Hey, go ahead, tell him about it, Julius. You do it a better, Clyde.
Yeah, now, so a couple of years back, I was a vampire, believe it or not, and there's this assassin that was coming after me. His name was, Hit was his name.
Oh, God. Town's thinking back to beating up the cosplay.
And, I was out there, and I was putting myself on full display for him. I was basically saying to him, "Come at me, you'll have the full force of the unit down on you." And this guy, he came at me, real Dracula-looking motherfucker, and he tried to, bite my lip, bite my neck and everything, and, I managed to stop him. I stabbed him right through the heart with that wooden stake, and then I put the cross up to his face. He was done for after that. Absolutely done for. Vlad the Impaler who? I don't even fucking know.
Saris has a good sense of humor. She finds it very funny. I see, so me and Mom have figured it out. He comes... Well, usually he finds, me, Pequod, and we're always with Mom and Dad. But we figured it out, me and Mom. He'll come by and be like, "Hey, do you think you could get me some of them comic books from back," and then insert time period here. We give him ours, or if we don't have them, we'll get them from the workshop. Takes the comic books, and like a month later, all of a sudden, when I was on the Majestic with Malcolm. So yeah.
So add on stealing the valor from the people at this table.
Well, I mean, if you believe Clive's version of events, he killed Malcolm day one of the Majestic, and the rest was a black bag cover-up, right, Mom?
Oh, yes, darling.
All of it was a black bag cover-up, all those movies and everything. It was just Nicole who polymorphed as Malcolm.
Yeah. He thinks I was a vampire. I had to go undercover, you see. Pequod, God.
Julius shakes his head. It's especially funny because he says a few years back when, in all reality, vampirism was cured as a whole, I believe, 20 years ago when we destroyed the creature behind the black hole.
Sasha eating her food happily. I really don't care for my own merchandise. I don't like collecting my own stuff, but the one thing I did like was the, my own line of comics I got about learning from Lorelai and yada yada yada. It was awesome to hear about how I was never Lorelai's star pupil, Clive.
And how he killed 4 Hydras all at once, all by himself.
Now, you see, Sasha only 1v1 the Hydra. Sometimes Lorelai, she knew I had the moxie. She'd throw 20 of them at me.
Julie starts to laugh.
She knew I had the moxie. She knew I had the know-how and everything of the sort. So I just, bam, boom, all 20 of them Hydras, and their heads lay at my feet, bloodied as I was.
Moxie!
Moxie. Well, it appears he's led a storied life. Would love to see him put some of that training to use.
Well, you don't understand. Well, you do, but you don't quite understand, Ash. But you were there. You saw Lorelai's bow called the Comet down, right?
Yes, of course. Comet
You know
down.
who gave her that bow?
Let me guess. And he's gonna turn his head that way.
The unit. Looking at it.
It was a gift to General Lorelai for being the best damn leader the unit has ever gotten, other than myself, of course.
It's how we ended World War II.
I'm guessing you've all had more time to get used to those jokes and find them funny.
No, yeah, you never really get used to them, I think. You just start to ignore them. But so, we've stopped giving him comic books, but yeah, it's too late.
Yes, it would seem so. You see him take a deep breath. You know, he's very fortunate that he is who he is.
But you don't have the moxie. Sounds, please stop.
Davine starts to laugh and she shakes her head.
Oh yes, Sharion, you don't have the moxie to kill me.
What does that even mean, though? Like, I don't get it. And Lorelai saw his moxie in Basic, so which he didn't, which he never went to. But anyway, in this world, he went to Basic. Lorelai, or was it one of them noticed his moxie, and then right after Basic, he was in the unit.
Yeah, now the Skylander noticed his moxie and brought Clive onto the unit, and hey, the rest is history at this point.
But why was Clive? If the Skylander was in charge, how did Clive become in charge?
Yes, that does seem to be a bit of an inconsistency in his story.
Oh no! He's got a reason. Tell him, Julie.
So at one point, the Skylander got really injured, right? And during that time, he had to take a leave of absence, and during that time, this is a direct quote from Clive.
Yeah, no, the Skylander was sat there looking at me with an injured leg, and he said, "You the true leader of the unit, mate."
He even copied the broken English.
Yeah, no, he did. You true leader of the unit. Take my place. I under you now.
So the Skylander took a demotion himself just to promote Clive up to 4-star commander of the unit.
Wow, was there like a ceremony or something? I say, nah, Sheriff, nah. All black bag shit.
All black bag ship. Baptism through fire, if you will, Sheriff.
The only black bag shit that guy really knows is if you take a shit in a bag and he holds it. That's the truth.
Yeah, well, it would appear much of what he's spoken of is black bag, to the point that even I and the mistress were unaware of it. Incredible, isn't it?
Oh yes, I love the unit. Quite fond of them. They were excellent. Popping cherry tomatoes in her mouth, still just watching Thomas in it.
Julius looks at Lorelai, then at Pequod. She's honestly very surprisingly taking this quite well.
Yeah, no, he's a member of the family. It's better she helps us here and placates him, I suppose.
That and she has calmed down quite a bit over the years.
But she don't know anything about the unit, you don't understand.
You know, the unit is where me and Frederick really developed Fred Sheet out there. And they taught it pretty much nationwide, all throughout the boot camps of the US of A, baby.
So are they in on it, Frederick, Crellin, and Samuel? Like, they believe it? See, nah, they placate him to be nicer.
Davy nods. Yes, no, they don't believe it at all. I feel like they know what he's doing with the whole stealing valor type deal, so they only placate him and just being like, oh yes, Clive, I definitely was the communications officer and everything like that.
They're trying to remain on good terms after the YouTube war, and he's finally done warring with them, so this just makes everybody happy.
No, I can understand that from them. It's just quite upsetting. Sasha.
No, I agree. I miss the YouTube war days for sure. Pequod looking at Clive.
I do too. Sasha, remind me to commend Samantha for, her hand in trying to curb this.
Oh no, yeah, I think that was one of the only things that really kept her going during those 6 months, is Hunk letting her beat Clive and Scar off.
Well done, Hunk. I think that was a wonderful choice.
He challenged me to a fight, Ash. He came up, pounded his chest, and said he wanted to fight me.
And it probably took every bit of restraint in your body not to.
It did. And then I saw Samantha standing there all, sad and no JJ, and I was like, oh, whatever, just let her at him. Like, she might go a little too far, but that's okay. Now when she barks at them, they run away.
Yes, I have heard. Apparently, according to Ricky, the Carter claimed that they could probably make Olympic-level sprints with how fast they scurry.
You gotta understand, back in the unit, the Taliban had some mean dogs. Doberman pinchers, Julie.
Back in the unit, Doberman pinchers, they used to, no matter how fast you were to run, they used to manage to grab you by the ass and drag you back, believe it or not, I was the only member of the unit to outrun those dogs.
He didn't say that, did he? I see. Eskimo kisses, please.
Oh, darling, as she goes down and gives her Eskimo kisses.
He didn't say that. Pequod just looks at the table.
Did he actually? Looks at Blaze.
Yes. Looking over at Clyde. He did. Kind of wish he hadn't.
Oh, my poor boy. Leans near Blaze. If you ever want to get away from this, I'd be glad to let you spend time in my library. I'm sure there's something there you could get use from.
I may take you up on that offer, depending. Just studying Clyde from a distance after his Thomas freak out. Yeah, he also said that the Doberman pinchers found the unit because they could smell the unpasteurized cheese from 400 miles away.
Why unpasteurized?
Apparently, terrorist organizations and Soviet Russia and communist states and the Third Reich were really after the United States government's dairy production.
Julie starts to laugh.
It's how you truly cripple a nation, apparently, back in the 20th and 21st century.
Just destroy all types of dairy, and boom, now your soldiers can't get the true nutrients that they need.
The unit.
The more I hear, the more it gets me a combination of angry and confused.
Yeah. Kissing Davian on the cheek, looking at Clive. Yeah. We're gonna look for some measures this rest of the weekend, right, dear? Develop a plan of attack here, how to combat the unit, now that we know she's got that ridiculous fat suit. I think we got a leg up here.
Oh, I think we do. We definitely have the queen on our side of the board, if you will.
And then we can get her to move down to the lane, and she's around more, and everybody's happy. 2 words, the unit. God damn it.
God damn the units. Oh, wait. She looks at Hunk. They somehow do make everything harder, don't they?
Yes, they pinching her chin and then kissing it do. As flashing later that night, Carter on the edge of a bed after having a wonderful time. We'll leave it at that. Memrianne cleaning herself in the bathroom.
Carter smiles, looking at her, and he'll walk over. Do you want me to help wash?
Yes, but tell me, what did Father say to you? I could tell he hit you.
Oh, it was, to never hurt you again.
He brought up Hazel and...
Yeah, I believe the term he used was drugstore version memory, and...
Well, I don't disagree with that, but yeah.
No, I don't disagree either. I made very, very poor decisions, as he'll start to wash her up.
But did he actually hurt you, though? You looked somewhat staggered in disbelief.
Believe it or not, he did. He did.
So why can't he just channel that and instead of this fictitious ridiculous. As we left the wedding, I heard him saying something about the unit to Krella. That didn't last long. And what was all that about Thomas and Hale? Or him screaming Thomas. What the hell was that actually about? Think about it, Carter.
I don't know. Carter scratches the side of his cheek. I mean, maybe he just has a really bad feeling about Thomas, and that feeling was just exasperated because of his feelings about me and how I treated you in the past, and that just sort of exploded, combination of PTSD and all that stuff.
She'll stand up, naked, rub her temples, take a towel, walk over here. Dry my back off, please.
Of course, he'll start to dry her back off.
I just don't understand that man. I mean, I just don't get it. He's actually good father material if it wasn't for this unit stuff. I think he could be a role model for... in another world, he's next to Laz, like every Wednesday, coming in talking to the males.
I mean, yeah, no, definitely. He looks at her. I mean, I think he would be like a great role model if you and I had a son for the first child that we have. If he didn't have this unit shit going on.
I mean, when it comes to Thomas and Hale, I personally feel the buck stops with us. Like, yes, your father, yes, your mother, but we're the only magically bonded couple of the lane. And clearly they have us beat, therefore it falls to us to make sure they don't repeat the same mistakes we did.
I agree. He nods. He looks at her. I really don't want my brother to make the stupid mistakes that I made in the past.
I mean, there were times during the Hazel crisis I just wanted to flat out punch you in the face.
Carter nods, looks at her. Do you
Maybe
still
I
want
should
to?
have. Oh, no, not anymore, but maybe I should have just to have gotten it over with and out,
Maybe, yeah. Maybe Soul and Colt do have something there. Just have an argument, hit me or something like that, and get out of the way early.
She just walking over here to get a brush, she just threw all the problems out on the table in front of her and Colt and got it. Looks at the brush out of the way. Comes back over.
Carter nods. Yeah, no. It definitely holds some value what they did. I just don't think they did it at necessarily the right time.
She'll hand the brush to Carter. What was it you said? I cut you off. What were you saying about hitting?
Oh, you could if you wanted to.
She punches Carter square in the nose so hard he falls over on his back.
He falls down, holding his nose and nods. I deserve that.
Changed my mind. Shaking her hand, smiling.
Fair enough. He starts to sit up.
No. She slams her foot on his chest.
He accepts that. He falls back down onto his back, his smile growing as she's starting to take charge.
Worship it.
Yes, ma'am, and he will start to worship it.
And we cut